The class struggle in the ancient Greek world from the Archaic Age to the Arab conquests GEM to STE. Croix Introduction 1. The plan of this book 3. To the ancient Greek world, its extent in space and time 7. 111 Polis and Cura 9. 4. The relevance of Marx for the study of ancient history 19. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 1. The nature of class society 31. Class, exploitation, and the class struggle defined 42. 11. 111 Exploitation and the class struggle 49. 4. Aristotle's Sociology of Greek Politics 69. V. Alternatives to class 81. 6. Women 98. 3. Property and the propertied I. The conditions of production, land and unfree labor 112. The propertied class 114. 11. 3. Land, as the principal source of wealth 120. 4. Slavery and other forms of unfree labor 133. V. Freedmen 174. 6. Hired labor 179. 4. Forms of exploitation in the ancient Greek world, and the small independent producer I. Direct individual and indirect collective exploitation 205. 2. The peasantry and their villages 208. 3. From slave to sea News 226. 4. The military factor 259. V. Feudalism 267. 6. Other independent producers 269. 8. Part 2. V. The class struggle in Greek history on the political plane I. The age of the tyrants 278 to the 5th and 4th centuries BC 283 111 The destruction of Greek democracy 300. 6. Rome the suzerain 1. The queen and mistress of the world 327 2. The conflict of the orders 332 111 The developed republic 337 4. The Roman conquest of the Greek world 344 V. From republic to principate 356 The principate, the emperor and the upper classes 372. 7. The class struggle on the ideological plane I. Terror and propaganda 409 2. The theory of natural slavery 416 3. The standard Hellenistic, Roman, and Christian attitude to slavery 418 4. The attitudes to property of the Greco-Roman world, of Jesus, and of the Christian churches 425 V. The ideology of the victims of the class struggle 441. 8. The decline and fall of the Roman Empire, an explanation 1. Intensified political subjection and economic exploitation of the lower classes during the early centuries of the Christian era 453 2. Pressure on the curial class 465 3. Defection to the barbarians, peasant revolts, and indifference to the disintegration of the Roman Empire 474 4. The collapse of much of the Roman Empire in the 5th, 6th and 7th centuries 488. Appendices. I. The contrast between slave and wage laborer in Marx's theory of capital. 2. Some evidence for slavery in classical and Hellenistic periods. 3. The settlement of barbarians within the Roman Empire. 4. The destruction of Greek democracy in the Roman period. Preface. The main text of this book is intended not only for ancient historians and classical scholars but also in particular for historians of other periods, sociologists, political theorists, and students of Marx, as well as for the general reader. The use of Greek text and of anything in Latin beyond very brief quotations is reserved for the notes and appendices. As far as I am aware, it is the first book in English, or in any other language I can read, which begins by explaining the central features of Marx's historical method and defining the concepts and categories involved, and then proceeds to demonstrate how these instruments of analysis may be used in practice to explain the main events, processes, institutions and ideas that prevailed at various times over a long period of history, here, the 13 or 1400 years of my ancient Greek world. This arrangement involves rather frequent cross-referencing. Some of those who are interested primarily in the methodology and the more theoretical, synchronic treatment of concepts and institutions may wish for specific references to those passages that are of most concern to themselves, occurring either in other sections of Part 1 or in the more diachronic treatment in Part 2. Similarly, Practicing historians whose interests are confined to a limited part of the whole period will sometimes need references to a particular theoretical portion in Part 1 that is specially relevant. The book originated in the J. H. Gray Lectures for 1972/73, which I delivered at Cambridge University in February 1973 at the invitation of the Board of the Faculty of Classics. I am particularly grateful to J. S. Morrison, President of Wolfson College, then Chairman of the Faculty, and to M. I. Finley, Professor of Ancient History, for their kindness to me and the trouble they took to make the experience a delightful one for me and to ensure a large audience at all 3 lectures. The J. H. Gray Lectures were founded by the Rev. Canon Joseph Henry Gray, M.A.J.P., born on 26 July 1856, Fellow and Classical Lecturer of Queen's College, Cambridge for no fewer than 52 years before his death on March 23, 1932, at the age of 75. His devotion to his college, to the Anglican Church, and to Freemasonry was equalled only by his athletic interests, in rowing, cricket, and above all rugby football. From 1895 until his death he was president of the Cambridge University Rugby Football Club, and when that club, in appreciation of his presidency, presented him with a sum of no less than £1,000, he used the money to endow a special lectureship in classics at Cambridge, thus making the gladiators of the football field into patrons of the humaner letters, to quote the admiring and affectionate obituary in the Dial No. 71, Easter Term 1932. The obituary refers to Gray's vigorous conservative politics and characterizes him as an almost perfect incarnation of John Bull in cap and gown. I am afraid he would have disapproved strongly of my lectures, and of this book, but I am comforted by another passage in the same obituary which speaks of his hearty goodwill to all men, even to individual socialists and foreigners. This book represents of course a very considerable expansion of the lectures, and it incorporates, almost in their entirety, 2 other papers, given in 1974, a lecture on Karl Marx and the History of Classical Antiquity, to the Society for the Promotion of Hellenic Studies in London on March 21, 1974, published in an expanded form in Arethusa 87-41, and another lecture, on Early Christian Attitudes to Property and Slavery, delivered to the Conference of the Ecclesiastical History Society at York on July 25, 1974, also subsequently expanded and published, in Studies in Church History 12:1-38. Parts of this book have also been delivered in lecture form at various universities, not only in this country but also in Poland, at Warsaw, and in the Netherlands, at Amsterdam, Groningen and Leiden. I have many friends to thank for their kindness to me during my visits to those cities, in particular Professors Izab Zunskemaloist of the University of Warsaw and Jan Martin Bremer of the University of Amsterdam. I had intended to publish the Gray Lectures almost in their original form, with little more than references added. However, the comments received from most of those to whom I showed drafts convinced me that owing to the extreme ignorance of Marx's thought which prevails throughout most of the West, especially perhaps among ancient historians, I would have to write the book on an altogether different scale. As I did so my opinions developed, and I often changed my mind. Friends and colleagues have given me some useful criticisms of the many successive drafts of chapters of this book. I have thanked them individually but now refrain from doing so again, partly because most of them are not Marxists and might not be happy at finding themselves named here, and partly because I do not wish to debar them from being asked to write reviews, as usually happens to those to whom an author makes a general acknowledgement. I have incorporated very many essential brief references in the text itself, placing them as far as possible at the ends of sentences. This, I believe, is preferable, in a work not intended primarily for scholars, to the use of footnotes, since the eye travels much more easily over a short passage in brackets than down to the foot of the page and back again. I give this as a reply to those few friends who, out of sheer Oxonian conservatism, have objected to the abbreviation of titles by initial letters, e.g. Jones, LRE, for AHM Jones, the later Roman Empire 284-602, while themselves habitually using such abbreviations for various categories of references, including periodicals, collections of inscriptions and papyri, and so forth, e.g. Ars. Sil, ILS, Sci, BGU. For me, the only alternative still allowing the use of references in the actual text itself would have been to abbreviate with date or serial number, e.g. Jones, 1964 or Jones, but initial letters are as a rule far more likely to convey the necessary information to a reader who already either knows of the existence of the work in question or has looked it up in my bibliography, where all abbreviations are explained. I should perhaps add that titles abbreviated by initials represent books when italicized, articles when not. My reading for this book, while concentrated above all on the ancient sources and the writings of Marx, has necessarily been very wide, but there are some obvious works which I have refrained from citing, in particular, books which are specifically philosophical in character and which concern themselves primarily with abstract concepts rather than with the actual historical events, processes, institutions and ideas that are the subject matter of the practicing historian. One example is G. A. Cohen's book, Karl Marx's Theory of History, a defense, based on much greater philosophical expertise than I can command, but which I find congenial. Another is the massive work in 3 volumes by Leszek Kolakowski, Main Currents of Marxism, Its Rise, Growth, and Dissolution, which seems to me to have been vastly overpraised, however accurately it may delineate some of the disastrous developments of Marx's thought by many of his followers. In an interview printed in The Guardian on September 22, 1970, the released Nazi war criminal Albert Speer said that in the Third Reich each minister was responsible for his own department, and for that only. Your conscience was quiet if you were educated to see things only in your own field. This was convenient for everybody. Our educational system also tends to produce people who see things only in their own field. One of the techniques contributing to this is the strict separation of ancient history from the contemporary world. This book, on the contrary, is an attempt to see the ancient Greek world in very close relation with our own and is inspired by the belief that we can learn much about each by careful study of the other. The dedication of this book expresses the greatest of all my debts, to my wife, in particular for the perfect good humor and patience with which she accepted my concentration on it for some years, to the neglect of almost everything else. I also wish to record my gratitude to my son Julian for his valuable assistance in correcting the proofs, and to Colin Haycraft for agreeing to publish the book and accomplishing the task with all possible tact and efficiency. September 1980 G.E.M.S.C. Part 1. Introduction. The plan of this book. My general aim in this book is first to explain, and then to illustrate, the value of Marx's general analysis of society in relation to the ancient Greek world. Marx and Engels made a number of different contributions to historical methodology and supplied a series of tools which can be profitably used by the historian and the sociologist, but I shall concentrate largely on one such tool, which I believe to be much the most important and the most fruitful for actual use in understanding and explaining particular historical events and processes, namely, the concept of class, and of class struggle. In section 2 of this first chapter, I state how I interpret the expression the ancient Greek world, and explain the meaning of the terms I shall be using for the periods into which the history of my Greek world may conveniently be divided. In section 3 I go on to describe the fundamental division between polis and kura that plays such a vital role in Greek history after the classical period which, absurdly enough, is all that many people have in mind when they speak of Greek history. In section 4 I give a brief account of Marx as a classical scholar and emphasize the almost total lack of interest in Marxist ideas that is unfortunately characteristic of the great majority of scholars in the English-speaking world who concern themselves with classical antiquity. I also try to dispel some common misconceptions about Marx's attitude to history, and in doing so I compare the attitude of Marx with that of Thucydides. Chapter 2 deals with class, exploitation, and class struggle. In section I explain the nature and origin of class society, as I understand that term. I also state what I regard as the two fundamental features which most distinguish ancient Greek society from the contemporary world. They can be identified respectively within the field of what Marx called the forces of production and the relations of production. In section 2 I define class, and I also define exploitation and class struggle. In section 3 I show that the meaning I attach to the expression class struggle represents the fundamental thought of Marx himself. The essence of class struggle is exploitation or resistance to it. There need not necessarily be any class consciousness or any political element. I also explain the criteria which lead me to define Greek society as a slave economy. This expression has regard, not so much to the way in which the bulk 4. of production was done, but to the fact that the propertied classes derived their surplus above all through the exploitation of unfree labor. In section 4 I demonstrate that a Marxist analysis in terms of class, far from being the imposition upon the ancient Greek world of inappropriate and anachronistic categories suited only to the study of the modern capitalist world, is actually in some essentials much the same type of analysis as that employed by Aristotle, the greatest of ancient sociologists and political thinkers. In section V I consider some types of historical method different from that which I employ, and the alternatives which some sociologists and historians have preferred to the concept of class, and I demonstrate that status in particular is inferior as an instrument of analysis, since statuses altogether lack the organic relationship which is the hallmark of classes and can rarely if ever provide explanations, especially of social change. In section 6 I consider women as a class in the technical Marxist sense, and I give a brief treatment of the early Christian attitude to women and marriage, compared with its Hellenistic, Roman, and Jewish counterparts. Chapter 3 is entitled Property and the Propertied. In section I begin with the fact that in antiquity by far the most important conditions of production were land and unfree labor. These, then, were what the propertied class needed to control and did control. In section 2 I explain how I use the expression the propertied class, for those who were able to live without needing to spend a significant proportion of their time working for their living. In section 3 I emphasize that land was always the principal means of production in antiquity. In section 4 I discuss slavery and other forms of unfree labor, accepting definitions of each of these types of unfreedom which now have worldwide official currency. In section V I deal with freedmen, and in section 6 I discuss hired labor, showing that it played an incomparably smaller part in the pre-capitalist world than it does today and was regarded by members of the propertied class in antiquity as only a little better than slavery. In chapter 4 I discuss forms of exploitation in the ancient Greek world, and the small independent producer. In section I distinguish between direct individual and indirect collective exploitation, in such a way as to make it possible to regard even many peasant freeholders as members of an exploited class, subject to taxation, conscription, and forced services, imposed by the state and its organs. I also explain that those whom I describe as small independent producers were sometimes not severely exploited themselves and equally did not exploit the labor of others to any substantial degree, but lived by their own efforts on or near the subsistence level. At most periods and in most areas these people were very numerous and must have been responsible for the largest share in production, both in agriculture and in handicrafts. In section 2 I speak. Introduction 5 specifically of the peasantry and the villages in which they mainly lived. In section 3 I describe and explain the change in the forms of exploitation in the Greek and Roman world during the early centuries of the Christian era, when the propertied class, which had earlier relied to a great extent on slaves to produce its surplus, came more and more to rely on letting to tenants, most of whom at about the end of the 3rd century became serfs. Most working freehold peasants were also brought into the same kind of subjection, being tied to the villages of which they were members. I call such people quasi-serfs. In section 4 I point out that in the face of external military threat it may be necessary for the ruling class of a society consisting mainly of peasants to allow the peasantry a higher standard of life than it would otherwise have attained, in order to provide a sufficiently strong army, and that the failure of the later Roman Empire to make this concession induced in the peasantry as a whole an attitude of indifference to the fate of the empire, which did not begin to be remedied before the 7th century, by which time much of the empire had disintegrated. In section V I have something to say about the use of the terms feudalism and serfdom, insisting that serfdom can exist quite independently of anything that can properly be called feudalism, and ending with a few words on the Marxist concept of the feudal mode of production. In section 6 I recognize briefly the role of small independent producers other than peasants. That completes part 1 of this book. In part 1, then, I am occupied largely with conceptual and methodological problems, in the attempt to establish and clarify the concepts and categories which seem to me to be the most useful in studying the ancient Greek world, above all the process of change which is so obvious when we look at Greek society over the period of 13 to 1400 years with which this book is concerned. In part 2 I seek to illustrate the usefulness of the concepts and methodology I have outlined in part 1 in explaining not only a series of historical situations and developments but also the ideas, social, economic, political, religious, which grew out of the historical process. In chapter V I show how the application of a class analysis to Greek history can illuminate the processes of political and social change. In section I deal with the archaic period and demonstrate how the so-called tyrants played an essential role in the transition from hereditary aristocracy, which existed everywhere in the Greek world down to the 7th century, to more open societies ruled either by oligarchies of wealth or by democracies. In section 2 I make a number of observations on the political class struggle in the 5th and 4th centuries, showing how even at Athens, where democracy was strongest, bitter class struggle broke out in the political plane on 2 occasions, in 411 and 404. In section 3 I explain how Greek democracy was gradually destroyed, between the 4th century BC and the 3rd century of the Christian era, by the joint efforts of the Greek propertied class, the Macedonians, and ultimately the 6. Romans. Since the whole Greek world came by degrees under Roman rule, I am obliged to say a good deal about Rome the suzerain, the title of chapter 6. After some brief remarks in section I on Rome as the queen and mistress of the world, I give in section 2 a sketch of the so-called conflict of the orders in the early Roman Republic, intended mainly to show that although it was indeed technically a conflict between 2 orders, namely patricians and plebeians, yet strong elements of class struggle were involved in it. In section 3 I notice some aspects of the political situation in the developed republic. In section 4 I briefly describe the Roman conquest of the Mediterranean world and its consequences. In section V I explain the change of political regime from republic to principate, and in section 6 I sketch the nature of the principate as an institution which continued under the later Roman Empire from the late 3rd century onwards. In my picture of the later empire there is much less emphasis than usual upon a supposed change from principate to dominate. Far more important, for me, is a major intensification of the forms of exploitation, the reduction to serfdom of most of the working agricultural population, a great increase in taxation, and more conscription. I give a characterization of the position of the emperor in the principate and the later empire and an outline sketch of the Roman upper classes, not forgetting the changes that took place in the 4th century. Chapter 7 is a discussion of the class struggle on the ideological plane. After taking up some general issues in section I proceed in section 2 to discuss the theory of natural slavery, and in section 3 the body of thought which largely replaced that theory in the Hellenistic period and continued throughout Roman times, appearing in Christian thought in an almost identical form. Section 4 deals with the attitudes to property of the Greco-Roman world, of Jesus, and of the Christian Church, or rather, churches, for I insist that the term the Christian Church is not a historical but a strictly theological expression. Jesus is seen as a figure belonging entirely to the Jewish Croix, who may never even have entered a Greek polis, and whose thought world was thoroughly alien to Greco-Roman civilization. The chapter concludes with section V, which attempts a reconstruction of part of the ideology of the victims of the class struggle, with some attention to resistance literature and Christian apocalyptic. The best example that has survived is the fable, which is explicitly said by one of its practitioners to have been invented to enable slaves to express their opinions in a disguised form which would not expose them to punishment, although some of the examples turn out to speak not merely for slaves but for the lowly in general, and of course the fable could also be utilized by members of a ruling class to reinforce their position. The final chapter, 8, seeks to explain the decline and fall of much of the Roman Empire, leading ultimately to the loss of Britain, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa in the 5th century, part of Italy and much of the Balkans in the 6th, and the whole of Egypt and Syria in the 7th, not to mention the Arab conquest of the rest of North Africa and much of Spain in the later 7th and the early Introduction 7th century. Section I shows how the ever-increasing exploitation of the vast majority of the population of the Greco-Roman world by the all-powerful wealthy classes first depressed the political and legal status of nearly all those who were not members of my propertied class, almost to the slave level. Section 2 describes the way in which, from just after the middle of the 2nd century, the fiscal screw was tightened further up the social scale, on the curial class, the richer members of the local communities, who were in theory an order, consisting of the town councillors and their families, but in practice were virtually a hereditary class, consisting of all those owning property above a certain level who were not members of the imperial aristocracy of senators and equestrians. Section 3 is a largely descriptive account of defection to the barbarians, assistance given to them, peasant revolts, and indifference to the disintegration of the Roman Empire on the part of the vast majority of its subjects. The last section, 4, explains how the merciless exploitation of the great majority for the benefit of a very few finally led to the collapse of much of the empire, a process too often described as if it were something that just happened naturally, whereas in fact it was due to the deliberate actions of a ruling class that monopolized both wealth and political power and governed solely for its own advantage. I show that a Marxist class analysis can provide a satisfactory explanation of this extraordinary process, which proceeded inexorably despite the heroic efforts of a remarkably able series of emperors from the late 3rd century to near the end of the 4th. The fact that the whole Greek world eventually came under the rule of Rome has often obliged me to look at the Roman Empire as a whole, and on occasion at the Latin West alone, or even some part of it. For example, in Chapter 8 barbarian invasions, internal revolts, the defection of peasants and others, and similar manifestations of insecurity and decline have to be noticed whether they happened in the East or in the West, as they all contributed towards the ultimate disintegration of a large part of the empire. Even the settlements of barbarians within the Greco-Roman world, on a far greater scale than most historians, perhaps, have realized, need to be recorded, although they occurred on a far greater scale in the Latin West than in the Greek East. The ancient Greek world, its extent in space and time for my purposes the Greek world is, broadly speaking, the vast area within which Greek was, or became, the principal language of the upper classes. In North Africa, during the Roman Empire, the division between the Greek-speaking and Latin-speaking areas lay just west of Cyrenaica, on about the 19th meridian east of Greenwich. Cyrenaica and everything to the east of it was Greek. In Europe the dividing line began on the east coast of the Adriatic, roughly where the same meridian cuts the coast of modern Albania, a little north of Durazzo, and from there it went east and slightly north, across Albania, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria, passing between Sofia, 8. and Plovdiv and joining the Danube at about the point where it turns north below Silistra on the edge of the Dobruja, an area containing several cities on the Black Sea coast that belonged to the Greek portion of the empire, which included everything to the south and east of the line I have traced. My Greek world, then, included Greece itself, with Epirus, Macedonia and Thrace, also Cyrenaica and Egypt, and all that part of Asia which was included in the Roman Empire, an area with an eastern boundary that varied from time to time but at its widest included not merely Asia Minor, Syria and the northern edge of Arabia but even Mesopotamia as far as the Tigris. There were even Greek cities and settlements too beyond the Tigris, but in general it is perhaps convenient to think of the eastern boundary of the Greco-Roman world as falling on the Euphrates or a little to the east of it. Sicily too was Greek from an early date and became Romanized by slow degrees. The time span with which I am concerned in this book is not merely the archaic and classical periods of Greek history and the Hellenistic age, but also the long period of Roman domination of the Greek area, which began in the 2nd century and was complete before the end of the last century BC, when Rome itself was still under a republican form of government. How long one makes the Roman Empire last is a matter of taste. In a sense it continued, as J.B. Barrie and others have insisted, until the capture of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks in AD 1453. The Roman Principate, as it is universally called in the English-speaking world, is commonly conceived as beginning with Augustus, at or a little after the date of the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, and as passing into the later empire at about the time of the accession of the Emperor Diocletian in 284. In my view, the Principate from the first was virtually an absolute monarchy, as it was always openly admitted to be in the Greek East, and it is unreal to suppose, with some scholars, that a new dominate came into being with Diocletian and Constantine, although there is no harm in using, at any rate as a chronological formula, the expression later Roman Empire or Bass Empire. Many ancient historians like to make a break somewhere between the reign of Justinian in 527-65 and the death of Heraclius in 641-3, and speak thereafter of the Byzantine Empire, a term which expresses the fact that the empire was now centered at the ancient Byzantium, refounded by the Emperor Constantine in 330 as Constantinople. My choice of a terminal date is dictated, I must admit, by the fact that my own first-hand knowledge of the source material becomes defective after the death of Justinian and largely peters out in the mid-7th century. For this reason my ancient Greek world CNDS not much later than the great book of my revered teacher, A.H.M. Jones, the later Roman Empire 284-602, which goes down to the death of the Emperor Maurice and the accession of Phocas, in 602. My own terminal point is the Arab conquests of Mesopotamia, Syria, and Egypt in the 630s and 640s. In justification of keeping within the limits I have described, I would plead that virtually everything in this book is based upon first-hand acquaintance with original sources. I do believe that the ancient Greek world is sufficiently a unity to be worth taking as the subject of this book. If my knowledge of the source material had been more extensive, I should have wished to end the story not earlier than the sack of Constantinople by the Fourth Crusade in 1204, and perhaps with the taking of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks and the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1453. The alleged Orientalization of the Byzantine Empire was in reality slight. For although the Byzantines no longer commonly referred to themselves as Hellenes, a term which from the 4th century onwards acquired the sense of pagans, they did call themselves Romaioi, the Greek word for Romans, a fact which may remind us that the Roman Empire survived in its Greek-speaking areas long after it had collapsed in the Latin West, by something like 1,000 years in Constantinople itself. By the mid-9th century we find a Byzantine emperor, Michael III, referring to Latin as a barbarous Scythian language, in a letter to Pope Nicholas I. This contemptuous description of the Roman tongue exasperated Nicholas, who repeated the sacrilegious phrase 5 times over in his reply to Michael, with indignant comments. 5. There is a fascinating account of the Greek contribution to the Roman Empire and the relationship of the two cultures in A.H.M. Jones's brief article, The Greeks Under the Roman Empire, in Dumbarton Oakes Papers 17-3-19, reprinted in the posthumous volume of Jones's essays edited by P.A. Brunt, The Roman Economy 90-113. Polis and Kura in the Archaic and Classical periods, in Greece itself and in some of the early Greek colonies in Italy and Sicily and on the west coast of Asia Minor, the word Kura was often used as a synonym for the agroi, the rural area of the city-state, the polis, and sometimes the word polis itself, in the special limited sense of its urban area, was contrasted with its Kura. This usage continued in the Hellenistic period and under Roman rule. Every polis had its own Kura in the sense of its own rural area. However, except where a native population had been reduced to a subject condition, there was generally, in the areas just mentioned, no fundamental difference between those who lived in or near the urban center of the polis and the peasants who lived in the countryside, even if the latter tended to be noticeably less urbane than the former, and in the literature produced by the upper classes are often treated patronizingly as country bumpkins, an attitude which nevertheless allows them to be credited on occasion with superior moral virtues of a simple kind. Both groups, however, were Greek and participated in a common culture to a greater or less degree. It is hardly possible to give a general definition of a polis that would hold good for all purposes and all periods, and the best we can do is to say that a political entity was a polis if it was recognized as such. Pausanias, in a famous passage probably written in the 170s, in the reign of Marcus Aurelius, speaks disparagingly of the tiny Phaeacian polis of Panopus, east of Mount Pomasus, if indeed 10. You can call it a polis, he says, when it has no public buildings, no gymnasium, no theater, no marketplace, and no fountain of water, and where the people live in empty hovels like mountain shanties on the edge of a ravine. Yet Pausanias does call it a polis and shows that in his day it was accepted as such. In those parts of Asia and Egypt into which Greek civilization penetrated only in the time of Alexander the Great and in the Hellenistic period, the situation was very different. In Asia, from at least the time of Alexander, the terms kura and polis had come to be used on occasion in a recognized technical sense, which continued throughout the Hellenistic period and beyond in Asia and Egypt. In this sense, the kura was the whole vast area not included in the territory administered by any Greek polis, sometimes referred to as the Chota Basiliki. It was under the direct, autocratic rule of the kings, the successors of Alexander, and it was bureaucratically administered. While the polis had republican governments and enjoyed forms of precarious autonomy which differed according to circumstances. Under Roman rule the same basic division between polis and kura continued, but the bulk of the kura came by degrees under the administration of particular polis, each of which had its own kura. The cities in the narrow sense were Greek in very varying degrees in language and culture. Native languages and culture usually prevailed in the kura, where the peasants did not normally enjoy the citizenship of the polis that controlled them, and lived mainly in villages, the most common Greek term for which was kome. Greco-Roman civilization was essentially urban, a civilization of cities, and in the areas in which it was not native, in which it had not grown up from roots in the very soil, it remained largely an upper-class culture. Those whom it embraced exploited the natives in the countryside and gave little in return. As Rostov-Zefhus said, speaking of the Roman Empire as a whole, the population of the cities alike in Italy and in the provinces formed but a small minority as compared with the population of the country. Civilized life, of course, was concentrated in the cities. Every man who had some intellectual interests lived in a city and could not imagine himself living elsewhere. For him the Gergos or Paganus was an inferior being, half civilized or uncivilized. It is no wonder that for us the life of the ancient world is more or less identical with the life of the ancient cities. The cities have told us their story, the country always remains silent and reserved. What we know of the country we know mostly through the men of the cities. The voice of the country population itself is rarely heard. Hence it is not surprising that in most modern works on the Roman Empire the country and the country population do not appear at all or appear only from time to time in connection with certain events in the life of the state or the cities. We can therefore agree wholeheartedly with the American medievalist Lynn White, when he says, because practically all the written records and famous monuments of antiquity were produced in cities, we generally think of ancient societies as having been essentially urban. They were, in fact, agricultural to a degree which we can scarcely grasp. It is a conservative guess that even in fairly prosperous regions over 10 people were needed on the land to enable a single person to live away from the land. Cities were atolls of civilization on an ocean of rural primitivism. They were supported by a terrifyingly slender margin of surplus agricultural production which could be destroyed swiftly by drought, flood, plague, social disorder or warfare. Since the peasants were closest to the sources of food, in time of hunger they secreted what they could and prevented supplies from reaching the cities. Actually, as we shall see in 4.2 below, the opinion expressed in that last sentence is less true of the Roman Empire than of other ancient societies, because of the exceptionally effective exploitation and control of the countryside by the imperial government and the municipalities. A Greek city normally expected to feed itself from corn grown in its own kura, or at any rate grown nearby. This has been demonstrated recently by Jones, Brunt, and others, and is now beginning to be generally realized. An essential factor here, the relevance of which used often to be overlooked, is the inefficiency and high cost of ancient land transport. 2. In Diocletian's day, a wagon load of wheat, costing 6,000 denarii, would be doubled in price by a journey of 300 miles, and, if we ignore the risks of sea transport, it was cheaper to ship grain from one end of the Mediterranean to the other than to cart it 75 miles Uns, LRE 11.84122, cf. His Re 37. Jones cites evidence from Gregory Nazianzenus and John the Lydian, writing in the 4th and 6th centuries respectively. According to Gregory, coastal cities could endure crop shortages without great difficulty, as they can dispose of their own products and receive supplies by sea. For us inland our surpluses are unprofitable and our scarcities irremediable, as we have no means of disposing of what we have or of importing what we lack. John complains that when Justinian abolished the public post in certain areas, including Asia Minor, and moreover taxes had to be paid in gold instead of in kind, the unsold crops rotted on the estate. And the taxpayer was ruined, since he could not sell his crops, living far from the sea. This evidence, as Brunt has rightly observed, is perfectly applicable to every preceding epoch of the ancient world and to every region lacking water communications, for there had been no regress in the efficiency of land transport. I would add a reference to an interesting passage in Procopius, Bell. 6xx.18, describing how, during a widespread famine in northern and central Italy in 538, the inhabitants of inland Emilia left their homes and went southeast to Punum, supposing that that area would not be so destitute of food supplies because it was on the sea. As I shall not have occasion to refer again to transport in the ancient world, I will give here a particularly striking, though rarely noticed, example of the great superiority of water to land transport even in late antiquity. In 359 the Emperor Julian considerably increased the calm supply of the armies on the Rhine and of the inhabitants of the neighboring areas by having the calm which was already customarily shipped from Britain transported up the Rhine by river boats. The fact that transport against 12. The current of the Rhine was, as Libanius and Zosimus realized, much cheaper than carriage on wagons by road is impressive evidence of the inferiority of the latter form of transport. I will add a reference to the vivid little sketch in Ausonius of the contrast between river journeys by boat, downstream with oars and upstream with haulage. It is also worth drawing attention to the repeated allusions by Strabo to the importance of river transport in the countries where rivers were sufficiently navigable, not so much in the Greek lands, of course, as in Spain and Gaul. In 537 the Emperor Justinian recorded with sympathy the fact that litigants involved in appeals, who therefore needed to travel, had been complaining that they were sometimes prevented from coming by sea owing to unfavorable winds or by land owing to their poverty, another testimony to the greater cost of land journeys. Yet sea voyages could sometimes involve long delays, because of rough weather or unfavorable winds. The official messengers who brought a letter from the Emperor Gaius to the governor of Syria at Antioch at the end of AD 41 are said by Josephus to have been weatherbound for 3 months on the way. In 51 BC, when Cicero was traveling to Asia to take over his province of Cilicia, it took him 5 days to sail from Piraeus to Delos and another 11 days to reach Ephesus. Writing to his friend Atticus after reaching Delos, he opened his letter with the words, "A sea journey is a serious matter, and in the month of July at that." On his way home in November of the following year, Cicero spent 3 weeks on the journey from Patras to Otranto, including 2 spells of 6 days each on land, waiting for a favorable wind. Some of his companions, who risked the crossing from Cassiope on Corcyra to Italy in bad weather were shipwrecked. In point of fact, even the availability of water transport, in the eyes of Greeks and Romans, could hardly compensate for the absence of a fertile Croix. I should like to refer here to an interesting text, seldom or never quoted in this connection, which illustrates particularly well the general realization in antiquity that a city must normally be able to live off the cereal produce of its own immediate hinterland. Vitruvius has a nice story, which makes my point equally well whether it is true or not, about a conversation between Alexander the Great and Dianocrates of Rhodes, the architect who planned for Alexander the Great city in Egypt that bore his name, Alexandria, and became, in Strabo's words, the greatest place of exchange in the inhabited world. In this story Dianocrates suggests to Alexander the foundation on Mount Athos of a city, a civitas. The Greek source will of course have used the word polis. Alexander at once inquires whether there are fields around, which can provide that city with a food supply, and when Dianocrates admits that the city could only be supplied by sea transport, Alexander rejects the idea out of hand. Just as a child needs milk, he says, so a city without fields and abundant 13 produce from them cannot grow, or maintain a large population. Alexandria, Vitruvius adds, was not only a safe harbor and an excellent place of exchange, it had cornfields all over Egypt, irrigated by the Nile. Now the civilization of old Greece had been a natural growth, and although the cultured gentleman, living in or near the city, could be a very different kind of person from the boorish peasant, who might not often leave his farm, except to sell his produce in the city market, yet they spoke the same language and felt that they were to some extent akin. For in the new foundations in the Greek East the situation was often quite different. The upper classes, living in or very near towns, mostly spoke Greek, lived the Greek life and shared in Greek culture. Of the urban poor we know very little, but some of them were at least literate, and they mixed with the educated classes and probably shared their outlook and system of values to a very considerable extent, even where they did not enjoy any citizen rights. But the peasantry, the great majority of the population, on whose backs the burden of the whole vast edifice of Greek civilization rested, generally remained in much the same state of life as their forefathers. In many areas the majority probably either spoke Greek not at all or at best imperfectly, and most of them remained for centuries, right down to the end of Greco-Roman civilization and beyond, at little above the subsistence level, illiterate, and almost untouched by the brilliant culture of the cities. 5. As A.H.M. Jones has said, the cities were economically parasitic on the countryside. Their incomes consisted in the main of the rents drawn by the urban aristocracy from the peasants. The splendors of civic life were to a large extent paid for out of rents, and to this extent the villages were impoverished for the benefit of the towns. The city magnates came into contact with the villagers in three capacities only, as tax collectors, as policemen, and as landlords. This of course is as true of much of the Roman West as of the Greek East, and it remained true of the greater part of the Greek world right through the Roman period. The fundamental relationship between city and countryside was always the same, it was essentially one of exploitation, with few benefits given in return. This is brought out most forcibly by a very remarkable passage near the beginning of the treatise on wholesome and unwholesome foods by Galen, 6, the greatest physician and medical writer of antiquity, whose life spanned the last 70 years of the 2nd century of the Christian era and who must have written the work in question during the reign of Marcus Aurelius or soon afterwards, and therefore during or just after that Antonine age which has long been held up to us as part of that period. In the history of the world during which, in Gibbon's famous phrase, the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, Galen, setting out to describe the terrible consequences of an uninterrupted series of years of dearth affecting many of the peoples subject to Roman rule, draws a distinction, not expressly between landlords and tenants, or between rich and poor, but between city dwellers and country folk, although for his purposes all three sets of distinctions must obviously have been much the same, and it would not matter much to him whether the city dwellers in his picture were carrying out their Exact ions purely as landlords or partly as tax collectors. 14. Immediately summer was over, those who live in the cities, in accordance with their universal practice of collecting a sufficient supply of corn to last a whole year, took from the fields all the wheat, with the barley, beans, and lentils, and left to the rustics only those annual products which are called pulses and leguminous fruits. They even took away a good part of these to the city. So the people in the countryside, after consuming during the winter what had been left, were compelled to use unhealthy forms of nourishment. Through the spring they ate twigs and shoots of trees, bulbs and roots of unwholesome plants, and they made unsparing use of what are called wild vegetables, whatever they could get hold of, until they were surfeited. They ate them after boiling them whole like green grasses, of which they had not tasted before even as an experiment. I myself in person saw some of them at the end of spring and almost all at the beginning of summer afflicted with numerous ulcers covering their skin, not of the same kind in every case, for some suffered from erysipelas, others from inflamed tumors, others from spreading boils, others had an eruption resembling lichen and scabs and leprosy. Galen goes on to say that many of these wretched people died. He is dealing, of course, with a situation which in his experience was evidently exceptional, but, as we shall see, enough other evidence exists to show that its exceptional character was a matter of degree rather than of kind. Famines in the Greco-Roman world were quite frequent. Various modern authors have collected numerous examples. 7. There is one phenomenon in particular which strongly suggests that in the Roman Empire the peasantry was more thoroughly and effectively exploited than in most other societies which rely largely upon peasant populations for their food supply. It has often been noticed that peasants have usually been able to survive famines better than their town-dwelling fellow countrymen, because they can hide away for themselves some of the food they produce and may still have something to eat when there is starvation in the towns. It was not so in the Roman Empire. I have just quoted a very remarkable passage in Galen which speaks of those who live in the cities as descending upon their Croix after the harvest, in time of dearth, and appropriating for themselves practically all the wholesome food. There is a good deal of specific evidence from the Middle and later Roman Empire to confirm this. Philostratus, writing in the first half of the 3rd century a biography of Apollonius of Tyana, could describe how at Aspendus in Pamphylia Apollonius could find no food on sale in the market except vetches. The citizens, he says, were feeding on this and whatever else they could get, for the leading men had shut away all the calm and were keeping it for export. And again, between the mid-4th century and the mid-6th, we find peasants crowding into the nearest city in time of famine, because only in the city is there any edible food to be had. I shall give a whole series of examples in 4.2 below. We must also remember something that is far too often forgotten. The exploitation of the humbler folk was by no means only financial. One of its most burdensome features was the exaction of menial labor services of many kinds. A Jewish rabbi who was active in the 2nd quarter of the 3rd century of our era declared that cities were set up by the state in order to impose upon the people angaria, a term of Persian or Aramaic provenance and originally relating 15 to forced transport services, which had been taken over by the Hellenistic kingdoms and by the Romans, and had come to be applied to a variety of forms of compulsory labor performed for the state or the municipalities. 8. The Middle Ages applied it to services owed to the seigneur, and in 15th century Italy we still hear of angararii, and of those bound by fealty in rustic vassalage to their lords, subject to angaria and perangaria. An example familiar to most people today who have never heard the word angaria is the story of Simon of Cyrene, who was obliged by the Romans to carry the cross of Jesus to the place of execution. Mark and Matthew use the appropriate technical term, a form of the verb angeruin. Only an understanding of the angaria system can make fully intelligible one of the sayings of Jesus in the so-called Sermon on the Mount: "Whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain." Again, the word compel in this text represents the technical term angeruin. Readers of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus will remember that he was less positively enthusiastic than Jesus about cooperation with officials exacting angaria. He merely remarks that it is sensible to comply with the soldier's requisition of one's donkey. If one objects, he says, the result will only be a beating, and the donkey will be taken juste the same. As it happens, it is in a speech on Angere that the great Antiochian orator Libanius makes a particularly emphatic assertion of the absolute dependence of the cities upon the countryside and its inhabitants. Libanius is complaining to the Emperor Theodosius I in 385 that the peasants of the neighborhood are being driven to desperation by having themselves and their animals pressed into service for carrying away building rubble from the city. Permits are given by the authorities, he says, which even allow private individuals to take charge of particular gates of the city and to impress everything passing through. With the help of soldiers they drive hapless peasants with the lash. As Liebeschutz puts it, the animals of honorati were not requisitioned, other notables managed to get their animals excused even if with some difficulty. All the suffering was that of peasants. There is not a word about losses of landowners. Although he has to admit that the practice has been going on for years, Libanius claims that it was illegal. He cleverly adduces the fact that a permit was once obtained from an emperor as proof that even the provincial governor has no right to authorize it. He also asserts that visitors from other cities are aghast at what they see happening in Antioch, a statement there is no need to take seriously. Towards the end of the speech Libanius explains that the practice he is complaining about has a bad effect on the city's corn supply, an argument that might be expected to appeal strongly to the emperor. And then Libanius comes to his climax. He begs the philanthropotitos basileus, show your concern not just for the cities, but for the countryside too, or rather for the countryside in preference to the cities, for the country is the basis on which they rest. One can assert that cities are founded on the country, and that this is their firm footing, providing them with wheat, barley, grapes, wine, oil, and the nourishment of man and other living beings. Unless oxen, plows, seed, plants, and herds of cattle existed, cities would not have come into being at all. And, once in existence, they have depended upon the fortunes of the countryside, and the good and ill that they experience arise therefrom. Any foe to the well-being of working farmers and even of their animals, he goes on, is foe to the land, and the foe to the land is foe to the cities also, and indeed to mariners as well, for they too need the produce of the land. They may get from the sea increase of their store of goods, but the very means of life comes from the land. And you too, sire, obtain tribute from it. In your rescripts you hold converse with the cities about it, and their payment of it comes from the land. So whoever assists the peasantry supports you, and ill treatment of them is disloyal to you. So you must put a stop to this ill treatment, sire, by law, punishment, and edicts, and in your enthusiasm for the matter under discussion you must encourage all to speak up for the peasants. I should perhaps add, not only that the practice against which Libanius is protesting is something quite separate from the burdensome angere exacted by the imperial authorities, mainly in connection with the public post, but also that Libanius himself sometimes takes a very different and much less protective attitude towards peasants in his other writings, notably when he is denouncing the behavior of his own and other tenants, as well as freeholders resisting tax collectors, in his Drat. Slaii. The linguistic evidence for the separation between Polis and Croix is particularly illuminating. Except in some of the western and southern coastal areas of Asia Minor, such as Lydia, Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, and the Cilician plain, where the native tongues seem to have been entirely displaced by Greek during the Hellenistic age, the great majority of the peasants of the Greek East and even some of the townsmen habitually spoke not Greek but the old native tongues. 9. Everyone will remember that when Paul and Barnabas arrived at Lystra, on the edge of a mountain district of southern Asia Minor, and Paul is said to have healed a cripple, the people cried out in the speech of Lycaonia, a vernacular tongue which was never written down and which in due course perished entirely. 10 Such stories could be paralleled again and again from widely separated parts of the Roman Empire, in both East and West. And those who did not speak Greek or Latin would certainly have little or no part in Greco-Roman civilization. We must not exaggerate the strictly ethnic and linguistic factors, which are so noticeable in the more eastern parts of the Greek area, at the expense of economic and social ones. Even in Greece itself, the Aegean Islands and the more I. 17 Western coasts of Asia Minor, where Greeks had for centuries been settled and where even the poorest peasant might be as much a Hellene as the city magnate. The class division between the exploiters and those from whom they drew their sustenance was very real, and it naturally deepened when the humble entirely lost the protection many of them had been able to obtain from a democratic form of government. And in the oriental parts, newly brought within the great Hellenistic kingdoms, the clear-cut difference between Hellene and Barbaros gradually became transformed into a more purely class distinction, between the propertied and non-propertied. This is true even of Egypt, where the gulf between the Greeks and the native Egyptians had originally been as wide as anywhere, extending to language, religion, culture, and way of life in general. In Egypt, indeed, there was more interpenetration between the two elements than elsewhere, because until AD 200 cities were few, and because far more Greeks settled outside the cities, in the country districts, often as soldiers or administrators, but with a strong tendency to gravitate towards the metropolis, the capitals of the districts into which Egypt was divided. The exploitation of Egypt under the Ptolemies was not as intense as under the succeeding Roman administration, and the rents and taxes exacted from the peasantry were at least spent mainly at Alexandria and Naucratis, and at the other centers of population where men of property lived, and were not partly diverted to Rome. Nevertheless, the income of the Ptolemies was enormous by ancient standards, and the fellaheen must have been pressed hard to provide it. 11 After 200 BC. Some natives rose in the scale and took Greek names, and some Greeks sank. Greek and native names occur in the same family. Some Greeks kept themselves aloof, but a new mixed race formed intermediate between Greeks and fellaheen, and Hellene came to mean a man with some Greek culture. 12 In Egypt, as elsewhere, being a Greek was certainly very much more a matter of culture than of descent, but culture itself was largely dependent upon property ownership. Before the end of the 2nd century BC, as Rostovtsev says, from the social and economic standpoint the dividing line between the upper and lower class was no longer between the Greeks forming the upper, and the Egyptians forming the lower, but between the rich and poor in general, many Egyptians being among the first, many Greeks among the second, but the old division into a privileged class of Greeks and a subordinate class of natives remained as it had been. This is true, although some of the documents cited by Rostovtsev might now be differently interpreted in some respects. 13 In the Roman period, with the growth of the metropolis into something more nearly resembling Greek cities, where the landowners mainly lived, the propertied classes generally regarded themselves as Greeks and the peasants as Egyptians. In a letter surviving on papyrus from the 3rd century of the Christian era, the writer does not want his brethren to think of him as a barbarian or an inhuman Egyptian. Marriages between city folk and peasants must have been very uncommon in 18. All parts of the Greek world. Occasionally, no doubt, a peasant girl might be beautiful enough to attract a wealthy city gentleman, but as a rule he would probably be far more likely to make her his mistress or concubine than his wife. There is, however, one delightful story, which I cannot resist telling, of love and marriage between two rich young city men and two lovely Sicilian peasant girls, who became known as the Callipygoi. This is transmitted to us through Athenaeus, from the iambic poems of Cercidas of Megalopolis and Archelos of Chersonesus. The two beautiful daughters of a peasant, disputing which of them was the more Callipygus, went out onto the highway and invited a young man who happened to be passing by to arbitrate between them. Inspecting both, he preferred the elder, with whom he then and there fell in love. His younger brother, when he heard about the girls, went out to see them, and fell in love with the younger. The aged father of the two young men did his best to persuade his sons to make more reputable marriages, but without success, and eventually he accepted the two peasant girls as his daughters-in-law. Having thus risen greatly in the world and become conspicuously rich, the two women built a temple to Aphrodite Callipygos, a cult title which was not only most appropriate to the goddess of love and beauty but also made a charming allusion to the circumstances of the foundation. Marriages of well-bred girls to peasants must also have been exceedingly rare. In Euripides' Electra, the marriage of the Princess Electra to a poor rustic who is not even given a name in the play, he is just an auto-ergos, is regarded even by the man himself as a grave and deliberate slight on the girl, and in his opening speech he alludes with pride to the fact that he has never taken her to his bed and she is still a virgin, tense and neurotic, as we presently discover. 14. The contrast between superior city dweller and unsophisticated countryman could even be projected into the divine sphere. In a collection of fables by Bobrius we hear of a belief that it is the simple-minded among the gods who inhabit the countryside, while those deities who live within the city wall are infallible and have everything under their supervision. In 3.6 below I shall mention briefly the creation by wealthy benefactors in Greek and Roman cities of foundations to provide distributions of money or food on special occasions, often graded according to the position of the recipients in the social hierarchy. The higher a person's social position, the more he was likely to get. Rustics, who in the Greek East would often not be citizens of their polis, would very rarely benefit from such a distribution. Dio Chrysostom can make one of his Euboean peasants adduce the fact that his father had once participated in a distribution of money in the local town as evidence that he was a citizen there. The only inscription I have noticed that mentions country folk benefiting from a distribution instituted by a citizen of a Greek polis is one from Perseus ad Hypium in Bithynia, which speaks of handouts both to all those reckoned as citizens and to those inhabiting the country district. 15 I. 19 To conclude this section, I cannot do better than quote two summaries by A. H. M. Jones of his researches into 1,000 years of Hellenistic and Roman rule in the Greek East. 1. From his first major work, Cities of the Eastern Roman Provinces, deals specifically with Syria, which had previously been only on the fringe of the Greek world but was brought within it by degrees from the time of Alexander's conquests, from 333 BC onwards, but Jones's conclusions are equally, or almost equally, true of the other areas in Western Asia, North Africa, and Southeast Europe which became Hellenist only in Alexander's time or later. Summing up the results of the millennium during which Syria had been ruled by the Macedonian dynasties and by Rome, Jones says, on paper the change in the political aspect of the country is considerable. In the Persian period cities existed only on the seacoast, the desert fringe, and two of the gangways between them through the central mountain barrier. By the Byzantine period practically the whole of Syria was partitioned into city-states, only in a few isolated areas, notably the Jordan Valley and the Oron, did village life remain the rule. In reality, however, the change was superficial. It was achieved partly by assigning vast territories to the old cities of the coast and of the desert fringe, partly by the foundation of a small number of new cities, to each of which was assigned a vast territory. The political life of the inhabitants of the agricultural belt was unaffected, their unit remained the village, and they took no part in the life of the city to which they were attached. Economically they lost by the change. The new cities performed no useful economic function, for the larger villages supplied such manufactured goods as the villagers required, and the trade of the countryside was conducted at village markets. 16 The only effect of the foundation of cities was the creation of a wealthy landlord class which gradually stamped out peasant proprietorship. Culturally, the countryside remained utterly unaffected by the Hellenism of the cities. 17 The peasants continued to speak Syriac down to the Arab conquest. The only function which the cities performed was administrative, they policed and collected the taxes of their territories. And in a note later in the book Jones adds, the indifference of the villagers to the cities is, I think, well illustrated by the tombstones of Syrian emigrants in the West. They always record their village, but name their city, if at all, merely as a geographical determinant. 18 The other passage is from p6 of the preface to Jones's The Greek City from Alexander to Justinian. Summarizing the conclusions in Part V of that book, Jones says that he discusses the contribution of the cities to ancient civilization and argues that great as their achievement was, it was based on too narrow a class foundation to be lasting. On the economic side, the life of the cities involved an unhealthy concentration of wealth in the hands of the urban aristocracy at the expense of the proletariat and the peasants. Their political life was gradually narrowed till it was confined to a small clique of well-to-do families, who finally lost interest in it. The culture which the cities fostered, though geographically spread over a wide area, was limited to the urban upper class. 19. The relevance of Marx for the study of ancient history so complete has been the lack of interest in Marx displayed by nearly all ancient historians in the English-speaking world one that many who begin to read this book 20. may wonder what relevance Marx can possibly have to the history of classical antiquity. I have heard this lack of interest described as a conspiracy of silence, but that would be to dignify it with a conscious element which in practice is absent. The reality is just silence. I know of nothing comparable as yet in the British Isles to the symposium on the program of the American Philological Association in 1973, entitled Marxism and the Classics, or to the issue of the American classical periodical Arethusa, VO 1.8.1, with the same title. 2. One often hears the view expressed that insofar as the ideas of Marx on history have any validity, they have already been absorbed into the Western historiographical tradition. One thinks here of the late George Lichthiem's description of Marxism as the caput mortuum of a gigantic intellectual construction whose living essence has been appropriated by the historical consciousness of the modern world. This is altogether untrue, above all in regard to the modern historiography of the classical world. Now the situation I have described is certainly due in part to a general ignorance of the thought of Marx, and a lack of interest in it, on the part of the vast majority of ancient historians and other classical scholars in the English-speaking world. But I shall suggest later that this ignorance and lack of interest can be attributed partly to mistaken attempts in modern times, on the part of those who call themselves Marxists, to interpret the essentials of Marx's historical thought both in general terms and in particular in relation to classical antiquity. I like to remember that Engels, in a letter written to Conrad Schmidt on August 5, 1890, more than 7 years after Marx's death, recalled that Marx used to say about the French Marxists of the late 1870s, "All I know is that I am not a Marxist." I think he would have felt much the same about soi-disant Marxists, not only French ones, of the 1980s. As the German poet Hans Magnus Enzensberger says, in his moving short poem, Karl Heinrich Marx, I see you betrayed by your disciples. Only your enemies remained what they were. Much modern Marxist writing in languages other than English seems recalcitrant to translation into English. I am inclined to apply to much of this writing some forceful remarks made by Graham Hoff in a review in the Times literary supplement of 2 books on Roland Barthes. Approving a statement by Stephen Heath, that the language evolved by Barthes and his school has no common theoretical context with anything that exists in English, he continues. To transfer it bodily, simply to anglicize the words, which is not differult, produces a wall of opacity that blocks all curiosity at the start. To adapt, to paraphrase, which can also be done and often looks inviting, runs the risk of denaturing the original and reducing disconcerting ideas to acceptable commonplace. 21 So it is, I feel, with much contemporary Marxist work, even in French and Italian, and still more in German and Russian. More and more people in my adult lifetime have become willing to take some account of Marx's analysis of the capitalist world in the 19th and 20th centuries. As I am a historian and not an economist, I shall do no more than mention the revival of serious interest in Marx's economics in Britain on the part of a number of leading economists of our generation, Maurice Dobb, Ronald Meek, Joan Robinson, Piero Sraffa and others. 3. In the foreword to the first edition of her essay on Marxian economics, Joan Robinson remarked that until recently Marx used to be treated in academic circles with contemptuous silence, broken only by an occasional mocking footnote. In the first paragraph of the preface to the second edition, she mentioned that when she was writing the original edition, a quarter of a century earlier, most of her academic colleagues in England thought that to study Marx was a quaint pastime. And in the United States it was disreputable. Matters are rather different now. Within the last few years, sociologists too have rather suddenly become far more willing than they used to be to adopt a Marxist analysis of problems of contemporary society. I may perhaps be allowed to refer to one particularly impressive recent example, a book entitled Immigrant Workers and Class Structure in Western Europe, by Stephen Cassels and Gotula Kozak, published in 1973, the relevance of which for our present study will emerge in 2.3 below. Even so, many people would, I think, agree with the opinion of a leading British sociologist, T.B. Bottomore, that while the Marxian theory seems highly relevant and useful in analyzing social and political conflicts in capitalist societies during a particular period, its utility and relevance elsewhere are much less clear. Those who hold such views may be prepared to concede that a very valuable contribution has been made by certain Marxist historians who have dealt mainly with the 18th and 19th centuries, for example Eric Hobsbawm, George Root and E.P. Thompson, but they may begin to feel that their premise has been somewhat weakened when they take notice of the work of an American Marxist historian, Eugene Genovese, who has produced work of outstanding quality on slavery in the antebellum South, and it is surely strained to breaking point and beyond when they have to take account of Christopher Hill, who has done so much to illuminate the history of the 16th and 17th centuries, and Rodney Hilton, who has dealt with English peasants and peasant movements in the 14th century and earlier, in various articles and in two recent books, Bondmen Made Free and the English Peasantry in the Later Middle Ages. We are already a very long way from 19th century capitalism, and if we go still further back, into the Bronze Age and prehistory in Europe and Western Asia, we can find archaeologists, in particular the late V. Gordon Childe, also acknowledging their debt to Marx. Anthropologists too, at least outside Great Britain, have for some time been prepared to take Marx seriously as a source of inspiration in their own discipline. French economic anthropologists such as Maurice Godelier, Claude Malassou, Emmanuel Terry, Georges Dupré and Pierre-Philippe Ray have operated to a 22 high degree within a Marxist tradition, which they have developed in various ways. 4 Even the structuralists have often acknowledged a debt to Marx. Over 20 years ago Claude Lévi-Strauss himself referred to his endeavors to reintegrate the anthropological knowledge, acquired during the last 50 years into the Marxian tradition, and spoke of the concept of structure which I have borrowed, or so I thought, from Marx and Engels, among others, and to which I attribute a primary role. 5 American anthropologists have also become much more attentive to Marx in recent years. Marvin Harris, for example, in his comprehensive work, The Rise of Anthropological Theory, devotes some serious attention to Marx and Engels as anthropologists, including a chapter of over 30 pages. And then, in 1972, came what I can only describe as a breakthrough in British anthropology. An anthropologist of the very first rank, Sir Raymond Firth, delivering the inaugural lecture of a new British Academy series in honour of Radcliffe Brown, gave it a significant title, not merely The Sceptical Anthropologist, but also Social Anthropology and Marxist Views on Society. 6 I should like to quote part of the last paragraph of this lecture, because it urges social anthropologists to interest themselves in particular aspects of human societies which I think historians of classical antiquity should also be studying, and which, like the social anthropologists to whom Firth is addressing himself, most of them are not studying. Firth says, what Marx's theories offer to social anthropology is a set of hypotheses about social relations and especially about social change. Marx's insights, about the basic significance of economic factors, especially production relations, their relation to structures of power, the formation of classes and the opposition of their interests, the socially relative character of ideologies, the conditioning force of a system upon individual members of it, embody propositions which must be taken for critical scrutiny into the body of our science. The theories of Marx should be put on a par with, say, those of Durkheim or Max Weber. Because they imply radical change, they are more threatening. That last word is particularly significant. Now Firth, I am sure, would not describe himself as a Marxist. Shortly before the paragraph I have quoted, he expresses the opinion that much of Marx's theory in its literal FQRM is outmoded. The examples he gives in support of this claim do not seem to me well formulated or cogent. But what I am primarily concerned to do at the moment is to make a plea for the relevance of Marx's general historical methodology to the study of ancient history. If it can make major contributions to history between the early Middle Ages and the 20th century, and even in archaeology and anthropology, then there is good reason to expect that it may be able to shed light upon classical antiquity. Apart from one negligible book which I shall mention later, I know of no single work in English which consistently attempts either to analyze Greek history, or, for that matter, Roman history, in terms of Marxist historical concepts, or to expound those concepts themselves and explain why they are relevant for the purpose of such an analysis. In fact, both these tasks need to be accomplished together at least once, within one pair of 23 covers, if the new start that I am advocating is to be made successfully. As I have said, most English-speaking ancient historians ignore Marx completely. If they do mention him, or Marxist historical writing, it is usually with ignorant contempt. An exception is a recent well-chosen selection of source material in translation for Greek economic and social history in the Archaic and Classical periods, first published in French by Michel M. Austin and Pierre Vidal-Naquet under the title of Économies et Sociétés en Grèce ancienne, and then, with some improvements, in English, as Economic and Social History of Ancient Greece, an introduction. The introduction devotes several pages to the notion of class struggles. Now, as I shall explain, I disagree profoundly with the way these scholars have applied the Marxist concept of class conflict to the Greek world, but at least they are operating with categories that have become thoroughly associated with the Marxist tradition in historiography and are very often repudiated altogether or allowed only a very limited role by non-Marxists. In languages other than English the situation is much better, although, as I indicated near the beginning of this section, many of the Marxist works on ancient history published on the continent are as foreign to the English reader in their intellectual and literary idiom as in their actual language. They tend to take for granted a whole range of concepts to which most people in the English-speaking world are not accustomed and which they find largely unintelligible. 7. The word jargon is often used in this context, if not always by those who have earned the right to use it by refraining from a different jargon of their own. At this point I must write briefly about Marx himself as a classical scholar. He received, in school and university, at Trier, Bonn, and Berlin, the thorough classical education which was given to most young middle-class Germans in the 1830s. At the universities of Bonn and Berlin he studied law and philosophy, and between 1839 and 1841, among various other activities, he wrote, as his doctoral thesis, a comparison of the philosophies of Democritus and Epicurus. This work, completed in 1840-41, before Marx was 23, was not published in full even in German until 1927, when it appeared in Mega I.L. 1-144. It has not been republished in MUI. An English translation has recently been published in MECWI, the first volume of the New English edition of the Marx Engels Collected Works 25-107. Cyril Bailey, reviewing the original publication in the Classical Quarterly 22-205-6, was greatly impressed with its scholarship and its originality. He found it of real interest to a modern student of Epicureanism and ended by saying that such a student would find in it some illuminating ideas. The thesis looks forward to a larger work in which Marx planned to present in detail the cycle of Epicurean, Stoic, and Sceptic philosophy in their relation to the whole of Greek speculation. It is worth noticing. 24. That the foreword to the thesis ends by quoting the defiant reply of Prometheus to Hermes, in Aeschylus Prometheus bound, "Be sure of this, I would not exchange my state of misfortune for your servitude," and adding that Prometheus is the most eminent saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar. During this period Marx read extensively in classical authors, in particular Aristotle, of whom throughout his life he always spoke in terms of respect and admiration which he employs for no other thinker, except perhaps Hegel. As early as 1839 we find him describing Aristotle as the acme of ancient philosophy, and in volume I of Capital he refers to the brilliance of Aristotle's genius and calls him a giant thinker and the greatest thinker of antiquity, as of course he was. Later, Marx returned again and again to read classical authors. On March 8, 1855 we find him saying in a letter to Engels, "A little time ago I went through Roman history again up to the Augustan era." On February 27, 1861 he writes again to Engels, "As a relaxation in the evenings I have been reading Appian on the Roman civil wars, in the original Greek," and some weeks later, on May 29, 1861, he tells La Salle that in order to dispel the serious ill humor arising from what he describes, in a mixture of German and English, as Maine in every respect unsettled situation, he is reading Thucydides, and he adds these ancient writers at least remain ever new. Scattered through the writings of Marx are a remarkable number of allusions to Greek and Roman history, literature, and philosophy. He made a careful study of Roman Republican history in particular, partly from the sources and partly with the aid of the works of Niebuhr, Mommsen, Duro de Lamal and others. I have not been able to discover any systematic study of Greek history by Marx after his student days, or of the history of the Greco-Roman world under the Principate or the later Roman Empire, but he frequently quotes Greek authors, as well as Latin authors, in all sorts of contexts: Aeschylus, Appian, Aristotle, Athenaeus, Democritus, Diodorus, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Epicurus, Herodotus, Hesiod, Homer, Isocrates, Lucian, Pindar, Plutarch, Sextus Empiricus, Sophocles, Strabo, Thucydides, Xenophon and others. He could also make use of that charming little poem by Antipater of Thessalonica, in the Greek Anthology, which is one of the earliest pieces of evidence for the existence of the water-mill. After his doctoral dissertation Marx never had occasion to write at length about the ancient world, but again and again he will make some penetrating remark that brings out something of value. For example, in a letter to Engels of 25 September 1857 he makes some interesting and perfectly correct observations, for example, that the first appearance of an extensive system of 25 hired labor in antiquity is in the military sphere, the employment of mercenaries, and that among the Romans the peculium castrans was the first legal form in which the right of property was recognized in members of a family other than the paterfamilias. In a footnote in the Grundrisse, written at about the same time as the letter from which I have just quoted, Marx has some acute observations on pay in the Roman army, which need to be put beside the remark in the letter. Among the Romans, the army constituted a mass, but already divorced from the whole people, which was disciplined to labor, whose surplus time also belonged to the state, who sold their entire labor time for pay to the state, exchanged their entire labor capacity for a wage necessary for the maintenance of their life, just as does the worker with the capitalist. This holds for the period when the Roman army was no longer a citizen's army but a mercenary army. This is here likewise a free sale of labor on the part of the soldier. But the state does not buy it with the production of values as aim. And thus, although the wage form may seem to occur originally in annies, this pay system is nevertheless essentially different from wage labor. There is some similarity in the fact that the state uses up the army in order to gain an increase in power and wealth. It came naturally to Marx to illustrate what he was saying with some classical simile, as when he wrote that the trading peoples of antiquity were like the gods of Epicurus, in the spaces between the worlds, or when he spoke scornfully of Andrew Ure, author of the Philosophy of Manufactures, as this Pindar of the manufacturers. I have heard quoted against Marx his remark that Spartacus was the most splendid fellow in the whole of ancient history. Great general, noble character, real representative of the ancient proletariat. So let me mention here that the statement was made not in a work intended for publication but in a private letter to Engels, of February 27, 1861, in which, incidentally, he also described Pompey as reiner Skyskirl. A recent book by the professor of German at Oxford University, S.S. Prower, Karl Marx, and World Literature, has shown in detail how extraordinarily wide Marx's reading was, not only in German, French, English, Latin, and Greek, but also in Italian, Spanish and Russian. I shall have something to say in 2.3 below on Marx's intellectual development in the 1840s. I may add that Engels too was very well read and received a classical education. A school-leaving report testifying to his knowledge of Latin and Greek survives, as does a poem he wrote in Greek at the age of 16. 8 *************. However, it is not so much as the student of a particular epoch that I wish to regard Marx now, but rather as a historical sociologist, one who proposed an analysis of the structure of human society, in its successive stages, which shed some illumination upon each of those stages, the Greek world just as much as the 19th and 20th centuries. Let me first mention and dismiss 2 or 3 common misconceptions. It is 26. Easy to discredit Marx's analysis of society by presenting it in a distorted form, as it is so often presented both by those who wrongly suppose themselves to be employing it and by those who are in principle hostile to it. In particular, the thought of Marx is said to involve both materialism and economic determinism. Now, the historical method employed by Marx was never given a name by him, but from Engels onwards it has been generally known as historical materialism. It is certainly materialist, in the technical sense of being methodologically the opposite of Hegel's idealism. We all know Marx's famous remark that Hegel's dialectic was standing on its head and needs to be turned right side up again if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. But materialism does not, and must not, in any way exclude an understanding of the role of ideas, which can often become autonomous and acquire a life of their own, and themselves react vigorously upon the society that produced them. The role of Marxism itself in the 20th century is a conspicuous example of this. As for the so-called economic determinism of Marx, the label must be altogether rejected. We can begin with his alleged overemphasis on the economic side of the historical process, which has even led to the application to his historical methodology quite absurdly of the terms reductionist and monistic. In fact, the dialectical process which Marx envisaged allowed to other factors than the purely economic, whether social, political, legal, philosophic, or religious, almost as much weight as very many non-Marxist historians would give to them. The alleged economism of Marx is no more than the belief that out of all the elements which are operative in the historical process, it is the relations of production, namely the social relations into which men enter in the course of the productive process, which are the most important factors in human life, and which tend, in the long run, to determine the other factors, although of course these other factors, even purely ideological ones, can sometimes exert a powerful influence in their turn upon all social relations. In 5 of the letters he wrote between 1890 and 1894, Engels, while admitting that he and Marx had been partly to blame for an unavoidable overemphasis on the economic aspect of history, stressed that they had never intended to belittle the interdependent role of political, religious, and other ideological factors, even while considering the economic as primary. 9. In an obiter dictum in one of his earliest works, The Contribution to a Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law, Marx declared that although material force can be overcome only by material force, yet theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. And Mao Zedong, in a famous essay on contradiction, insisted that in certain conditions theory and the ideological superstructure of a society can manifest themselves in the principal and decisive role. 10. It is true that Marx himself occasionally writes as if men were governed by historical necessities beyond their control, as when he speaks of the natural laws of capitalist production as self-assertive tendencies working with iron necessity. Such expressions are rare. They probably derive from a conception of historical events in which a high degree of probability has been momentarily taken as certainty. In fact, there is nothing in the least deterministic in the proper sense in Marx's view of history, and in particular the role of no single individual is determined by his class position, even if one can often make very confident predictions about the behavior of the collective members of a given class. To give just two examples, if you have an income of more than, say, £20,000 a year, the statistical probability that you will normally hold right-wing views, and in Britain vote Conservative, is very high indeed, and if you do not belong to the lowest social class you will have a far better chance of achieving individual sainthood in the Roman Church. A sociological analysis in the early 1950s showed that of 2,489 known Roman Catholic saints, only 5% came from the lower classes who have constituted over 80% of Western populations. 11. I believe that some light may be shed on the last question we have been considering by a comparison between Marx and the greatest historian of antiquity, Thucydides, probably the writer who, with the single exception of Marx, has done most to advance my own understanding of history. Thucydides often refers to something he calls human nature, by which he really means patterns of behavior he believed he could identify in human conduct, partly in the behavior of individual men but much more emphatically in that of human groups, men acting as organized states, whose behavior can indeed be predicted far more confidently than that of most individual men. The better you understand these patterns of behavior, Thucydides believed, the more effectively you can predict how men are likely to behave in the immediate future, although never with complete confidence, because always you must allow for the unforeseeable, the incalculable, and for sheer chance. Thucydides was anything but a determinist, although he often speaks of men as being compelled to act in a particular way when he describes them as choosing the least disagreeable among alternatives, none of which they would have adopted had their choice been entirely free. This common feature of the human predicament, I believe, is just what Marx had in mind when he said, in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. In every situation in which one is making a judgment there are some factors which cannot be changed and others which can only be partly modified, and the better one understands the situation the less forced and unfree one's judgment becomes. In this sense, freedom is the understanding of necessity. Thucydides, by enabling his readers to recognize and understand some of the basic recurring features in the behavior of human groups in the political and international field, believed, surely with reason, that his history would be forever useful to mankind. Similarly, what Marx wished to do was to identify the internal 28 structural features of each individual human society, and reveal its laws of motion. If I's analysis is largely right, as I believe it is, then, by revealing the underlying necessity, it increases human freedom to operate within its constraint, and has greatly facilitated what Engels called the ascent of man from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. In the third volume of Capital there is a point at which Marx suddenly and quite unexpectedly bursts out into one of those emotional passages full of hope and splendor, an apt phrase of Hobsbawm's, which look beyond the harsh realities of the present towards a future in which mankind is largely set free from the soul-destroying compulsion which still obliges the greater part of humanity to spend most of their time producing the material necessities of life. This passage, one of many in Capital that reveal the essential humanity of Marx's outlook, must seem less purely visionary and utopian, in our age of increasing automation, than it may have appeared to those who first read it in the 1890s. It occurs in Part 7 of Capital 3, in a chapter entitled The Trinity Formula, from which I also quote elsewhere. The realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is detained by necessity and mundane consideration ceases, thus in the very nature of things it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but, at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its base. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. Marx and Engels were certainly not among those who not merely speak loosely but actually think seriously of history as a kind of independent force. In a splendid passage in his earliest joint work with Marx, The Holy Family, Engels could say, "History does nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real, living man who does all that, who possesses and fights. History is not, as it were, a person apart, using man as a means to achieve its own aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims." Except in so far as the concepts of class and class struggle are involved, I do not propose in this book to undertake any comprehensive discussion of Marx's general historical methodology, 12, which of course involves much more than class analysis, although that to my mind is central and its rejection entails the dismissal of most of Marx's system of ideas. Nor do I intend to say anything. 29 about such controversies as those concerning basis and superstructure, 13 or the so-called modes of production referred to by Marx, in particular in the German ideology, in Wage Labor and Capital, in the section on pre-capitalist economic formations in the Grundrisse, 14 and in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. Above all, I can legitimately avoid any discussion of the desirability of recognizing an Asiatic mode of production, a notion which seems to me best forgotten. 15 When speaking of various parts of Asia at times before they had been taken over by the Greeks, I believe that it is best to employ such expressions as pre-classical modes of production, in a strictly chronological sense. It is not my purpose in this book to defend Marx's analysis of capitalist society or his prophecy of its approaching end, but I have so often heard it said that he did not allow for the growth of a managerial and white-collar middle class 16 that I will end this final section of my introduction with a reference to two passages in his theories of surplus value which rebut this criticism, and are by no means irrelevant to the main subject of this book, because they serve to illustrate a feature of the modern world to which there was no real parallel in antiquity. Criticizing Malthus, Marx says that his supreme hope, which he himself describes as en-lore or less utopian, is that the mass of the middle class should grow and that the proletariat should constitute a constantly declining proportion of the total population, and he adds, this in fact is the course taken by bourgeois society. And criticizing Ricardo, Marx complains that what he forgets to emphasize is the constantly growing number of the middle classes, those who stand between the workman on the one hand and the capitalist and landlord on the other. The middle classes are a burden weighing heavily on the working base, and they increase the social security and power of the upper 10,000. These passages may remind us of the fact that in the Greek and Roman world there was no proper parallel to our own white-collar, salaried, managerial class, except in the Roman Principate and later Empire, when three developments took place. First, a proper standing army was established in the early Principate, with regular benefits on discharge as well as fixed pay, found by the state. Those who became what we should call regular officers, especially the senior centurions, might become men of rank and privilege. Secondly, an imperial civil service grew up gradually, consisting partly of the emperor's own slaves and freedmen and partly of free men who, at all levels, served for pay. This civil service eventually achieved considerable dimensions, although many of its members were technically soldiers seconded for this duty. The third group of functionaries consisted of the Christian clergy, whose upkeep was provided partly by the state and partly by the endowments and contributions of the faithful. I shall have more to say about all these three groups later. Exactly like the middle classes referred to by Marx, they were certainly a burden weighing heavily on the working base, and as faithful bastions of the established order they too, except in so far as sections of 30. The army were drawn into civil wars in support of rival emperors, increased the social security and power of the upper 10,000. To conclude this section, I wish to emphasize that I make no claim to be producing the Marxist interpretation of Greek history, it is a would-be Marxist interpretation. After reading by far the greater part of Marx's published work, I myself believe that there is nothing in this book which Marx himself would not have been willing to accept. But of course there will be other Marxists who will disagree at various points with my basic theoretical position or with the interpretations I have offered of specific events, institutions, and ideas, and I hope that any errors or weaknesses in this book will not be taken as directly due to the approach I have adopted, unless that can be shown to be the case. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. The nature of class society. The concept of class has never remained a harmless concept for very long. Particularly when applied to human beings and their social conditions, it has invariably displayed a peculiar explosiveness. Those are the first two sentences of a book, Class and Class Conflict in Industrial Society, by Ralph Dahrendorf, a leading German sociologist who in 1974 became director of the London School of Economics and Political Science. And Dahrendorf goes on to quote with approval the statement by two prominent American sociologists, Lipset and Bendix, that discussions of different theories of class are often academic substitutes for a real conflict over political orientations. I fully accept that. It seems to me hardly possible for anyone today to discuss problems of class, and above all class struggle, in any society, modern or ancient, in what some people would call an impartial or unbiased manner. I make no claim to impartiality or lack of bias, let alone Wertfreiheit, freedom from value judgments. The criteria involved are in reality much more subjective than is commonly admitted. In this field, one man's impartiality is another man's bias, and it is often impossible to find an objective test to resolve their disagreement. Yet, as Eugene Genovese has put it, the inevitability of ideological bias does not free us from the responsibility to struggle for maximum objectivity. The criteria that I hope will be applied to this book are two. First, its objectivity and truthfulness in regard to historical events and processes, and secondly, the fruitfulness of the analysis it produces. For historical events and processes I should almost be willing to substitute historical facts. I do not shrink from that unpopular expression, any more than Arthur Darby Knock did when he wrote, "A fact is a holy thing, and its life should never be laid down on the altar of a generalization." Nor do I propose to dispense with what is called, sometimes with a slight sneer, by social and economic historians, narrative history. To quote a recent statement in defense of narrative history by the present Camden Professor of Ancient History at Oxford, I do not see how we can determine how institutions worked, or what effect beliefs or social structures had on men's conduct, unless we study their actions in concrete situations. The most fundamental instinct that leads us to seek historical knowledge is surely the desire to find out what actually happened in the past, and especially to discover what we can about events that had the widest effect on the fortunes of mankind. We then naturally go on to inquire why they occurred. Can we actually identify classes in Greek society such as I shall describe? Did 32. The Greeks themselves recognize their existence. And is it profitable to conduct an investigation along these lines? Is our understanding of the historical process, and of our own society, illuminated and strengthened by thinking in terms of classes and of a class struggle in the Greek world? When I find Levi Strauss saying, "I am not a sociologist, and my interest in our own society is only a secondary one," I want to reply, "I am a historian who tries also to be a sociologist, and my interest in our own society is a primary one." I am not going to pretend that class is an entity existing objectively in its own right, like a Platonic form, the nature of which we merely have to discover. The word has been used by historians and sociologists in all sorts of different senses, but I believe that the way in which Marx chose to use it is the most fruitful, For our own society and for all earlier ones above the primitive level, including Greek and Roman society. Now Marx never, unfortunately, gave a definition of the term class, and it is true that he uses it rather differently on different occasions, above all when he is speaking of actual historical circumstances, in which the nature of the particular classes involved could differ considerably. Point 2 Even when, at the very end of the unfinished third volume of Capital, pages 885-6,3 he was about to answer his own question, what constitutes a class, he only had time to say that the reply to this question follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the three great social classes? As indeed they did, at the period of which and during which he was writing. He did not live to write down his answer to even that prior question, which would have produced a definition of the classes of 19th century capitalist society rather than of class in general, and whether he would then have gone on to give an explicit general definition of class, we cannot tell. But after collecting scores if not hundreds of passages in which Marx operates with the concept of class, I have little doubt what essential form it took in his mind. Class as a general concept is essentially a relationship, and class in Marx's sense must be understood in close connection with his fundamental concept of the relations of production, the social relations into which men enter in the process of production, which find legal expression to a large degree either as property relations or as labor relations. When the conditions of production, such as they are at any given time, are controlled by a particular group, then we have a class society, the classes being defined in terms of their relationship to the means and the labor of production and to each other. Some of the most important means of production in the modern world, not only factories, but also banks and finance houses, even railways and aircraft, were of course absent in classical antiquity, and so, to a great extent, was that wage labor which is an essential element, indeed the essential element, in the relations of production characteristic of a capitalist economy. In the ancient Greek world the principal means of production was land, and the principal form in which labor was directly exploited was unfree labor, that of chattel slaves above all, but debt bondage was far more widespread than many historians have realized, and in the Roman Empire agricultural labor came to be exploited and more through forms of tenancy, which in the late 3rd century were converted into legal serfdom. In antiquity, therefore, wealth may be said to have consisted above all in the ownership of land, and in the control of unfree labor, and it was these assets above all which enabled the propertied class to exploit the rest of the population. That is to say, to appropriate a surplus out of their labor. At this point I must introduce an important and difficult subject which needs careful treatment and can easily lead to serious confusion, and which I intend to deal with properly in chapter 4 below. I refer to the fact that a large part of production in antiquity was always carried on, until the later Roman Empire, by small free producers, mainly peasants, but also artisans and traders. In so far as these numerous individuals neither exploited the labor of others to any appreciable extent nor were themselves exploited to any marked degree, but lived not far above subsistence level, producing little surplus beyond what they themselves consumed, they formed a kind of intermediate class between exploiters and exploited. In practice, however, they were only too likely to be exploited. As I shall explain in chapter 4, this exploitation could be not only direct and individual but also indirect and collective, effected by taxation, military conscription, or forced services exacted by the state or the municipalities. It is very hard to assess the condition of these small free producers accurately. The vast majority were what I shall call peasants, a term covering a wide variety of conditions, which nevertheless can be convenient to use, especially where we are in doubt about the precise situation of the people concerned. In chapter 4 I shall try to show the wide variety of institutions involved, and how the fortunes of so many groups might fluctuate very considerably according to their political and legal as well as their economic position. Other categories than those of class, in the sense in which I am using that concept, have of course been proposed for the analysis, or at least the description, of Greek society. I shall consider some of them in section V of this chapter. Historians, who are usually dealing with a single society, rarely trouble themselves with any reflections about their choice of categories. They are seldom aware of any problem in this respect. Often it does not even occur to them that there is any need to go beyond the concepts employed by the members of the society they are studying. Indeed, a practicing historian in the British and American empirical tradition may well say to us, why on earth should we waste time on all this theoretical stuff about class structure and social relations and historical method? Why can't we just go on doing history in the good old way, without bothering about the concepts and categories we employ? That might even involve us in the 34. Philosophy of history, which is something we prefer to abandon with disdain to philosophers and sociologists, as mere ideology. The reply to this, of course, is that it is a serious error to suppose that unconsciousness of ideology, or even a complete lack of interest in it, is the same thing as absence of ideology. In reality, each of us has an ideological approach to history, resulting in a particular historical methodology and set of general concepts, whether conscious or unconscious. To refuse, as so many do, to define or even to think about the basic concepts we employ simply results in our taking over without scrutiny, lock, stock and barrel, the prevailing ideology in which we happen to have been brought up, and making much the same kind of selection from the evidence that our predecessors have been making, and for the same reasons. Nevertheless, there are very great virtues in the traditional approach of the historian, the essence of which, the insistence on recognizing the specificity of the historical situation in any given period, must not be abandoned, or even compromised, when it is combined with a sociological approach. Indeed, anyone who is not capable of the great effort needed to combine the two approaches ought to prefer the strictly historical one, for even mediocre work produced by the purely fact-grubbing historian may at least, if his facts are accurate and fairly presented, be of use to others capable of a higher degree of synthesis, whereas the would-be sociologist, having insufficient knowledge of the specific historical evidence for a particular period of history, is unlikely in the extreme to say anything about it that will be of use to anyone else. The study of ancient history in Britain has long been characterized by an attitude to detailed empirical investigation which in itself is most admirable. In a recent reassessment of Rostovtsev's great social and economic history of the Roman Empire, Glenn Bowersock of Harvard University has spoken of a general raising of eyebrows in Oxford when Rostovtsev, who had come there in 1918 as an exile from his native Russia, announced that he would lecture on no less a subject than the social and economic history of Eastern and Western Hellenism, the Roman Republic, and the Roman Empire. He adds, together with the immodest grandeur of Rostovtsev's topic went, perhaps inevitably, an occasional cloudiness of thought, and he records Rostovtsev's own remark in the preface to his book, evidently the English mind, in this respect unlike the Slavonic, dislikes a lack of precision in thought or expression. 5. Now here we come right up against a problem which faces every historian, how to reconcile full and scrupulous attention to all forms of evidence for his chosen subject and a study of the modern literature relating to it with a grasp of general historical methodology and sociological theory sufficient to enable him to make the most of what he learns. Few if any of us strike exactly the right balance between these very different desiderata. It has been said that the sociologist comes to know less and less about more and more, the historian more and more about less and less. Most of us fall too decisively into one or other of these categories. We are like Plutarch's truly pious man, who has to negotiate a difficult course between the precipice of godlessness and the marsh of superstition, or Bunyan's Christian in the valley of the shadow of death, treading a narrow path between, on the right. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. 35 Hand, a very deep ditch, into which the blind have led the blind in all ages, and have both there miserably perished, and on the left, a very dangerous quag, into which, if even a good man falls, he can find no bottom for his foot to stand on. I feel much happier, in dealing with the history of the ancient Greek world, if I can legitimately make use of categories of social analysis which are not only precise, in the sense that I can define them, but also general, in the sense that they can be applied to the analysis of other human societies. Class, in my sense, is eminently such a category. Nevertheless, I realize that it is a healthy instinct on the part of historians in the empirical tradition to feel the need at least to begin from the categories and even the terminology in use within the society they are studying, provided, of course, they do not remain imprisoned therein. In our case, if the Greeks did not have a word for something we want to talk about, it may be a salutary warning to us that the phenomena we are looking for may not have existed in Greek times, or at any rate not in the same form as today. And so, in section 4 of this chapter, I propose to begin from the categories employed by the ancient Greeks themselves, at the time of their greatest self-awareness, to describe their own society. It will immediately become obvious that there is a striking similarity between those categories and some of the features of Marx's class analysis. This is particularly clear in Aristotle's Politics. Let us now get down to fundamentals. I begin with 5 propositions. First, man is a social animal, and not only that, but, as Marx says in the Grundrisse, an animal which can develop into an individual only in society. Secondly, the prime task of man in society is to organize production, in the broadest sense, including both the acquisition from outside his society, by trade or forcible appropriation, of such necessary or desirable things as the society needs but cannot produce, or cannot profitably produce, within itself, and the distribution of what is produced. I shall use the term production in this convenient, extended sense, as Marx commonly does. 6. It should hardly be necessary to add that production, in the very broad sense in which I am using the word, of course includes reproduction, the bearing and rearing to maturity of offspring. Thirdly, in the very act of living in society and organizing production, man necessarily enters into a particular system of social and economic relations, which Marx referred to as the relations of production or the social relations of production. 7. Fourthly, in a civilized society such as that of the ancient Greeks or ourselves, the producers of actual necessities must produce a surplus beyond what 36. They actually consume themselves. And fifthly, the extraction and perpetuation of such a surplus has led in practice to exploitation, in particular of the primary agricultural producers. This exploitation, with which the whole concept of class is associated, is the very kernel of what I refer to as the class struggle. I should perhaps add, for the benefit of those who are accustomed to structuralist terminology, that I have not found it useful or possible to draw the distinction employed by Levi Strauss and his school between social relations and social structure. I shall sometimes speak of a set of social relations as a social structure, or social formation. I am of course thinking throughout in terms of the civilized societies of the last few thousand years, which, having developed technologically far beyond the level of primitive man, have aimed at providing themselves with a sufficient and stable supply of the necessities and luxuries of civilized life, and consequently have had to devote a very considerable volume of effort to ensuring that supply. Some anthropologists have argued that by reducing their wants to a minimum, primitives existing in a favorable environment may be thought happier than men in at just the earlier stages of civilization, and may even enjoy a good deal of leisure, but for my purposes primitive society is irrelevant, since its structure is totally different from that of Greco-Roman antiquity, and any exploitation which may exist at the primitive stage takes place in quite different ways. Moreover, primitive society has not proved able to survive contact with developed modern economies. To put it in the crudest possible way, with Hilaire Belloc, whatever happens we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not. Now in a primitive food gathering and hunting tribe the mere day-to-day provision of food and other immediate necessities and of defense against wild beasts and other tribes and so on may be virtually a whole-time job for all adult members of the tribe, at least in the sense that in practice they do not extend their economic activities much further. 9. In a civilized community, however, It is not possible for everyone to spend all his time on these basic activities. There must be at least some members of the community who have enough leisure, in the technical sense of being released from directly producing the material necessities of life, for governing and organizing and administering a complex society, for defending it against outsiders, with whatever weapons may be needed, for educating the next generation and training them in all the necessary skills, over a period of perhaps 10 to 20 years, for the arts and sciences, and for the many other requirements of civilized life. Such people must be at least partly freed from the cruder tasks, so that they may fulfill their specialized functions. And this means that they will have to be maintained by the rest of the community, or some part of it, in return for the services they provide. The producers will now 2. Class exploitation and class struggle 37 have to produce more than what they themselves consume, in other words, a surplus. 10. And the appearance of a surplus makes possible, which does not mean necessary structural transformations in a society. In view of the controversy which has been going on for years among economic anthropologists about the whole notion of a surplus, I feel it is necessary to make two observations on that concept. First, I use the term in a strictly relative sense and with an internal application, to mean that part of the product of an individual man's labor of which he does not directly enjoy the fruit himself, and the immediate benefits of which are reserved for others. I would distinguish an external application of the term surplus, namely the way in which the notion is employed by anthropologists such as Pearson, to mean something set aside by the society as a whole, or by those who make its decisions, as surplus to its needs, and made available for some specific purpose, feasts, war, exchange with other societies, and so forth. 11. Secondly, I agree with Godlier that there is no necessary connection between the existence of a surplus and the exploitation of man by man. There may at first be exchange considered profitable by both sides, with certain persons taking upon themselves services genuinely performed on behalf of the whole commune. 12. Its defense against attack from outside, for example. 13. The precise point in history at which exploitation should be conceived as beginning is very difficult to decide, and I have not made up my own mind. The question is not important for my present purposes, because exploitation began long before the period with which I am concerned in this book. Perhaps we could say that exploitation begins when the primary producer is obliged to yield up a surplus under the influence of compulsion, at any rate at the stage when he no longer receives a real equivalent in exchange, although this may make it very difficult to decide the point at which exploitation begins, since it is hard to quantify, for example, military protection against agricultural produce. A much more sophisticated definition of exploitation has been offered by Dupré and Ray on the basis of their anthropological fieldwork in West Africa. Exploitation exists when the use of the surplus product by a group which has not contributed the corresponding surplus of labor produces the conditions of a new extortion of surplus labor from the producers. Although even a good and fully socialist society must singe for surplus labor by some, to support the very young, the aged and the infirm, and to provide all kinds of services for the community, it would necessarily do so in such a way that no individual or group of individuals had a right to appropriate the fruits of that surplus labor in virtue of any special control over the process of production through property rights, or indeed except at the direction of the community as a whole or its organs of government. In every civilized society there has been a basic problem of production, how to extract a sufficient surplus from the primary producers, who are not likely to relish their position at the base of the social pyramid and will have to be subjected to a judicious mixture of persuasion and coercion, the more so if they have come to see the favored few as exploiters and oppressors. Now men's capacity to win for themselves the freedom to live the 38th life they want to live has always been severely limited, until very recently, by inadequate development of the productive forces at their disposal. All emancipation carried through hitherto has been based on restricted productive forces. The production which these productive forces could provide was insufficient for the whole of society and made development possible only if some persons satisfied their needs at the expense of others, and therefore some, the minority, obtained the monopoly of development, while others, the majority, owing to the constant struggle to satisfy their most essential needs, were for the time being excluded from any development. If I were asked to name the fundamental features of ancient Greek society which most distinguish it from the contemporary world, I would single out two things, closely connected, which I shall describe in succession. The first, within the field of what Marx called the forces of production, is a technological distinction. The advanced countries of the modern world have immense productive power. But go back to the ancient world, and you go down and down the technological ladder, so to speak. The Greek world, compared with the modern one, was very undeveloped technologically, and therefore infinitely less productive. 14 great advances in technology occurred long before the Industrial Revolution, in the Middle Ages and even the Dark Ages. These advances were far more important than most people realize, not only in the most essential sphere of all, that of sources of energy or prime movers, but in all sorts of other ways. To take only one example, I wonder how many people who have not only read Greek and Latin literature but have looked at Greek vase paintings and at the reliefs on Greek and Roman monuments have noticed the absence from antiquity of the wheelbarrow, which at least doubles a man's carrying capacity, but only appears in Europe in the 13th century. 15. As for sources of energy, I will say only that animal power, in the form of the tractive effort of the horse and ox, was nothing like fully realized in classical antiquity, in particular because of the extreme inefficiency of the ancient horse harness. 16. And that only in the Middle Ages do we find the widespread utilization of two important forms of energy which were very little used in antiquity, wind and water. Wind, of course, was used for the propulsion of merchant GPS, though not very efficiently and without the sternpost rudder. 17. But the windmill was not known in Europe before the early 12th century. The watermill was actually invented not later than the last century BC, the earliest known mention is by the Greek geographer Strabo, in a reference to Pontus, on the south shore of the Black Sea, in the 60s BC. But the most fascinating piece of evidence is the delightful poem in the Greek anthology, by Antipater of Thessalonica, to which I referred in I.4 above as being known to Marx. The poet innocently assures the slave mill girls that now they have the water nymphs to work for them they can sleep late and take their ease. There is a little evidence, both literary and archaeological, for the use of the watermill in the Greco-Roman world, but it was rare before the 4th and 5th centuries, and its full use comes a good deal later. Marx realized that the Roman Empire had handed down the elementary form of all machinery in the two-class exploitation and class struggle 39 water wheel. That is the essential background to my second basic distinction between the ancient and the modern world, which is intimately connected with the first and indeed largely grew out of it. In the ancient world, as we have seen, the producers, as I am calling them, produced a very much smaller surplus than is necessary to sustain a modern advanced society. This remains vitally important, even if we allow for the fact that the average Greek had a far more restricted range of wants and demanded a much lower standard of living than the modern Englishman, so that the volume of production per head could be well below what it has to be today. But even if we make allowance for this, the disparity is still very striking. As I have shown, the ancient world was enormously less productive than the modern world. Therefore, unless almost everyone was to have to work practically all the time, and have virtually no leisure, some means had to be found of extracting the largest possible surplus out of at any rate a considerable number of those at the lowest levels of society. And this is where we come face to face with the second of my two fundamental distinctions between the ancient and the modern world, one that occurs this time in the field of what Marx called the relations of production. The propertied classes in the Greek and Roman world derived their surplus, which freed them from the necessity of taking part in the process of production, nor from wage labor, as in capitalist society, but mainly from unfree labor of various kinds. The ancient world knew other forms of unfree labor than strict slavery, in particular what I shall call serfdom and debt bondage. But in general slavery was the most important form of unfree labor at the highest periods of Greek and Roman civilization, and the Greeks and Romans themselves always tended to employ the vocabulary of actual slavery when referring to other forms of unfree labor. I have indicated that it is above LL in relation to its function of extracting the maximum surplus out of those primary producers who were at the lowest levels of ancient society that I propose to consider slavery and other forms of unfree labor in this book. In treating slavery in this manner, I am looking at it in very much the way that both masters and slaves have commonly regarded it. Perhaps I may cite here the opening of the third chapter of one of the best-known books on North American slavery, Kenneth Stamp's The Peculiar Institution. Slaves apparently thought of the South's peculiar institution chiefly as a system of labor extortion. Of course they felt its impact in other ways, in their social status, their legal status, and their private lives, but they felt it most acutely in the lack of control over their own time and labor. If discontented with bondage, they could be expected to direct their protests principally against the master's claim to their work. The feature of slavery which made it appropriate and indeed essential and irreplaceable in the economic conditions of classical antiquity was precisely that the labor it provided was forced. The slave, by definition, is a man without rights and therefore unable to protect himself against being compelled to yield up a very large part of what he produces. Dio. 40. Chrysostom, in the early 2nd century of the Christian era, reports an imaginary discussion about slavery in which there was general agreement about the basic definition of the slave's condition, that someone else owns him as master, like any other item of property or cattle, so as to be able to make use of him at his pleasure. I suggest that the most profitable way of approaching the problem of unfree labor is to think of it in precisely the way in which one have introduced it, in terms of the extraction of the largest possible surplus from the primary producers. One think that in antiquity slavery probably did provide the best possible answer, from the purely economic point of view, having regard to the low level of productivity, and also to the fact that free, hired labor was scarce, largely confined to unskilled or seasonal work, and not at all mobile, whereas slaves were available in large numbers and at prices the lowness of which is astonishing, in comparison with what is known of slave prices in other societies. But given these conditions, the poor supply of free, hired labor, the easy availability of slaves, their cheapness, and so on, one do believe that slavery increased the surplus in the hands of the propertied class to an extent which could not otherwise have been achieved and was therefore an essential precondition of the magnificent achievements of classical civilization. I would draw attention to the fact that the distinction one have just drawn is based not on a difference of status, between slaves and free men, but on a difference of class, between slaves and their owners, a very different matter. It may not have been fully obvious that so far I have been preparing the ground for the definition of the terms class and class struggle which I shall offer in section 2 of this chapter. One had to make clear certain fundamental features of ancient Greek society. One have now explained one of these, the essential part played by what I am calling unfree labor, and one must now briefly mention another, the fact that by far the most important means of production in the ancient world was land. Wealth in classical antiquity was always essentially landed wealth, and the ruling classes of all the Greek states, as of Rome itself, invariably consisted mainly of landowners. This is something which most ancient historians now realize, but the whole question, like that of slavery and other forms of unfree labor, will require a more extended discussion than one can give it at this point. In seeking to use the concept of class as a method of historical analysis, there are two quite different dangers that we must guard against. 1. A matter of definition, is in the province of the sociologist; the other, a matter of identification, is a question strictly for the historian. After stating them together, I shall briefly discuss them separately. First, we must be quite sure what we mean by the term class, and not slide carelessly and unconsciously from one interpretation to another. Secondly, we must be careful to make a correct historical identification of any class we propose to recognize. The first problem, that of definition, is of a sociological nature. Marx himself, as I said earlier, never gave a definition of class in general terms. Some may feel that no such general definition is possible, but one believe the one I shall. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 41 produce in section 2 below will serve well enough, although there may be some special cases in which a unique set of historical circumstances makes qualification necessary. Even if it could be shown that there are too many exceptions for my definition to be considered a general one, I would at least claim that it holds for the society, or rather series of societies, of the Greco-Roman world, discussed in this book. I hope that others will improve upon it. 2. The second problem is purely historical. One must thoroughly understand the particular society one is considering, and know the evidence about it at first hand, before one can expect to identify its classes correctly and precisely. Some serious mistakes have been made in defining the actual classes existing in particular societies, and the results of employing unreal conceptions of those classes, not corresponding closely with reality, have sometimes been disastrous. Misconceptions about classes existing in historical societies have not, of course, been confined to Marxists, by any means, but since they make more use of class categories than other historians, they are likely to commit even worse blunders if they start out with misconceptions about the classes they recognize. It has been a standard practice among ancient historians to refer to the governing classes of several Greek cities in the Archaic and Classical periods, in particular Aegina and Corinth, as commercial aristocracies or industrial and merchant classes. This extraordinary notion, for which there is not a shred of ancient evidence, was adopted without examination by Busolt, Edward Meyer, and other leading historians, and it is still being reproduced today in some quarters. Not a few Marxists have started out from similarly mistaken positions. It is not surprising that attempts by George Thomson to expound the intellectual development of the classical Greek world in Marxist terms have not succeeded in convincing historians or philosophers, for Thomson presents the development of Greek thought, and even of Greek democracy, in the 6th and 5th centuries as the consequence of the rise to power of a wholly imaginary merchant class. Thomson even describes the Pythagoreans of Croton as the new class of rich industrialists and merchants, who resembled Solon in being actively involved in the political struggle for the development of commodity production. 19. In my opinion, this is little better than fantasy. The one book I know in English which explicitly seeks to give an account of Greek history in Marxist terms is a prime example of the methodological catastrophe involved in giving a would-be Marxist account in terms of classes that are fictions and correspond to no historical reality. The author, Margaret O. Wason, pretends that in the 7th and 6th centuries, in most Greek states, there came to power a new bourgeois class, defined as the class of merchants and artisans which challenged the power of the aristocracy. It is no surprise to F.M.D. Cleon referred to in the same book as a tanner and as the leader of the Athenian workers. 20 I may add that it would similarly be absurd to speak of a class struggle between senators and equites in the late Roman Republic. Here I am in full agreement with a number of non-Marxist ancient historians of very different outlooks, as P. A. Brunt and Claude Nicolet have so conclusively demonstrated. 42. In the last few years, the equites were part of the class of large landowners to which the senators also belonged. As Badian has put it, for the Senate they were simply the non-political members of its own class. 21, those who preferred not to take upon themselves the arduous and often dangerous life that a political career would involve. At certain times a purely political contest might develop between these two groups within the propertied class on specific issues, but this must not mislead us into seeing them as two separate classes having irreconcilable interests. I shall in fact speak sometimes of the Roman senators as a class, the senatorial class. It is possible that some other Marxists may prefer not to break down my propertied class into two or more classes for certain purposes, as I do, for example, in the developed Principate and the later Empire, primarily into the senatorial and curial classes, with the equites perhaps as a kind of subclass closely attached to the senators, until in the late 4th and early 5th centuries they were entirely absorbed into the senatorial class. But in my set of definitions, early in section 2 of this chapter, I allow for Rijksstelling as a factor that can help to determine class insofar as it affects the type and degree of exploitation practiced or suffered, and the constitutional privileges enjoyed by senators surely did materially increase their capacity to exploit, just as the condition of being a slave, with its severe juridical disabilities, greatly increased the slave's liability to exploitation. But I could quite understand if some other Marxists, feeling that it was above all their great wealth which lay at the root of the senator's privileged position, rather than the office holding and the consequential legal privileges it brought them, preferred to treat the senators merely as an order rather than a class. Perhaps subclass would be a convenient term, but I have avoided it. I have only one more preliminary point to make before proceeding to a definition of my terms. I am deliberately avoiding, at this stage, discussion of the terms caste, order, estate. Caste is a phenomenon which we do not encounter at all in the Greek or Roman world. 22. We do find what can legitimately be described as orders, that is to say, status groups which are legally recognized as such and have different sets of juridical characteristics. Such groups will be noticed when we have occasion to discuss them. I shall have something to say of status groups in general, and of status as an alternative concept to class. But although I shall of course refer at times to particular orders, I shall take no special account of orders as such, treating them as a rule merely as a special form of status group, except in so far as they materially affect the degree of exploitation concerned. Class, exploitation, and the class struggle (WF) can now attempt to define class, exploitation, and class struggle. As I say, D in section I of this chapter, I am not going to pretend that there is an objective entity, class, the nature of which remains to be discovered. I would. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 43 also deny that there is any definition of class which is so generally agreed upon that we are all obliged to accept it or run the risk of being accused of perversity. The concept has been discussed ad nauseam by sociologists during the past few decades. After working through a good deal of the literature, most of which seems to me almost worthless, I feel entitled to insist from the outset that the disagreement about the best way of using the expression class has been so great that anyone who attempts an analysis of any society in terms of class is entitled to establish his own criteria, within very wide limits, and that our verdict on the definition he adopts ought to depend solely on its clarity and consistency, the extent to which it corresponds with the historical realities to which it is applied, and its fruitfulness as a tool of historical and sociological analysis. If in addition we find that the notion of class in the sense in which we define it corresponds closely with concepts employed in the best sociological thought of the society we are examining, then we shall be fortunate indeed. I should like to quote here a statement by a leading British sociologist, T.B. Bottomore, raising questions which are all too unfamiliar to many historians. Speaking of the construction of general concepts by sociologists, he says, in some recent attempts to improve the conceptual framework of sociology, and notably in that of Talcott Parsons and his collaborators, the whole emphasis is placed upon definition of concepts rather than upon the use of concepts in explanation. This is a retrograde step by comparison with the work of Durkheim and Max Weber, both of whom introduced and defined concepts in the course of working out explanatory theories. Weber's exposition of his ideal type method deals more clearly with this matter than any later writing, and had his ideas been followed up, sociology would have been spared much confused and aimless discussion. In essentials, his argument is that the value of a definition is only to be determined by its fruitfulness in research and theorizing. I should not like it to be thought, however, that I regard Marx's concept of class as a Weberian ideal type construct, in the sense that Weber himself took it to be. For me, as for Marx, classes and class struggles are real elements which can be empirically identified in individual cases, whereas for Weber all such Marxian concepts and hypotheses become pernicious, as soon as they are thought of as empirically valid. I propose first to state my definition of class and class struggle, and to explain and justify it in subsequent discussion. I believe that this definition represents the central thought of Marx as accurately as possible. This claim too I shall try to justify. Class 1 is the collective social expression of the fact of exploitation, the way in which exploitation is embodied in a social structure. By exploitation I mean the appropriation of part of the product of the labor of OT for ERS. 2. In a commodity-producing society this is the appropriation of what MTRX called surplus value. A class is a group of persons in a community identified by their position in the whole system of social production, defined above all according to their relationship to the conditions of production. 3. And to other classes. Legal position is one of the factors that may help to determine class. Its share in doing so will depend on how far it affects the type and degree of exploitation practiced or suffered. The condition of being a slave in the ancient Greek world, for example, was likely to result in a more intense degree of exploitation than being a citizen or even a free foreigner. The individuals constituting a given class may or may not be wholly or partly conscious of their own identity and common interests as a class, and they may or may not feel antagonism towards members of other classes as such. It is of the essence of a class society that one or more of the smaller classes, in virtue of their control over the conditions of production will be able to exploit, that is, to appropriate a surplus at the expense of, the larger classes, and thus constitute an economically and socially superior class or classes. The exploitation may be direct and individual, as for example of wage laborers, slaves, serfs, coloni, tenant farmers or debtors by particular employers, masters, landlords, or money lenders, or it may be indirect and collective, as when taxation, military conscription, forced labor, or other services are exacted solely or disproportionately from a particular class or classes by a state dominated by a superior class. I use the expression class struggle for the fundamental relationship between classes, involving essentially exploitation, or resistance to it. It does not necessarily involve collective action by a class as such, and it may or may not include activity on a political plane, although such political activity becomes increasingly probable when the tension of class struggle becomes acute. A class which exploits others is also likely to employ forms of political domination and oppression against them when it is able to do so. Democracy will mitigate this process. Imperialism, involving some kind of economic and/or political subjection to a power outside the community, is a special case, in which the exploitation effected by the imperial power, or by its individual members, need not necessarily involve direct control of the conditions of production. In such a situation, however, the class struggle within the subject community is very likely to be affected, for example through support given by the imperial power or its agents to the exploiting class or classes within that community, if not by the acquisition by the imperial power or its individual members of control over the conditions of production in the subject community. There is one aspect of my definition of class which, I realize, may need clarification. Not all individuals belong to one specific class alone. Some can be regarded as members of one class for some purposes and of another class for others, although usually membership of one will be much the most significant. A slave who was allowed by his master to accumulate a considerable peculium, and who had even acquired under-slaves of his own, vicarii, might have to be regarded pro tanto as a member of what I am calling the propertied class, but of course his membership of that class would necessarily be qualified and precarious and dependent on the goodwill of his master. A slave who was settled by his land-owning master as tenant of a small farm, quasi-colonus, would in strictly economic terms be in much the same position as a poor free peasant leaseholder, and we might be inclined to put him in the class of peasants, but his legal status would remain greatly inferior and his tenancy would be much more at the pleasure of the landowner, who could therefore exploit him more severely if he were so inclined. And a poor peasant who owned or leased a plot of land so small that he regularly needed to betake himself to a neighboring city for part of the year to earn wages would be a member of two classes, small peasants and wage laborers. I also maintain in section 6 of this chapter that women, or at any rate married women, must be regarded for some purposes as a distinct class, although membership of such a class would in a city like classical Athens be far more important to a high-born woman than to a poor peasant, who would have had no opportunity to own much property had she been a man, and whose membership of the class of women would therefore be of far less significance. Of course, I have no wish to pretend that class is the only category we need for the analysis of Greek and Roman society. All I am saying is that it is the fundamental one, which overall and in the long run is the most important, and is by far the most useful to us, in helping us to understand Greek history and explain the process of change within it. In section V of this chapter I shall briefly consider alternative approaches, particularly those which have the primary aim, as I have not, and as Marx did not, of establishing a scheme of social stratification according to status. Such activities are perfectly legitimate and may even have quite useful results, provided we keep them in their proper place and realize that they will not by themselves disclose the real secrets of history, the springs and causes of human behavior and social change. I would say that social status, and even in the long run political power, tended to derive from class position in the first place, and that in the long run distinctions having any other basis than the economic tended to decay in favor of, and ultimately to resolve themselves into, distinctions based upon economic class. Let us be quite clear about one thing. Whereas descriptions of ancient society in terms of some category other than class, status, for instance, are perfectly innocuous, in the sense that they need have no direct relevance to the modern world, an analysis of Greek and Roman society in terms of class, in the specifically Marxist sense, is indeed something threatening, something that speaks directly to every one of us today and insistently demands to be applied to the contemporary world, of the second half of the 20th century. If Marx's analysis, originally derived above all from the study of 19th century capitalist society, turns out to be equally well adapted not merely to describe ancient society over a long period of many centuries but to explain its transformations and its partial disintegration, then its relevance for the contemporary world becomes very hard to ignore. Of course, in some quarters it will be ignored. To quote Marx, 46. And Engels, addressing themselves sarcastically in 1848 to the ruling classes of their day. The selfish misconception that induces you to transform into eternal laws of nature and of reason the social forms springing from your present mode of production and form of property, historical relations that rise and disappear in the progress of production, this misconception you share with every ruling class that has preceded you. What you see clearly in the case of ancient property, what you admit in the case of feudal property, you are of course forbidden to admit in the case of your own bourgeois form of property. I shall now glance briefly at the use of the conception of class by Marx himself. I shall maintain that for 5 different reasons in particular there has been a widespread and serious misunderstanding of the part this idea played in Marx's thought. I believe that my definition represents his fundamental thinking more accurately than do the statements of some modem Marxist and non-Marxist writers who have taken different views from mine. My 5 reasons are as follows. First, partly perhaps because of a much-quoted definition by Lenin, in his Accrete Beginning, which has been popularized by Marxist textbooks and encyclopedias, it has been customary to lay particular stress on relationship to the means of production as the decisive factor in determining a person's class position. Although his formulation contains a profound truth, it will be seen from the definition of class given above that I regard it as a rather too narrow conception. Secondly, as is well known, Marx himself, although he made important use of the concept of class throughout his work, never gave a formal definition of it, and indeed employed it in very different senses at different times. Thirdly, Marx himself was concerned in his writings almost entirely with a capitalist society which had already undergone a considerable process of development, apart from one section of the Grundrisse which is specifically devoted to pre-capitalist economic formations. The statements in his work about pre-capitalist societies in general and the Greco-Roman world in particular are all brief, and many of them are in the nature of obiter dicta. In these passages, as a rule, he takes no pains to be precise over terminology. Fort W.Y., When Marx spoke in particular about class struggle, he tended, thinking almost always, as he was, of 19th century capitalism, to have in mind the kind of class struggle which was so noticeable in the mid-19th century in the more developed capitalist countries, namely, open class struggle on the political plane. Thus when, for example, he spoke in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte of the French bourgeoisie as doing away with the class struggle for the moment by abolishing universal suffrage, he simply meant that the law of 31 May 1850, by reducing the total number of electors from 10 to 7 million, made it far harder for the French working class to carry on effective political struggle. And finally, in the work often wrongly taken to be the definitive statement of Marx's materialist conception of history, namely the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, we find only a passing reference to classes and none at all to class struggle. There is, however, a perfectly good explanation of this, well brought out by Arthur M. Prinz in an article in the Journal of the History of Ideas 3437-50, entitled Background and Ulterior Motive of Marx's Preface of 1859. The preface was to be published in Berlin, and it was absolutely necessary for Marx to take careful account of the stringent Prussian censorship and abstain from anything that might be suspected of incitement to class hatred, at that time an actual offense punishable with imprisonment under para 100 of the Prussian Penal Code. Marx, already well known to the Prussian censors, was now living in England and in no danger of prosecution himself, but he had to be circumspect if there was to be any hope of finding a publisher, for the same paragraph of the Penal Code also prescribed the penalty of confiscation for any offending work. Yet Marx had to publish in Germany, in order to make a bid for the intellectual leadership of the German socialist movement. The preface, then, had to steer clear of class struggle. But when on 18 September 1879 Marx and Engels, thinking back to the Communist Manifesto and beyond, wrote to Bebel, Liebknecht, and others, for almost 40 years we have stressed the class struggle as the immediate driving power of history, they were making a perfectly correct statement. Even in those considerable parts of Marx's writing which are concerned entirely with economics or philosophy rather than with the historical process, he will sometimes show that the class struggle is ever present in his mind, as when in a letter to Engels on April 30, 1868 he rounds off a long passage on economics with the words, "Finally, we have as conclusion the class struggle, into which the movement of the whole skies is resolved." From reactions I have had to drafts of this chapter, I know that some people will protest against what will seem to them an excessive emphasis on collective entities, classes, at the expense of the individual. To any such objection I would reply that my main aim in this book is to explain what happened in history on a large scale, the history of the Greek world as a whole over more than 1,300 years. Dare I use the rather repellent expression, macro history. But the history of macro units needs to be explained in terms very different from those appropriate to the behavior of individuals. Here I must hark back to I.4 above, where I explained how I have learned from Thucydides about the patterns of behavior of human groups in organized states. Elsewhere I have explained at length how Thucydides, rightly, in my opinion, recognized that the canons of interpretation and judgment applicable to the actions of states are fundamentally different from those we apply to the actions of individuals. I now wish to advance the following propositions, that the factors governing the behavior of classes are different again from either of the sets I have just mentioned, that the behavior of a class as such may well be inexplicable in terms we can legitimately apply to their behavior as individuals, and even that a given individual or set of individuals may behave as a constituent part of a class in a way that is quite different from the behavior we are entitled to expect of him or them as individuals. If in that last sentence we substitute a state for a class, there may be little 48 objection, since the moral standards generally accepted as governing the conduct of individuals are clearly quite different from those applied to the behavior of states. A man who participated in the bombing of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, Berlin or Dresden, Vietnam or Laos, will not be accounted a mass murderer by most people, because he was acting in the interests or at any rate on the orders, of his own state, against an enemy state, and those who gave the orders suffered no criminal indictment, for in the event they were not the defeated. It would similarly be easy to find examples from the ancient world that would be universally considered morally atrocious behavior on the part of individuals acting in their own personal interests, but were yet regarded as unobjectionable and even praiseworthy when employed in the service of the state. Most of the acts of odious injustice or unnecessary cruelty committed by 4th century Roman generals against barbarians or rebels which are noticed, for example, by Ammianus Marcellinus are recorded without any sign of disapproval. 5. And the same historian could mention without comment the opinion of lawyers of old that sometimes even the innocent may be put to death, and felt no need to shed any tears over the wholesale extermination of the children of the Maratacuprani, fierce and wily robbers. I suspect, however, that many people would be far less willing to accept the propositions advanced at the end of the last paragraph in regard to classes, which I will now demonstrate. That slaves who rebelled, or who could even be held guilty of failing to protect their masters from being assassinated by one of their own number, were treated with pitiless ferocity by the Romans is well known. I have given 1 or 2 prominent examples in 7.I below. The relationship of the Spartans to their helots, very much a class relationship, of exploiter to exploited, was one of quite extraordinary hostility and suspicion. In 3.4 below I draw attention to the remarkable fact that each set of Spartan ephors, upon taking office, made an official declaration of war on their workforce, the helots, so as to be able to kill any of them without trial and yet avoid incurring the religious pollution such acts would otherwise have entailed. The Greeks on the whole showed less savagery than the Romans towards their slaves, but even in classical Athens, where we hear most about relatively good treatment of slaves, all our literature takes the flogging of slaves for granted. Literary sources in abundance from all over the Greek world show that this form of punishment for slaves was commonplace. An epitaph on the tomb of a virtuous matron, Miro, by the Hellenistic poet Antipater of Sidon, describes quite casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the depiction on her tomb of a whip, as a sign that Miro was a just chastiser of misdeeds, though not, of course, a cruel or arrogant mistress. No one will doubt that refractory slaves were repressed without mercy, at any rate in so far as this could be done without excessive damage to the interests of their masters, whose property they were. Whom among our main literary sources might we have thought less likely to order a slave to be flogged than Plutarch? A man conspicuous, surely, for his humanity. But there is a nasty little story which has come down to us from Calvisus Taurus, a friend of Plutarch's, through Aulus Gellius. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. 49 An educated slave of Plutarch's who knew his master's treatise on freedom from anger protested, while being flogged, that Plutarch was being inconsistent and giving in to the very fault he had reprobated. Plutarch was quite unabashed. Insisting that he was perfectly calm, he invited the slave to continue the argument with him, in the same breath ordering the flogger to continue applying the lash. The incident was quoted by Taurus, in reply to a question by Gellius at the end of one of his philosophical lectures, and with complete approval. But we need not be surprised in the least at Plutarch's action, if we can bring ourselves to see this particular slave owner and his slave as but the personifications of the economic relations that existed between them. The class struggle between the propertied class and those who were relatively or absolutely propertyless was also accompanied at times by atrocities on both sides, c.e.g. v.2 below. When we hear of particularly murderous behavior by those who had the upper hand in a stasis, we can be reasonably safe in concluding that the conflict was basically between social classes, even if our information about it is not explicit. 6. I forbear to cite contemporary examples of the conduct of class warfare in ways which have been widely accepted as necessary but which have involved behavior that would be condemned by everyone as morally indefensible in actions between individuals. Exploitation and the class struggle. Since the title of this book refers not merely to class in the ancient Greek world but to the class struggle, I must explain what I mean by that expression, more precisely than in the definition I have given in section 2 of this chapter. Now there is no denying that although class is an expression any of us may use without a blush, class struggle is a very different matter. Merely to employ the expression the class struggle, in the singular, evidently seems to many people in the Western world a deplorable concession to the shade of Karl Marx, and indeed, on hearing the title of this book some of my friends have grimaced, like one that hears tell of a hobgoblin in whose very existence he cannot bring himself to believe, and have suggested that the plural, class struggles, would be less objectionable. But I wish to make it perfectly clear, by my choice of title, not only that my approach is based upon what I believe to be Marx's own historical method, but also that the process of class struggle which I have in mind is not something spasmodic or occasional or intermittent but a permanent feature of human society above primitive levels. Marx did not claim to have invented the concept of class struggle, but it was he and Engels who first made of it both a keen analytical tool to facilitate historical and sociological investigation and a powerful weapon for use by all oppressed classes. The very existence of classes, in the sense in which I have defined that term, inevitably involves tension and conflict between the classes. Marxists often speak of contradictions in this context. As far as I can see, although Marx himself could speak of contradictions between 50. The relations of production and the forces of production, between the social character of production and private appropriation of its products by a few, and between private land ownership and rational agriculture. 2. It is not at all characteristic of him to describe a situation of what I am calling class struggle as a contradiction. This terminology is more often found in Engels and especially in Lenin and Mao Zedong. I realize that Mao in particular has made some important contributions to this subject. 3. But I am not myself satisfied with any discussion I have seen in English of the concept of contradiction in a Marxist context, and I feel reluctant to employ the term in a peculiar sense which has not yet established itself in the English language and become accepted into normal usage, as it doubtless has in French, for instance. I therefore prefer to speak of class struggles, conflicts, antagonisms, oppositions or tensions, arising as the result of contradictions. Here one am nearer to Marx's own usage, as when he says, for example, that the very existence of industrial capital implies class antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers, or when he and Engels write, in the Communist Manifesto, of modern bourgeois private property as the final and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. Sometimes, when Marx writes of a Gegensatz or Klassengensatz, words which should be translated opposition and class antagonism, the term in question will appear in a standard English translation as contradiction or class contradiction. There are examples in MECW v.432, from the German ideology, and in Capital 111.386. For as I have already indicated, Marx himself never gave any proper, systematic exposition of his theory of classes, or of class struggle, although these conceptions occur again and again in his works, and indeed occupy a central place in his thought, being omnipresent even when the specific term class is not actually employed. The Communist Manifesto, drawn up by Marx and Engels in 1847-8, opens with the words, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." I believe that if Marx himself had tried to give a definition of class in the most general terms he would have produced one not very different from the one I have given in section 2 of this chapter. Marx began with a fundamental idea of civilized society of which class is the very kernel. It should be sufficient to single out 4 passages in Capital in which the central importance of class is made clear, although it is only in the first that the term class is actually used. The first, which is very brief, is the one have just quoted above, in which Marx says of industrial capital that its very existence implies class antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers. The second passage, which is also quite short, is as follows. Whatever the social phone of production, laborers and means of production always remain factors of it. But for production to go on at all they must unite. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another. The third passage is equally brief but contains an important implication that seems to me to have been too often overlooked. The essential difference between the various economic forms of society lies only in the mode in which surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the worker. Now surplus labor and surplus value are simply the terms Marx uses for the exploitation of the primary producers by those who control the conditions of production, and indeed, the sentence I have just quoted from capital I is part of section 1 of chapter 9, headed "The Degree of Exploitation of Labor Power," in which Marx, dealing, of course, specifically with capitalist society, says that the rate of surplus value is an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital, or of the worker by the capitalist. The passage I have quoted, therefore, is merely another way of saying that it is the precise form of exploitation which is the distinguishing feature of each form of society, whether it is, for example, a slave society or a capitalist society. And class, as I have indicated, is essentially the way in which exploitation is reflected in a social structure. As it happens, Marx often fails to employ the actual expression exploitation in contexts where we might have expected it, preferring to speak in thoroughly technical language of extraction of surplus labor or of surplus value. He evidently regarded exploitation as being strictly a French word, for in the work now generally known as Wages, Price, and Profit, written in English in June 1865 as an address to the General Council of the First International, Marx uses the words, the exploitation of labor. But he uses the verb exploitieren and the nouns exploitur and exploitiertum from at least 1844 onwards. And explication is found in several of his works, including all 3 volumes of Capital. 6. Ausbeutung and its verb ausbeuten are relatively rare in Marx's writings, but they do occur now and again from 1843 onwards. 7. The longest and most explicit of my 4 passages, which seems to me one of the most important Marx ever wrote, comes from volume 3 of Capital. The specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers determines the relationship between those who dominate and those who are in subjection, as it grows directly out of production itself and reacts upon it as a determining element in its turn. Upon this, however, is founded the entire organization of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, and thereby at the same time its specific political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the immediate producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the nature and method of labor and consequently of its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden foundation of the entire social structure and therefore also of the political form of the relations of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the 52. Corresponding specific form of the state. This does not prevent the same economic basis, the same as far as its main conditions are concerned, owing to innumerable different empirical circumstances, natural environment, racial peculiarities, external historical influences etc., from manifesting infinite variations and gradations of aspect, which can be grasped only by analysis of the empirically given circumstances. 8 *************** 1 have waited until now to state one major part of my theory of class, because one wished to show that it is implicit in Marx's own writings, and this emerges most clearly from the last 2 passages in Capital that I have just quoted. As one claimed to have found the theory in Marx, I cannot of course pretend that it is new, but I have never seen it stated clearly and explicitly. My point is that the most significant distinguishing feature of each social formation, each mode of production, is not so much how the bulk of the labor of production is done, as how the dominant propertied classes, controlling the conditions of production, ensure the extraction of the surplus which makes their own leisured existence possible. That was the view of Marx, which I follow. In the last of the 4 passages from Capital quoted above, this is made abundantly clear, and although the sense of the 3rd passage is perhaps not so immediately obvious, yet it is certainly saying the same thing, as can be seen a little more easily if we follow rather more closely the original German text. Only the form in which the surplus labor is extracted from the immediate producer, the worker, distinguishes the economic forms of society, for example the society of slavery from that of wage labor. What I think has been often overlooked is that what Marx is concentrating on as the really distinctive feature of each society is not the way in which the bulk of the labor of production is done, but how the extraction of the surplus from the immediate producer is secured. Now as a consequence of this we are justified in saying that the Greek and Roman world was a slave economy, in the sense that it was characterized by unfree labor, in which actual slavery played a central role. Our justification will be that that was the main way in which the dominant propertied classes of the ancient world derived their surplus, whether or not the greater share in total production was due to unfree labor. In point of fact, until round about AD 300 the small, free, independent producers who worked at or near subsistence level and were neither slaves nor serfs must have formed an actual majority of the population in most parts of the Greek world at most times, and must have been responsible for a substantial proportion of its total production, the greater part of it, indeed, except in special cases, above all Italy in the last century BC, when masses of cheap slaves were available, and conceivably at Athens and a few other Greek cities in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, when also slaves were very cheap. We can speak of the ancient Greek world, then, as a slave economy, in spite of the fact that it was always, or almost always, a minority of the free population which exploited unfree labor on any significant scale, and that the majority, often the great majority, of free Greeks were peasants utilizing hardly more than their own labor and that of their families and therefore living not very much above subsistence level. It was precisely of these peasants that Aristotle was thinking when he spoke of the lack of slaves of the propertyless and said that it was because of this lack of slaves that they had to use their wives and children in the role of assistants. Elsewhere he says that for the poor the ox serves in place of a slave. The unspoken assumption is that the men of property will own and use slaves. Continuing the exposition of the theory I have sketched, I wish to make explicit another fact that is never stated clearly enough, that an individual or a class can obtain a surplus in only a limited number of ways, which can be summarized under three main headings. 1. The surplus can be extracted by the exploitation of wage labor, as in the modern capitalist world. 2. The exploitation can be of unfree labor, which may be of chattel slaves, serfs, or debt bondsmen, or a combination of any two or all three of these. 3. A surplus can be obtained by the letting of land and house property to leasehold tenants, in return for some kind of rent, in money, kind, or services. I need do no more than mention the possibility that a class which controls a state machine may collectively extract a surplus, either by internal taxation and the imposition of compulsory state services, or by a policy of imperialism, exploiting some other country by conquest followed either by immediate plunder or by the levying of tribute. Now before the age of complete automation, which has not even yet arrived, the individual members of a dominant class can hardly obtain a substantial surplus except by the employment of free wage labor or some form of unfree labor, supplemented by the taxation and compulsory services which they may exact collectively. For obvious reasons, resorting to the third of my numbered alternatives and letting land to free tenants is not likely to yield the same rate of surplus, even if the small producers are subjected to high rents as well as political control. To ensure a really large surplus for a long period, the bulk of the primary producers must either be made to give unfree labor, under the constraint of slavery or serfdom or debt bondage, or they must be driven to sell their labor power for a wage. In antiquity, since free wage labor was normally unskilled and was not available in any great quantity, there was no alternative but unfree labor, and it was this source from which the propertied classes of antiquity derived their surpluses. The ancient Greek world was indeed a slave-owning society or slave economy. Sklavenhaltergesellschaft, Sklavenhalterordnung are the familiar German words. Marx refers again and again to the world of the Greeks and Romans, in its full 54. Development, as a slave economy or slave system, and he can say that slavery or serfdom form the broad foundation of social production in antiquity and during the Middle Ages. Above all, one would draw attention to what seems to me his most technically correct statement on this subject: direct forced labor is the foundation of the ancient world. Yet he also realized the important role played, especially in the early stages of the Greek and Roman world, by peasant producers. Thus he could say that the form of free self-managing peasant proprietorship of land parcels as the prevailing, normal form constitutes the economic foundation of society during the best periods of classical antiquity, and that peasant agriculture on a small scale and the carrying on of independent handicrafts form the economic foundation of the classical communities at their best, before slavery had seized on production in earnest. Anyone to whom the statements one have just made about the character of classical civilization as a slave-owning society seem surprising can easily set his mind at rest by looking at other slave-owning societies. It will be sufficient to give just one example: the American Old South. I am not pretending that the Old South was in any sense typical, but comparison with it will serve to establish my main point, which is that we are perfectly entitled according to common parlance to speak of a society as a slave-owning one, even though its slaves constitute much less than half the population and slave owners are quite a small minority. A leading American historian, Carl N. Degler, records that in the Old South in 1860 slaves made up less than a third of the population of the region, fewer than a quarter of the Southern families owned a single slave, let alone a gang of them. And in the antebellum South less than 3% of the slaveholders, something like 0.6% of all Southern families, owned 50 or more slaves. Nevertheless, Degler insists on treating the Old South as a slave society in the full sense, and he points out the usefulness of a comparison with the situation in classical antiquity. In his article, he was giving a much-needed lesson in historical method to an American ancient historian, Chester G. Starr, who failed to realize what can be learned from comparative studies of slavery and who greatly underestimated the contribution of slavery to classical civilization. 9. Starr was prepared to say that slavery was not basic to the ancient economy, on the ground apparently that slaves did not make up a majority of the labor force or do most of the work, a situation which of course was equally true of the Old South. Degler rightly replied that the really significant question about the place of slavery in antiquity is not did slaves do most of the work, but what role did they play in the economic process. For my own part, I find Degler's question, although on the right lines, cast in so general a form that it is hard to give a succinct answer to it. I would make it much more specific, and ask, what role was played by slaves, or rather by unfree labor, in supplying the dominant propertied classes with their surplus? The answer is clear, a fundamental and, in the conditions of the time, an irreplaceable one. It may be useful if I make a few quotations at this point from one of the major works of recent years on North American slavery, which I mentioned in section I of this chapter. Kenneth Stamp's The Peculiar Institution. Using the official federal census figures, he points out that the South was not simply, or even chiefly, a land of planters, slaves, and degraded poor whites. Together these three groups constituted less than half of the total Southern population. Most of the remaining Southerners were independent yeoman farmers of varying degrees of affluence. If there were such a thing as a typical antebellum Southerner, he belonged to the class of landowning small farmers who tilled their own fields, usually without any help except from their wives and children. In 1860, there were in the South 385,000 owners of slaves distributed among 1,516,000 free families. Nearly 3/4 of all free Southerners had no connection with slavery through either family ties or direct ownership. The typical Southerner was not only a small farmer but also a non-slaveholder. Of the slaveholders, 72% held less than 10, and almost 50% held less than 5. And yet, whatever the reason, most of the non-slaveholders seemed to feel that their interest required them to defend the peculiar institution.
Asterisk 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 I have already dealt briefly with Marx as a classical scholar and with some aspects of his outlook and method. He formulated a large part of the main outlines of his whole system of ideas, including the concepts of class and exploitation, between the years 1843 and 1847, although of course many details and refinements and even some major features emerged only later. Virtually all the essential ideas comprised in what has come to be known as historical materialism appear in some form in the works, published and unpublished, which were written during those years, especially Marx's Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law and Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, the German Ideology, and the Poverty of Philosophy, written by Marx in French in 1847. Hegelian as his cast of mind was from the first in some ways, Marx did not by any means develop his ideas in a purely theoretical manner, he was already proceeding in a completely different way from Hegel. Shortly before he even began his serious study of economics he read a large quantity of historical material. The notebooks he compiled while staying at his mother Enia's house at Kreuznach in the summer of 1843 show him studying not merely political theorists such as Machiavelli, Montesquieu, and Rousseau, but a considerable amount of history, mainly recent, that of England, France, Germany, Sweden, Venice, and the United States. Details of the Kreuznacher excerpt are published in Mega.I.298, 100, and 18-36. It is a great pity that the English collected works contain only one brief extract from the Kreuznach notebooks, about half a page in length, and give no idea at all of the scope of the works excerpted by Marx. Yet, as David McClellan has said, it was his reading of the history of the French Revolution in the summer of 1843 that showed him the role of class struggle in social development. I am myself convinced that another seminal influence in the 56. Development by Marx of a theory of class struggle was his reading during his student years of Aristotle's Politics, a work which shows some striking analogies to Marx in its analysis of Greek society. During 1844 and early 1845 Marx also read and excerpted many works by leading classical economists, Adam Smith, David Ricardo, James Mill, R. McCulloch, J. B. Say, Destutt de Tracy and others. In the preface to the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844 Marx insisted that his results had been obtained by means of a wholly empirical analysis based on a conscientious critical study of political economy. And in the German Ideology of 1845-6, just after the well-known passage sketching the series of modes of production, Marx and Engels declare that empirical observation must in each separate instance bring out empirically, and without any mystification and speculation, the connection of the social and political structure with production. Another important influence was at work on Marx from soon after his arrival in Paris in October 1843, the French working class movement. You would have to attend one of the meetings of the French workers, Marx wrote in a letter to Feuerbach on August 11, 1844, to appreciate the pure freshness, the nobility which burst forth from these toil-worn men. And in the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts he uses the same language. The most splendid results are to be observed when French socialist workers are seen together. The brotherhood of man is no mere phrase with them, but a fact of life, and the nobility of man shines upon us from their work-hardened bodies. Again, in the Holy Family Marx wrote, one must know the studiousness, the craving for knowledge, the moral energy and the unceasing urge for development of the French and English workers to be able to form an idea of the human nobility of this movement. Marx also attended meetings of some of the German immigrant workers in Paris, of whom there were many tens of thousands, and got to know their leaders. His second article for the Deutsche Französische Arbeiter, namely the brilliant Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law, written soon after his arrival in Paris, contains, in its concluding pages, his first clear expression of the view that the emancipation of capitalist society can come about only through the proletariat. The concept of class struggle appears explicitly in this article, and in the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, Although the actual term class is not often used, we find frequent references to antagonistic relationships which Marx speaks of in the article just mentioned and elsewhere in terms of class struggle, and, interestingly enough for the ancient historian, these antagonistic relationships are not limited to those between capitalist and worker but include also those between landlord and tenant, landowner, and farm laborer. Marx can say that the rent of land is established as a result of the struggle between tenant and landlord. We find that the hostile antagonism of interests, the struggle, the war is recognized throughout political economy as the basis of social organization. He goes on to compare the hostility of interest between the landowner and his farm worker with that between the industrialist and the factory worker. 57 And he shows that the relationship between landowner and farm worker can equally be reduced to the economic relationship of exploiter and exploited. To those who have not studied the development of Marx's thought in the 1840s, I should like to recommend two recent works in particular. There is a good brief sketch of the emergence of Marx's ideas in the economic sphere in Ronald L. Meek, Studies in the Labor Theory of Value 121-56, cf 157-200 for later developments. And Richard N. Hunt, The Political Ideas of Marx and Engels, I Marxism and Totalitarian Democracy 1818-1850 gives a very sympathetic account of the growth of the political ideas of Marx and Engels in the 1840s. ****************** I have found that some people disapprove of my using the expression class struggle for situations in which there may be no explicit common awareness of class on either side, no specifically political struggle at all, and perhaps even little consciousness of struggle of any kind. I concede that the term class struggle is not a very happy one when used in my sense for such situations, but I do not see how we can avoid using it in this way. The opening sentence of the Communist Manifesto and the whole type of thinking associated with it have made this inevitable. To adopt the very common conception of class struggle which refuses to regard it as such unless it includes class consciousness and active political conflict is to water it down to the point where it virtually disappears in many situations. It is then possible to deny altogether the very existence of class struggle today in the United States of America or between employers and immigrant workers in Northern Europe, and between masters and slaves in antiquity, merely because in each case the exploited class concerned does not or did not have any class consciousness or take any political action in common except on very rare occasions and to a very limited degree. But this, I would say, makes nonsense not merely of the Communist Manifesto but of the greater part of Marx's work. Bring back exploitation as the hallmark of class, and at once class struggle is in the forefront, as it should be. This, of course, is highly objectionable to those who have an interest in preserving the capitalist system. They can no longer laugh off the class struggle as a figment of the Marxist imagination or at most a deplorable and adventitious phenomenon which would surely disappear of its own accord if only everyone would simply agree on its non-existence. I wish now to examine the position of some modern writers who have seriously misconceived Marx's conception of class in one way or another, and consequently have either rejected his approach altogether or, if they have believed themselves to be utilizing it, have misapplied it. In most cases their mistakes have been due largely to the assumption that class struggle must be something of an essentially political nature. I discuss them here only in so far as they have failed to understand Marx or have misinterpreted his position. In so far as they advance rival theories of their own I shall deal with them in section V of this chapter. 58. I begin with M. I. Finley's The Ancient Economy, which has made a real contribution to our knowledge of ancient social history, in spite of its serious defects, which include a cavalier rejection of Marx's whole concept of class as an instrument of analysis, for reasons I would have to describe as frivolous did they not reveal a surprising lack of knowledge of some of Marx's basic concepts, and of the place of the slave, compared with the free wage laborer, in Marx's economic analysis. In section V of this chapter I shall discuss Finley's attempt to substitute for Marx's class analysis a scheme of social stratification in terms of what he himself calls a spectrum of statuses and orders. Here I shall concentrate on his reasons for rejecting a Marxist approach in general. His statement, invariably,
What are conventionally called class struggles in antiquity proved to be conflicts between groups at different points in the spectrum disputing the distribution of specific rights and privileges, shows clearly that in Finlay's mind class struggles are primarily if not solely political in character, they concern the distribution of specific rights and privileges. On p.49 Finlay first purports to describe the Marxist concept of class, in the words, "Men are classed according to their relation to the means of production, first between those who do and those who do not own the means of production, second, among the former, between those who work themselves and those who live off the labor of others." He then claims that on Marx's analysis the slave and the free wage laborer would then be members of the same class, on a mechanical interpretation, as would the richest senator and the non-working owner of a small pottery, and he adds, that does not seem a very sensible way to analyze ancient society. 10 Marx would surely have been shocked, as many of us are, by these suppositions. Even on the most mechanical interpretation of what Marx called the relations of production, 11 The free wage laborer, who has his own labor power to sell, obviously occupies a completely different position from the slave, who is the property of his master, a mere animate tool, as Aristotle calls him. 12 And the slave is placed specifically by Marx among the instruments of labor which form an important category of the means of production and are therefore a part of fixed capital and of Marx's constant capital, whereas the free wage laborer constitutes Marx's variable capital, a profound difference in Marx's eyes. The subject is perhaps rather complicated at first sight. I have therefore dealt with it fully in Appendix I, with copious references to the various works of Marx in which these questions are dealt with. There can be no possible doubt, then, that in Marx's mind wage labor and slave labor belong to completely different categories, whether in a predominantly slave society or in a capitalist society which also uses slave labor. Moreover, in Marx's scheme of things, the nature and the quantity of exploitation, how, and how much, one exploits or is exploited, are among the decisive elements in fixing a man's position in the whole system of property relations. Finlay's very rich senator, as the owner of a vast quantity of landed property and the exploiter of a large amount of slave labor and or numerous tenants or colony, would be in a totally different category from the owner of a small pottery, or even, for that matter, a small peasant freeholder, a creature whom Marx 59 often distinguished sharply from the great landowner, for example in his writings on 19th-century France, and most usefully in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, where he says, "The small landed proprietor working on his own land stands to the big landowner in the same relation as an artisan possessing his own tool to the factory owner, and in general, the relationship of large and small landed property is like that of big and small capital." Engels, too, in one of his most penetrating works, The Peasant Question in France and Germany, draws a careful distinction between big and middle peasants who do exploit the labor of others, and small peasants who do not. It matters hardly at all, of course, on a Marxist analysis, whether a man who exploits the labor of others, by owning or employing slaves or serfs or hired hands, actually works beside them himself or not. His class position depends upon whether he is able to exploit, and does exploit, the labor of others, and if he does this, then whether or not he works himself will be almost irrelevant, unless of course he needs to work because he is able to exploit the labor of others to only a small degree. The next misinterpretation of Marx's concept of class which I intend to discuss is that of Dahrendorf, who is certainly less casual about the thought of Marx than Finlay and has at least taken some care in reconstructing it, but who is misled by much the same assumption as Finlay, that for Marx class struggle is something entirely political. Dahrendorf's position is explained at length in his important book, Class and Class Conflict in Industrial Society, which appeared in 1959 in a revised and expanded version of the German original, Soziale Klassen und Klassenkonflikt in der industriellen Gesellschaft. The opening chapter of this book, entitled Karl Marx's Model of the Class Society, seeks to reconstruct the unwritten 52nd chapter of Volume 3 of Marx's Capital, which has the title Classes but breaks off after scarcely more than a page,
when Marx had done little more than ask himself the first question to be answered, namely, what constitutes a class? An answer that the reply to this follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the three great social classes? After that Marx proceeds to rebut the answer that he thought might be given at first glance, namely, the identity of revenues and sources of revenue, which he proceeds to specify as wages, profit, and ground rent respectively. A few lines later, when he is in the act of arguing against this answer, the manuscript breaks off. Dahrendorf makes an attempt, most praiseworthy in principle, to complete the chapter. He prints a large number of quotations from Marx, and supplies a roughly equal amount of material on his own initiative. Much of this undertaking is conducted fairly and quite shrewdly, with little serious distortion until disaster comes suddenly and irretrievably. The statement, the formation of classes always means the organization of common interests in the sphere of politics. The point needs to be emphasized. Classes are political groups united by a common interest. The struggle between two classes is a political struggle. We therefore speak of classes only in the realm of political conflict. I reproduce the italics by which Dahrendorf indicates that he is 60. Quoting from Marx himself, in this case a passage from just before the end of The Poverty of Philosophy, written early in 1847 in French, as La Misère de la Philosophie. But the passage appears in a different light when it is read in context and as what it is, the last sentence at the end of the following paragraph. Economic conditions had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The domination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. But the struggle of class against class is a political struggle. The context is the early development of large-scale industry under capitalism. I will only remark here that it would be absurd to pretend that for Marx the mass of workers under early capitalism is not a class at all. It is merely that until it becomes united and self-conscious it is not a class for itself. When, earlier in The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx speaks of the stage of class struggle at which the proletariat is not yet sufficiently developed to constitute itself as a class. The very struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie has not yet assumed a political character. It is clear that in his mind proletariat and bourgeoisie already existed as classes and even that there was a class struggle between them, although it had not yet assumed a political character. Before we can see this passage in the proper light, it needs to be placed beside another, a famous paragraph a few pages before the end of the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, following soon after the statement Bonaparte represents a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that, the small holding peasants. After an intervening paragraph Marx sets out to explain how these small peasants in one sense did, and in another did not, form a class. The small holding peasants form a vast mass, the members of which live in similar conditions but without entering into manifold relations with one another. Their mode of production isolates them from one another. The isolation is increased by France's bad means of communication and by the poverty of the peasants. Each individual peasant family is almost self-sufficient. A small holding, a peasant and his family, alongside them another small holding, another peasant and another family. A few score of these make up a village, and a few score of villages make up a department. In this way, the great mass of the French nation is formed by simple addition of homologous magnitudes, much as potatoes in a sack form a sack of potatoes. Insofar as millions of families live under economic conditions of existence that separate their mode of life, their interests, and their culture from those of the other classes, and put them in hostile opposition to the latter, they form a class. Insofar as there is merely a local interconnection among these small holding peasants, and the identity of their interests begets no community, no national bond and no political organization among them, they do not form a class. They are consequently incapable of enforcing their class interests in their own name, whether through a parliament or through a convention. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against the other classes and sends them rain and sunshine from above. The political influence of the small holding peasants, therefore, FMDs its final expression in the executive power subordinating society to itself. I have quoted nearly the whole of this long paragraph because it is relevant, as we shall see in v.I below, to the appearance of the early Greek tyrants. Let us take these two passages, from the Poverty of Philosophy and the 18th Brumaire, together. It is perfectly clear that Marx considered both the workers under early capitalism and the small French peasants of the mid-19th century to be a class. He gives that title again and again to both groups, not only in the two works from which I have just been quoting but elsewhere. In both passages, the apparent contradiction between the two parts of the statement can be resolved quite satisfactorily by taking the question at issue as one of definition. If we define a class according to one set of characteristics, Marx is saying, the workers under early capitalism or the French peasants of his day would fall within the definition, but if we substitute another set of characteristics in our definition, they would then fall outside it. The fact that a class in the most complete sense could be expected to fulfill the second definition, and that Marx felt it would otherwise lack something of the full set of attributes that a class is capable of attaining, must not blind us to the fact that for Marx a class could perfectly well exist as such before it developed the second set of characteristics. Indeed, he says as much in both our passages. The workers are already a class as against capital, the French peasants, who live under particular conditions of existence that give them a special mode of life, interests, and culture, different from those of other classes, to whom they are in hostile opposition, do form a class. It would be perverse to deny this. Again, Marx could say in 1847 that the German bourgeoisie already finds itself in conflict with the proletariat even before being politically constituted as a class. Sometimes, when Marx is dealing with a specific situation, he will speak loosely of class and class struggle as if these terms applied mainly or even only to overt political conflicts. Towards the middle of the 5th chapter of the 18th Brumaire he can even say that the bourgeoisie had done away with the class struggle for the moment by abolishing universal suffrage. A number of other such passages could be collected. In the preface to the second German edition of the 18th Brumaire Marx could altogether forget the antithesis formulated near the end of that work, which I quoted a moment ago, and actually say, in ancient Rome the class struggle took place only within a privileged minority, between the free rich and the free poor, while the great productive mass of the population, the slaves, formed the purely passive pedestal for these conflicts. And in a letter to Engels dated March 8, 1855 he gives a brief general characterization of the internal history of the Roman Republic as the struggle of small with large landed property, specifically modified, of course, by slave conditions. Once more, the class struggle takes place only within the citizen class, for only Roman citizens could own land within the boundaries of the Roman state. But these are isolated remarks which are of trivial importance compared with the mainstream of Marx's thought concentrated, as I have shown, in the passages from I, 2 and 3 quoted towards the beginning of this section, and exemplified also in very many other contexts. 62. It is open to anyone, of course, to reject Marx's categories, provided he makes it clear that that is what he is doing, as indeed Finlay and Dahrendorf have done. I need say little more about Dahrendorf's treatment of Marx's theory of class. I would emphasize that, astonishingly enough, it is not just class struggle which Dahrendorf wishes to confine to the political plane. Marx's classes exist for him only in so far as they conduct political struggle, as the passage I have quoted above demonstrates. For him, Marx's classes are political groups, and he will speak of classes only in the realm of political conflict. Yet Dahrendorf himself quotes several texts from Marx which falsify this, in particular the very important one from Capital 3 which I have set out at length above,
and the statement that the German bourgeoisie stands in opposition to the proletariat before it has organized itself as a class in the political sphere, which Derender tries to weaken by prefacing it with the misleading gloss, in a sense, class interests precede the formation of classes. Among many other passages which might be cited in support of the position I am taking here on Marx's view of class is his letter to Bold of November 23, 1871, the relevance of which has been pointed out to me by Timothy O'Hagan. Near the end of this letter, under the heading NB as to political movement, Marx says that every movement in which the working class comes out as a class against the ruling classes, for example in order to agitate for a general law enforcing the 8-hour day, is a political movement, whereas the attempt in a particular factory or even in a particular trade to force a shorter working day out of individual capitalists by strike, etc., is a purely economic movement. And in his final paragraph Marx speaks of the necessity for training, where the working class is not yet far enough advanced in its organization to undertake a decisive campaign against the collective power, i.e., the political power of the ruling classes. This makes it perfectly clear that in Marx's eyes the working class exists as such at the economic level, and that sections of it can carry on activities at that level in furtherance of their interests, over against their employers, before it develops sufficient organization to enable it to become active in the mass at the political level. On the very first page of the preface to his major work, The Making of the English Working Class, E.P. Thompson, a contemporary English Marxist historian who has made a notable contribution to 19th-century social history, declares that class happens when some men, as a result of common experiences, feel and articulate the identity of their interests as between themselves, and as against other men whose interests are different from theirs. The class experience is largely determined by the productive relations into which men are born, or enter involuntarily. 13 For Thompson, clearly, it is the second half of Marx's statement at the end of the 18th Brumaire which alone is significant, the first half has simply disappeared. Another leading English Marxist historian, E.J. Hobsbawm, in an essay entitled Class Consciousness in History, 14 begins by explicitly recognizing that Marx's uses of the term class divide into two main categories, in one of which classes are above all groups of exploiters and exploited, but he mistakenly sees this usage as belonging to what we might call 63 Marx's macro theory, and he thinks that for the purposes of the historian, i.e., the student of microhistory, or of history as it happened, as distinct from the general and rather abstract models of the historical transformation of societies, it is the other category which is relevant, one which takes account of class consciousness. For the historian, he believes, class and the problem of class consciousness are inseparable. Class in the full sense only comes into existence at the historical moment when classes begin to acquire consciousness of themselves as such. I accept the last sentence, but not the words I have italicized, which would make it seldom possible for us to speak of class in the ancient world at all, except in relation to certain ruling classes. When Hobsbawm speaks of the historian, in the passage I have quoted, he is really thinking only in terms of the historian of modern times. Of him alone is his statement true, if at all. I realize that Marx himself in certain exceptional passages gives evidence of adopting something very like Hobsbawm's position, but, as I have shown, such an attitude is not really consistent with the fundamentals of Marx's thought. I myself used to pay much more attention to these exceptional passages than I do now. It is doubtless also under the influence of these passages that a number of writers in French in recent years, who are not entirely out of sympathy with what they believe to be Marx's concept of classes and class struggle, have taken up a position which is essentially very far removed from that of Marx. Thus J.P. Vernant, in an article entitled Remarques sur la lutte de classe des la Grèce ancienne, in Irene 4:5-19, which has recently been translated into English, 15 took over an unfortunate distinction established in a paper published 2 years earlier by Charles Parent 16 between a fundamental contradiction and a principal or dominant contradiction, and spoke of the opposition between slaves and their masters as the fundamental contradiction of Greek slave-owning society but not its principal contradiction. The latter he saw in a class struggle inside the citizen body only, between rich and poor. Whether Parin or Vernant would allow Greek slaves to count as a class at all in Marx's sense is not clear to me. Quite apart from any dissatisfaction I may feel with the use of the word contradiction in this sense, I must say emphatically that the distinction between fundamental contradiction and principal contradiction is mere phrase-making and conveys no useful idea. Pierre Vidal-Naquet, in an article called Les esclaves grecs étaient ils une classe, in Raison Présente 6:103-12, follows Vernant in the main but goes still further away from Marx, with whom he seems ill-acquainted. While admitting that the opposition between masters and slaves is indeed the fundamental contradiction of the ancient world, but denying that it is legitimate to speak of Greek slaves as participating in class conflicts, he explicitly refuses to accept the slaves as a class at all. But Vidal-Naquet, in seeking to show that there is authority in Marx himself for his own denial that Greek slaves formed a class, has made a most misleading selective quotation from the passage near the end of the 18th Brumaire. 64. Which I cited at length earlier, on whether the mid-19th century French peasantry formed a class. He cites only the second half of the antithesis, in which Marx declares that in respect of certain characteristics the French peasants did not form a class. He ignores the first half, in which Marx says that because of certain other characteristics they did form a class. And, as I said earlier, Marx repeatedly refers to those peasants as a class, and the few passages in which he speaks loosely of class and class struggle in particular situations as if these terms applied only to overt political conflicts are of minor importance compared with the mainstream of his thought. Austin and Vidal-Naquet, in the recent collection of ancient texts in translation to which I made a brief reference in I.4 above, have given an account of class and class struggle in the Greek world during the archaic and classical periods which to me is unsatisfactory in the extreme. They entirely reject Marx's class analysis, at least as far as the ancient Greek world is concerned, but they hardly make it clear whether this is because they dislike his whole concept of class or whether it is because they think that concept is merely inapplicable to the particular situation existing in the Greek world. At no point, unfortunately, do they give a definition of class as they themselves wish to conceive it. This makes it hard to examine their argument rigorously. Certainly they reject, at least for the ancient Greek world, those two of their three fundamental representations of the notion of a social class which they themselves identify as the contributions of Marx, namely, position in the relations of production, and class consciousness, community of interests, development of a common vocabulary and program, and the putting into practice of this program in political and social action. They are very sure that slaves did not constitute a class, and that we must reject completely the conception often expressed according to which the struggle between masters and slaves was the manifestation of class struggle in antiquity. Here of course they are flatly contradicting Marx, who certainly regarded slaves as a class, involved in class struggles. They have failed to grasp the fundamental position which Marx states so clearly in the passages I have quoted from Capital near the beginning of the section, and which he and Engels take for granted throughout their works, from the German ideology and the Communist Manifesto onwards. At the beginning of the manifesto, for instance, the very first example given of class struggles is that between free man and slave in classical antiquity, clearly. And in the German ideology Marx and Engels can speak of completely developed class relations between citizens and slaves in the ancient city-state. Non-Marxist writers are of course perfectly entitled to reject Marx's concept of class and substitute another, although one may hope that they will then provide their own definition. Austin and Vidal-Naquet, following Aristotle, are at any rate willing to accept the existence of what they call class struggles in the Greek world, in the sense of antagonism between the propertied and the non-propertied, and they go on to say that the antagonism between the propertied minority and the non-propertied majority. 65 was fundamental in Greek class struggles, although class struggles could be expressed between citizens only. Here,
If we modify their terminology to make it refer only to active political class struggles, they are on the right track, and in their selection of texts they provide some useful illustrations. Occasionally one comes across the further argument that slaves should not be treated as a class at all, in the Marxist sense, because their condition could vary so greatly, from the mine slave, worked to death, perhaps, in a few months, or the drudge who spent almost every waking hour toiling in the fields or the house, to the great imperial slave of the Roman period who, like Musicus Scurrinus or Rotundus Drusilianus, could acquire considerable wealth even before the manumission he might confidently expect. This is patently fallacious. Of course slaves can be treated for many important purposes as a class, in spite of all the differences between them, just as one can legitimately speak of a propertied class, in my sense, even though some members of it would be hundreds or even thousands of times as rich as others. Even among senators the range of wealth in the early Principate was from Hs 1 million to something like 400 million, and if many city councillors owned little more than the Hs 100,000 which was the minimum qualification for a decurion in some Roman towns, then the richest Romans would have had fortunes thousands of times as large. The propertied class certainly needs to be spoken of as such when, for example, it is being set over against propertyless wage laborers or slaves. Similarly, slaves can be considered on occasion as a single class in relation to slave owners, who exploited them, or in contrast to wage laborers, who were exploited by members of the propertied class in a very different way, but of course the slaves sometimes need to be subdivided, just like the propertied class, when we wish to take account of factors that distinguished important groups or subclasses among them. As I said in section 2 of this chapter, a slave who was permitted by his master to possess slaves of his own, vicarii, was also pro tanto a member of the propertied class, although of course his foothold within that class was very precarious and dependent upon his master's goodwill. Now it may be that some people today will feel that to restrict Marx's notion of class struggle to circumstances in which an overt struggle on the political plane can be shown to exist makes better sense and should be generally adopted. I am now 17 far from sharing this view. To me, the essence of the relationship of classes, in a class society founded on the existence of private property in the means of production, is the economic exploitation which is the very raison d'etre of the whole class system, and, as I have insisted all along, Marx himself normally takes this for granted. If we adopt the view I am combating, we are obliged to take the expression the class struggle in the very limited sense of effective and open class struggle on the political plane, involving actual class consciousness on both sides. Certainly, the slaves of the Greeks had no means of political expression, they were ethnically very heterogeneous, and they could often not even communicate with each other except in their master's language. They could not hope to carry on an open political struggle against their masters. 66. Therefore, except on very rare occasions when, as in Sicily in the late 2nd century BC, the circumstances happened to favor mass uprisings. But if the division into economic classes is in its very nature the expression of the way in which above all exploitation is effected, by which, that is to say, the propertied classes live off the non-propertied, then there is to that extent an unceasing struggle between exploited and exploiting classes, and in antiquity between masters and slaves above all. Even if only the masters could carry it on effectively, they would always be united, and be prepared to act, as Xenophon says in the Hiero, as unpaid bodyguards of each other against their slaves. And in my picture the masters conduct a permanent struggle, if sometimes an almost effortless one, in the very act of holding down their slaves. But in a sense even slaves who are kept in irons and driven with a whip can conduct some kind of passive resistance, if only by quiet sabotage and breaking a tool or two. Is I also regard as an important form of class struggle the propaganda, whether sincere or tongue-in-cheek, which masters may use to persuade slaves to accept their position without protest, even perhaps as being in their own best interests. The doctrine of natural slavery is only the most extreme example of this. There is even evidence of counter-propaganda by the slaves, replying to their masters.
But the class struggle in the Greek world on the ideological plane is a particularly fascinating subject which I must reserve for extended treatment in 7 below. I wish now to draw attention to a minor methodological and conceptual error which sometimes occurs in the writings of Marx and Engels, in particular in two early works, the Communist Manifesto, of 1847-8, and the German Ideology, 19 written in 1845-6 but then abandoned to the gnawing criticism of the Mies, as something through which he and Engels had achieved their main purpose, self-clarification. The error in question may sound quite trivial and is certainly a mere slip, but if it is not noticed and corrected it may have serious methodological consequences. In both works Marx and Engels, speaking at the beginning of the Communist Manifesto of class struggle, and in the German ideology of the opposition within which society has hitherto always developed, mention among their pairs of contestants free man and slave, free men and slaves, 2 and in the German ideology, as I have already stated, there is also mention of completely developed class relations in the ancient city-state between citizens and slaves. In each case they should of course have spoken of slave owners and slaves. Point 21 The contrast between slave and free, or slavee and citizen, is of the highest importance as a distinction of status or order, but it is not the right contrast to draw when one is thinking in terms of economic class. In that sense the correct opposition is between slave and slave owner, for large numbers of free men in antiquity owned no slaves. There is no harm, of course, in speaking of class conflicts between the propertied class and the slaves, because all Greeks or Romans who owned any substantial amount of property would own slaves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 67 In support of taking class as above all the collective social expression of the fact of exploitation, rather than self-conscious and united political activity, I wish to adduce a contemporary phenomenon of very great interest, the large class of temporary migrant workers who come to the countries of Northwest Europe from, mainly, the lands bordering on the Mediterranean, and whose number in the years from about 1957 to 1972 was of the order of 9 million, a figure which by now has been greatly exceeded. This extraordinary movement, which has been described as colonization in reverse, has recently been the subject of a detailed and excellent study, Immigrant Workers and Class Structure in Western Europe 22 by Stephen Cassels and Gotula Kozak, who point out that it involves the transfer of a valuable economic resource, human labor, from the poor to the rich countries. Immigrant workers normally occupy the lowest posts in the hierarchy of labor, which indigenous workers prefer to avoid and often can hardly be induced to undertake at all, and which carry the lowest rates of pay. Most of these migrants have no political rights and do not belong to trades unions, and they are normally unable to take any action in defense of their position. Even though industrial action may occasionally be open to them in principle, there is hardly any chance that they will indulge in it and thus place their whole position in jeopardy and risk arousing the unreasoning hostility of the natives. Immigrants are therefore more exposed to ruthless exploitation than the native workers, and they are often subjected to a degree of discipline which the indigenous worker would not tolerate. This can have not merely economic but also social and political effects, extending far outside the circle of the immigrants themselves. As Cassels and Kozak put it, immigration helps to give large sections of the indigenous working class the consciousness of a labor aristocracy which supports or acquiesces in the exploitation of another section of the working class. In this way immigration helps to stabilize the capitalist order, not only economically, but also politically, a fact which has of course been noted with great approval by members of the ruling class in host countries. A similar movement of temporary immigrant workers into South Africa from the much poorer countries on or near her borders has also been taking place for some time, and this too has made the white South African working class into a labor aristocracy, organized in trades unions from which the black immigrants are rigorously excluded. 23 We see here, then, another illustration of the principle we observed earlier. Although the immigrant worker is, almost by definition, precluded from playing any sort of political role, and in practice has little or no chance of taking even industrial action in his own defense, the very existence of a class of immigrant workers has important consequences not only in the economic sphere but also socially and politically. A definition of class struggle in purely political terms, which can take account neither of the Greek slave nor of the immigrant worker, is therefore not even adequate on the political level, even though the immigrant or the slave himself cannot operate directly at that level. The only definition that does make sense, here as elsewhere, is one that proceeds from the fact of exploitation, and takes account of its nature and intensity. This brings out a question of principle on which I feel obliged to register a 68. Small disagreement with Cassels and Kozak. In their opinion, immigrant workers cannot be regarded as a distinct class. All workers, whether immigrant or indigenous, manual or non-manual, possess the basic characteristics of a proletariat. They do not own or control the means of production, they work under the directions of others and in the interests of others, and they have no control over the product of their work. Immigrant workers and indigenous workers together form the working class in contemporary Western Europe, but it is a divided class. We may therefore speak of two strata within the working class. The choice in this particular case between, on the one hand, two classes, and on the other, a single divided class or one possessing a higher stratum and a lower stratum, is not in itself very important. There is a significant sense in which immigrant workers and indigenous workers do form a single working class. However, the principle adopted by Cassels and Kozak of disregarding, as criteria of class, everything except relationship to the means of production is too rigid. It would certainly involve our treating the slaves of the Greek world, absurdly, as belonging to the same class as free hired workers and even many poor free artisans and landless peasants. 24 Yet, as I have shown above, Marx and Engels certainly wrote of slaves in antiquity as a class, even if on occasion they could contrast them, unsuitably, with free men rather than slave owners. Although I generally treat ancient slaves as a separate class, I realize that for some purposes they may have to be considered as very close to hired laborers and other poor free workers and as forming with them a single class of the exploited. In my definition of class I recognize that legal position, Rechtsstellung, is one of the factors that may help to determine class, because it is likely to affect the type and intensity of exploitation involved. The modern immigrant worker is not subject to anything like such extreme constraints as the ancient slave, and whether we should regard him as belonging to a different class from the indigenous worker depends on the nature and purpose of the investigation we are conducting. Marx certainly regarded Irish immigrants as a very important section of the working class in England in his day, see his letter to L. Kugelman of 29 November 1869, and compare his letter to S. Meyer and A. Vogt of 9 April 1870, quoted by Cassels and Kozak, Op. Cit 461. Anyone who finds the term class struggle objectionable when used in the sometimes quite unpolitical sense which for me is primary can try to find an alternative. All I ask is that the situation I have depicted in my definition of class, that is to say, exploitation by the propertied class of the non-propertied, be accepted both as the most fruitful way of employing the expression class, at any rate in relation to the ancient world, and as the primary way in which Marx and Engels conceived class. When they were not thinking mainly of the confrontation between the classes of mid-19th century capitalist society. That society had characteristics very different from those of the ancient world, above all in the fact that the lowest class, the proletariat, was already beginning to acquire in some of the advanced countries. 69 A sense of unity and class interest which virtually never existed at all among the Slavs of antiquity. In short, I am fully prepared to be criticized for what some may think a clumsy and even potentially misleading use of the term class struggle, provided it is always recognized that class is a relationship involving above all things exploitation, and that in every class society it is indeed class, and not social status or political position or membership of an order, which is in the long run the fundamental element. Aristotle's sociology of Greek politics. I am very far from being one of those historians who, by instinct or of set purpose, insist upon defining the society they are studying in the terms adopted by its own dominant class, as when Roland Mausnier, in a remarkably compact and well-written little book, Les hiérarchies sociales de 1450 nos jours, wishes to see pre-revolutionary France as a société d'ordres, divided not into classes but into orders or estates, grades in society based not upon any role in the productive process but ultimately upon social function, and instituted in legally recognized categories. However, it happens that I am fortunate in being able to find in Greek thought an analysis of the society of the Greek polis which is quite remarkably like the one I would wish to apply in any event. It is natural to begin with Aristotle, who was in a class by himself among the political theorists and sociologists of antiquity. He studied the politics and sociology of the Greek city more closely than anyone else, he thought more profoundly about these subjects and he wrote more about them than anyone. There could be no greater mistake than to suppose that because Aristotle was primarily a philosopher he was, like most modern philosophers, either incapable of, or uninterested in, extensive and accurate empirical investigation. Not only was he one of the greatest natural scientists of all time, especially in zoology, he was also a social and political scientist of the very first rank. In addition to that masterpiece, the Politics he is also credited with having produced, doubtless with the aid of pupils, no less than 158 Politiae, monographs on city constitutions, and several other works in the field of politics, sociology, and history, too, including a list of victors in the Pythian Games, compiled in collaboration with his young relative Callisthenius, for which they must have done research in the archives at Delphi. This is the earliest known archival research which is certain, although there is a late tradition that Hippias the Sophist, of Elis, compiled an Olympic victor list, which is generally accepted but seems to me unreliable in the extreme. Our only authority for its existence is a statement by Plutarch, more disparaging than most people realize, mentioning an Olympianican anagraphy which they say Hippias published late, having no source that obliges us to trust it. 3. No fragments survive. The partially preserved Delphic inscription of the 320s BC which records the completion of the Pythian victor list by Aristotle and Callisthenius is a sufficient refutation of the view that Aristotle, as a philosopher, could not have been 70. Greatly concerned about brute facts in the sphere of the social sciences and would be likely to distort or invent them to suit his preconceived philosophical views. There is good reason to think that Aristotle is at least the part author of the works with which he was credited in antiquity in the field of what we call history, sociology, law, and politics, and that he planned, and worked upon during his lifetime with his pupil Theophrastus, a vast treatise on laws, which was eventually published by Theophrastus in no fewer than 24 books, and of which a few fragments survive. For Aristotle's competence as an authority on the political life of the polis cannot be doubted. In this field, as I have indicated, he towers above everyone else in antiquity. He receives unqualified and justified eulogy from Marx, as a giant thinker, the greatest thinker of antiquity, the acme of ancient philosophy. My concentration on Aristotle as the great figure in ancient social and political thought and my relative neglect of Plato will surprise only those who know little or nothing of the source material for 4th century Greek history and have acquired such knowledge as they possess from modern books, nearly always very deferential to Plato. Aristotle, in the Politics, usually keeps very close to actual historical processes, whereas Plato throughout his works is largely unconcerned with historical reality, with what happened in history, except for certain matters which happened to catch his attention, inward-looking as it generally was. Certainly he had one or two powerful insights. In a recent article, Fuchs has drawn attention to his obsessive conviction, justified, as I think, that the tense political atmosphere and acute civil strife of his day were the direct consequence of increasing contrasts between wealth and poverty. In particular, Plato realized that an oligarchy, in the sense of a constitution resting on a property qualification, in which the wealthy rule and the poor are excluded from government, will actually be two cities, one of the poor and the other of the rich, always plotting against each other, it will be characterized by extremes of wealth and poverty, with nearly all those outside the ruling circle becoming paupers. We may recall the picture of England in 1845 drawn by Benjamin Disraeli in his novel significantly entitled Sibyl, or The Two Nations. Plato therefore gave much attention to the problems of property and its ownership and use, but his solutions were ill-conceived and misdirected. Above all, in the vitally important field of production he had nothing of the slightest value to suggest. In the Republic in particular he concentrated on consumption, and his so-called communism was confined to his small ruling class of guardians. But he was not willing, as Aristotle was, to study carefully a whole series of concrete situations, which might have upset some of his preconceived notions. He preferred to develop, as a philosopher, what his numerous admirers often call the logic of the ideas, a logic which, if it starts out from a faulty empirical base, as it often does, is only the more certain to reach faulty conclusions, the more rigorous it is. To take just one prominent example, Plato's account of democracy and the democratic man in Republic 8. 555b 569c is a grotesque caricature of at any rate the 1/4th century democracy we know most about, that of Athens, which in Plato's day bore little resemblance to his. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 71 unpleasant portrait of democracy, and moreover was particularly stable and showed nothing of the tendency to transform itself into tyranny which Plato represents as a typical feature of democracy. Yet Plato's fancy picture of the transformation of democracy into tyranny has often been treated as if it were a revelation of the innate characteristics of democracy, as of course it was intended to be. Cicero, giving in De Republica 1.65-68 almost a paraphrased summary of Plato, Republic 562a-4a, evidently regarded Plato's account as a description of what is likely to happen in actual practice. Yet Cicero, in the same work, can make one of his characters, Laelius, describe Plato's imaginary ideal state as remarkable indeed, no doubt, but irreconcilable with human life and customs. Aristotle's criticisms of the Republic are far from showing him at his best, but at least he did grasp one vital fact, that even Plato's ruling guardian class could not be happy. And if the guardians are not happy, who else can be, he asks. Certainly not the technitai and the mass of the bourgeoisie. As for the city pictured in Plato's laws, described as his second-best state, it is both so grimly repressive and so unworkable that even Plato's admirers usually prefer to let it drop out of sight. For the wildly exaggerated respect which has been paid down the ages to Plato's political thought is partly due to his remarkable literary genius and to the anti-democratic instincts of the majority of scholars. Plato was anti-democratic in the highest degree. It would not be fair to call him typically oligarchic in the usual Greek sense. As I shall define it later in this section, he did not want the rich as such to rule. But both Plato's best and his second-best states were iron-bound oligarchies, designed to prevent change or development of any kind, and permanently excluding from political rights every single one of those who actually worked for their living. Plato's arrogant contempt for all manual workers is nicely displayed in the passage from the Republic about the bald-headed little tinker, which I have given in 7.I below. Like so many other Greeks, Aristotle regarded a man's economic position as the decisive factor in influencing his behavior in politics, as in other fields. He never feels the need to argue in favor of this position, which he could simply take for granted, because it was already universally accepted. For him even eugenia, noble birth, involved inherited wealth as an essential element. 5 At times he employs what some modern sociologists have called a trichotomous scheme of division, into rich, poor and men of moderate wealth, hoi misoi, an expression which it is better not to translate middle class, if only because of the peculiar modern connotation of that term. In an important passage in the Politics he begins by saying that in every polis he is speaking only of the citizen population, there are three parts, the rich, the poor, and the misoi, and he goes on to say that neither of the two extreme classes is willing to 72. Listen to reason and persuasion, they feel either contempt or envy for each other, they are likely either to be plotted against because of their great possessions or to covet the possessions of others and plot against them, they are either too unwilling to obey or too abject and mean-spirited to know how to command, and the result is a city consisting not of free men but as it were of masters and slaves, in which there occur civil dissensions and armed conflicts between rich and poor, and either the few rich set up a pure oligarchy or the many poor set up an extreme democracy. The Mizoi, he thinks, suffer from none of the disadvantages mentioned, and the greater the proportion of Mizoi, the better governed the city is likely to be. Shortly afterwards Aristotle returns to the same theme, insisting that it is the arbitrator who inspires the greatest confidence everywhere, and that the Mizos is an arbitrator between the other two groups, who are again designated as rich and poor. Neither of these two groups, he says, will ever willingly endure political subjection to the other, and they would not even consent to rule turn and turn about, so deep is their distrust of one another. On the other hand, Aristotle also resorts to a simpler dichotomic model, which, by the way, is regularly adopted by Plato. 6. In Aristotle's dichotomy the citizens are divided into rich and poor, or into the propertied class and those who have no property, or virtually none. Even in the passage from Politics for which I summarized above, Aristotle admits that the number of Mizoi in most cities is small, and he regards outright oligarchy or democracy as only too likely to occur. 7. In general, it would be true to say that in Aristotle, as in other Greek writers, the nearer a political situation comes to a crisis, the more likely we are to be presented with just two sides. Whatever the terminology used, 8, we shall usually be justified in translating whatever expressions we find by the upper classes and the lower classes, meaning essentially the propertied and the non-propertied. One could cite quite a large number of passages in which Aristotle takes it for granted, quite correctly, that the propertied class would set themselves up as an oligarchy whenever they were able to do so, whereas the poor would institute democracy. Technically, of course, oligarchy should be the rule of the few, democracy the rule of the demos, a term which sometimes means the whole people, sometimes specifically the lower classes, the poor. But in one remarkable passage Aristotle brushes aside the mere difference of number, which he says is purely accidental and due to the fact that the rich happen to be few and the poor many. He insists that the real ground of the difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth, and he goes on to explain that he would continue to speak in terms of oligarchy and democracy in the same way even if the rich were many and the poor few. 9. When the propertied class can rule, they do, and that is oligarchy. Democracy is government by the majority, and the majority are in fact poor. Democracy is therefore 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. 73. Government by the poor, and the poor could be expected to desire democracy. Aristotle also takes it for granted, as did Greek thinkers generally, including Plato, that the class which achieves power, whether it be the rich or the poor, will rule with a view to its own advantage. He remarks that those who have a greater share of wealth than others tend to conceive themselves as absolutely superior, and he regards it as a foregone conclusion that those who have very great possessions will think it actually unjust for men having no property to be put in a position of political equality with property owners. 10. Indeed, he says, men of oligarchical inclinations define justice itself in terms of what is decided by a preponderant amount of property. So completely did Aristotle see oligarchy and democracy as rule by the rich and rule by the poor respectively that in one striking passage he remarks that neither oligarchy nor democracy could continue without the existence of both rich and poor, and that if equality of property were introduced the constitution would have to be something different from either. It is just after this, incidentally, that he records the interesting fact that in some states of his day the oligarchically minded take the oath, I will bear ill will towards the common people, and I will plan against them all the evil I can. Needless to say, Aristotle did not approve of such behavior. Elsewhere in the Politics he remarks, even when the poor have no access to honors they are willing to remain quiet provided no one treats them arrogantly or robs them of their property. But he goes on at once to qualify this, it does not come about easily, however, for those who have political power are not always gracious. He realized that if the poor are to be kept contented, magistrates, especially in oligarchies, must not be allowed to profit unduly from office. Yet he could also admit that all constitutions which he was prepared to describe as aristocratic are so oligarchical that the leading men are unduly oppressive. The categories employed by Aristotle were already very well established. Earlier in the 4th century Plato, Xenophon, the Oxyrhynchus historian and others had taken them for granted, and in the 5th century we find them not only in Thucydides, Herodotus, and others, 11 but even in poetry. I am thinking in particular of the passage in the Supplices of Euripides, where Theseus is made to say that there are 3 kinds of citizen, the greedy and useless rich, the covetous poor, easily led astray by scurvy demagogues, and those in the middle, who can be the salvation of the city, Aristotle's Mesoe, of course. Here, as in Aristotle and elsewhere, these people are quite clearly men of moderate opinions or behavior, although both Euripides and Aristotle evidently expected that moderate opinions and behavior would be 74. The natural consequence of the possession of a moderate amount of property, a delightfully realistic view, which may however seem distressingly Marxist to those who today speak of moderates when they mean right-wingers. It is a fact of the utmost significance that the earliest known example, and the only certain example before Alexander the Great, of divine cult being paid to a living man by a Greek city was the direct result of bitter class struggle on the political plane. The cult in question was instituted in honor of the Spartan commander Lysander by the narrow oligarchy which he had installed in power at Samos in 404 BC, after destroying the Samian democracy and liberating the island from its alliance with Athens, to which the democracy had clung firmly even after the defeat of Athens in the Peloponnesian War had become certain, with Lysander's victory over the Athenian fleet at Aegispotami in the autumn of 405. I have just been showing that Aristotle's analysis of political activity in the Greek city started from the empirically demonstrable premise, which he shared not only with other Greek thinkers but also with Marx, that the main determining factor in the political behavior of most individuals is economic class, as of course it still is today. 12. I shall presently show that Aristotle also, in an even more interesting way, took the same fundamental approach as Marx towards the analysis of a citizen body, but before I do this I should like to demonstrate the value of the kind of analysis I have just been giving of Greek political and sociological thinking by showing how well it explains the origin of the so-called theory of the mixed constitution. This theory played an important part in Greek political thought, the mixed constitution, in the writings of Polybius, Cicero, and others, became a kind of Weberian ideal type. 13 But by then the theory had developed into something rather different from what it had been in its initial phase, in the late 5th century and the 4th. By far the earliest surviving expression of the notion that the mixed constitution is a desirable one is in a much discussed passage in Thucydides, praising the so-called constitution of the 5,000 at Athens in 411 to 410 BC as just such a mixture. 14 The mixed constitution was evidently admired by Plato. 15 But the best theoretical justification of it is to be found in Book 4 of Aristotle's Politics. 16 In a striking passage earlier in his great work, Aristotle recognizes that if the lower classes are totally deprived of political rights and are not even allowed to have the necessary minimum power of electing the magistrates and calling them to account, they will be in the position of a slave and an enemy. Indeed, in a particularly realistic chapter in Book 3 Aristotle accepts perhaps more 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 75 explicitly than anywhere else in his surviving works the distinguishing characteristic of Greek democracy, the necessity for the whole citizen body to be sovereign in the deliberative, legislative, and judicial spheres, including of course the 2 activities already mentioned to which Aristotle again attaches the greatest importance, namely electing the magistrates and calling them to account. The reasoning that lies behind this conclusion is based on the recognition that while each individual may be a worse judge than the experts, the judgment of all collectively is better, or anyway no worse. However, Aristotle also felt instinctively that if the poor are all allowed to vote in the assembly they will be able to swamp it and outvote the propertied class, and indeed, blandly ignoring what actually did happen at Athens, where property rights were very carefully preserved. He says that if the majority are allowed to do exactly as they like, they will confiscate the property of the rich. Democracy, in Aristotle's view, can only too easily become the dictatorship of the proletariat. So it is necessary to give the propertied class extra weight, so to speak, in such a way as to make up for their built-in numerical inferiority and bring them to something like a balance with the non-propertied. Aristotle has various suggestions as to how this might be done. For example, you might decide to fine the rich for non-attendance in the courts at the same time as you pay a certain number of the poor for attending. This reveals clearly the climate of thought which originally produced the theory of the mixed constitution. You start by assuming, as Aristotle always does, that the propertied and the non-propertied are naturally opposed classes whose interests are very hard to reconcile, and you then manipulate the constitution in such a way as to compensate for the numerical inferiority of the upper class and produce a balance between rich and poor, which can be expected to have the important virtue of stability, and which you can hold out as a judicious mixture of oligarchy and democracy, with kingship thrown in for good measure if you happen to have important magistrates like the kings of Sparta or the Roman consuls. After Aristotle, the theory of the mixed constitution changed its character, as it became more and more unnecessary to take serious account of democracy as a possible political form, so interest in the mixed constitution came to center mainly in formal constitutional elements and the relative powers of assembly, council, and magistrates. In Cicero's eyes, it was the best way of reconciling the masses to aristocratic rule and thus ensuring political stability and the security of property ownership. 17 Discussion has lately concentrated on the later phase. What I have been trying to do is to show how the theory first emerged and the place it occupied in the thought of Aristotle. I would describe it as being in its origin a means of ensuring a balance in the political class struggle. There are traces at many points in Aristotle's work of his belief that the conflict of interests between propertied and non-propertied is fundamental and inescapable, and that even if a fully mixed constitution cannot be achieved, attempts ought at least to be made to reconcile that conflict of interests as far as 76. Possible both by constitutional rules and by sensible behavior in practice. Perhaps the most useful series of passages to quote here is Politics v.8. It would be easy to sneer at Aristotle's recommendations for the reconciliation of the irreconcilable, mixed constitution and all. This, however, would be wrong, for in the class society for which Aristotle was prescribing, the conflicts were indeed inescapable, and no radical transformation of society for the better was then conceivable. In the later Middle Ages, the ending of feudal restrictions and the full transition to capitalism offered real hope of betterment for all but a few, and in our own time the prolonged death throes of capitalism encourage us to look forward to a fully socialist society. For Aristotle and his contemporaries, there were no prospects of fundamental change that could offer any expectation of a better life for even a citizen of a polis, except at the expense of others. The greatness of Aristotle as a political and social thinker is visible to us not only in his recognition of the structural defects of existing Greek polis, automatically creating an opposition between propertied and non-propertied, but also in his generally practicable and often very acute ideas for palliating as far as possible the evil consequences of those defects, ideas which at least compare very favorably with the utterly impracticable fantasies of Plato. Aristotle was a great advocate of the sovereignty of law, a subject to which he returns again and again. Yet in one of the many passages in which he honestly faces difficulties, he admits that law itself can be either oligarchic or democratic, and at the end of the next chapter he explains that the nature of law depends upon the type of constitution within which it functions. Also, as Jones pointed out some years ago and Hansen has recently demonstrated in detail, 18 Aristotle is demonstrably unfair to what he is pleased to call extreme democracy, for when many of us would prefer to speak of radical democracy or full democracy, Aristotle uses the expressions escate demokratia or telutia demokratia. 19 Over and over again Aristotle treats this form of democracy as one in which there is characteristically and habitually an overriding of law by decrees 20 passed by the demos or plethos in Assembly 21, and in one case he speaks specifically of the plethos of the aporaoi, the mass of the propertyless, a notion which is implicit in all these passages. Aristotle must have regarded the Athenian constitution, at any rate in the 4th century 22, as a form of extreme democracy, yet his treatment of that kind of constitution, even if it applied to some other Greek democracies, was certainly not true of the Athenian form. Nor, I may say, can we accept in relation to Athens, where property rights were carefully preserved, Aristotle's assumption that it was characteristic of Greek democracies to despoil the rich of their property. All we can admit is that some condemnations in the courts, involving the confiscation of the property of wealthy men, were, in the eyes of some critics of the democracy, prompted at least partly by a desire to enrich the state at the expense of opulent individuals. How true Aristotle's strictures were of other Greek democracies we have no means of telling. He may well have generalized from a few notorious cases. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 77 ************************************ I now come to what I regard as the most important and interesting part of this section, the fulfillment of my promise to demonstrate another way in which Aristotle's analysis of the citizen body of the Greek polis bears a remarkable resemblance to the method of approach adopted by Marx. Aristotle understood the reason why there are different types of constitution. It was because each citizen body was composed of different parts, made up of households or families having widely differing characteristics 23, and the constitution would express the relative strength of the different elements. As anyone who has studied the politics carefully will know, Aristotle has various different ways of classifying the inhabitants of the Greek city-state. In Book 4, Chapter 4, in particular, he tries to give a detailed list of the constituent parts of the citizen body, the polios. The categories with which he begins are the very ones I have specified as the defining characteristics of class in Marx's sense. Aristotle starts off with 4 groups defined according to their role in production: working farmers, independent artisans, traders 24, and wage laborers. Precisely the same 4 groups appear in Book 6, but there they are the constituent parts of the plethos, the masses, and in 4.42 it soon becomes evident that the georgoi are indeed working farmers, and not gentlemen farmers who were really absentee landlords or employers of slave labor, for after Aristotle has mentioned his first 4 groups he wanders off into a mixture of economic, political, and military categories, and as one of these he mentions the euporoi, the rich, the well-to-do property owners. This is not one of Aristotle's clearest pieces of analysis. It contains a very long digression of nearly a page in length, and some people think there must be a lacuna in the text. But eventually, after listing 9 or 10 categories, he realizes that he has got himself into a hopeless mess, and he pulls together what he has been saying by remarking that there is just one distinction which will sort everyone out: no one can be both poor and rich. And so he returns once more to his fundamental distinction between rich and poor, propertied and propertyless, euporoi and aporaoi. He ends this section of his work by reiterating that there are 2 basic forms of constitution, corresponding to the distinction between euporoi and aporaoi, namely oligarchy and democracy. And in a later book of the Politics he says emphatically that the polis is made up of 2 rich and poor. It is of the greatest interest, and entirely consistent with Aristotle's fundamental principles of sociological classification, that he was able to discriminate between different types of democracy according to the role played in production in each individual case by the majority of the lower classes, whether as farmers, artisans, or wage laborers, or as some mixture of these elements 25, whereas he can draw distinctions only on technical, constitutional grounds in 3 different passages. Discussing forms of oligarchy, 26, all of which would of course be ruled by landowners. Austin and Vidal-Naquet, while admitting that Aristotle is constantly reasoning in terms of class struggles. 78. Maintain, apparently as a criticism of what they regard as Marxism, that modern representations of class struggles are inappropriate here and that one will search in vain for the place held by different groups in the relations of production as a criterion of ancient class struggles. This is literally correct, but why should anyone wish to apply categories that are highly relevant in capitalist society to a pre-capitalist world in which they are indeed inappropriate? Austin and Vidal-Naquet at THS point seem to overlook the fact that the great majority of citizens in all classical Greek states were involved in agricultural production in one way or another. Artisans in the 4th century were neither numerous nor important enough to exert any real influence as a class. Foreign trade was probably often in the hands mainly of non-citizens. 27 And internal trade, although some citizens participated as well as many medics, gave little opportunity of acquiring wealth or political power. Aristotle realized that it was above all property ownership or the lack of it which divided citizen bodies into what I am calling classes. He had no need to tell his Greek audience that property was overwhelmingly landed. The Aristotelian categories perhaps tend to be less refined than those of Marx. Except in one or two passages such as Pol. 4.4, quoted above, Aristotle is mainly thinking in quantitative terms, classifying citizens according to the amount of property they owned, whether large or small, whereas Marx's analysis, except when he is speaking loosely, is usually more qualitative and concentrates more explicitly on relationship to the means and the labor of production. To put it in a different way, Marx perhaps concentrates more on the beginning and the structure of the process of production, Aristotle more on its results. But there is less difference than might appear. The very term Aristotle and others often use for the propertied class, hoitias ousias ekant, employs a word, ousia, which is characteristically, though not exclusively, used of landed property. As I have said, land and slaves were the principal means of production in antiquity, and land was always regarded as the ideal form of wealth. And Aristotle, in his analysis of the political community, certainly does come closer to Marx than any other ancient thinker I know. On one occasion, as we have seen, he begins his classification of the constituent parts of a citizen body by distinguishing the citizens according to the functions they perform in the productive process. He ends up with a basic dichotomy between propertied and propertyless, and he always takes a man's economic position to be the main determinant of his political behavior. Now it is true that Aristotle may sometimes impose upon earlier events inappropriate categories drawn from the experience of his own day, but it is not legitimate to say that whereas his picture of class differences and class struggle in Greek cities may be true of the 4th century, it need not be accepted for earlier periods. 5th century writers, as I have shown, give a very similar picture, and when we go back to contemporary sources in the Archaic Age, the poets Solon and Theonis in particular, we find some very clear examples of overt political class strife, although of course the classes were then rather different from what they had become by the 5th century. Aristotle does record the fact that some Greeks believed the fair regulation of property to be the most important of all matters, because they thought that all 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 79 stacies had their origin in questions of property. Plato, of course, is the most obvious example. And Aristotle goes on to discuss some of the views of Thales of Chalcedon, who, he says, was the first to propose that citizens should own equal amounts of property, in fact, as he explains later, of land. Among various criticisms of Thales, Aristotle advances the view that it is no use confining a prescription for equal distribution of property to land. Wealth, as he points out, can also consist of slaves and cattle and money, and one should either leave wealth entirely unregulated or else insist on complete equality or the fixing of a moderate maximum amount. This is the place to mention the remarkable opinion expressed by Diodorus, in connection with his ideales at Indian society. It is foolish to make laws on a basis of equality for all, but to make the distribution of property unequal. I fully realize that some people will feel irked by my unqualified and general acceptance of Marx's concept of class struggle, with its emphasis on economic differentiation as the fundamental element, rather than social prestige or status or political power,
they may still be disinclined to accept Marx's picture as a generally valid description of human societies. But it should at least be clear beyond dispute by now that anyone who holds such opinions has no right to complain of my accepting Marx's categories in the analysis of ancient Greek society. Far from being an anachronistic aberration confined to Marx and his followers, the concept of economic class as the basic factor in the differentiation of Greek society and the definition of its political divisions turns out to correspond remarkably well with the view taken by the Greeks themselves, and Aristotle, the great expert on the sociology and politics of the Greek city, always proceeds on the basis of a class analysis and takes it for granted that men will act, politically and otherwise, above all according to their economic position. The Marxist character of Aristotle's sociology has not escaped notice. The Aristotelian scholar J. L. Stokes remarked in 1936 of one statement in Book 4 of the Politics that it might be a quotation from the Communist Manifesto. Stokes's article, by the way, is entitled Scholi, a concept of considerable importance in Aristotle's thought which I find it more convenient to deal with in 3.6 below, on hired labor. In recent years, in the Antipodes and across the Atlantic, some writers on the ancient world have contrived to forget Aristotle's class analysis, which I dare say they regard as dangerously Marxist, or to pretend that it can be ignored, especially for the centuries earlier than the fourth. They have managed to persuade themselves that the conflicts in Greek society can be explained exclusively in terms of factions grouped around aristocratic families, factions which of course existed and could indeed cut across class lines, although to treat them as the basic elements in Greek politics and the rise of democracy is to fly in the face of the evidence, especially for Athens in the early 6th century onwards. I shall waste no further time on these idiosyncratic notions, but I cannot resist referring to the delightful expression, Aristotelian Marxist explanations of Greek social and political development, in a recent article by D. J. McCargar, who is prudently disinclined to reject such explanations. 80. Entirely, especially, for Athens, in the period beginning with Cleisthenes. 28 I should perhaps just mention a very feeble attempt made by Marcus Wheeler, in an article published in 1951, to dissociate Aristotle's theory of stasis, or civil disturbance, from Marx's concept of class struggle. 29 The summary of Wheeler's arguments at the end of his article reveals his inability to make a deep enough analysis of either Aristotle or Marx. There is positively no comfort in Aristotle, or in any other Greek thinker known to me, for those who have rejected class as the principal category for use in the analysis of ancient society and have preferred status. It is hard to find even a good Greek equivalent for status, but since Max Weber defined his status situation as those aspects of a man's life that are determined by social estimation of honor, I think we may accept time as the best Greek translation of status. Now Aristotle of course knew very well, as did other Greek writers, including Thucydides, that time was of great importance to many Greeks. For some, indeed, Aristotle realized that time was a principal ingredient in happiness, and those he calls men of refinement and affairs, in contrast with the masses, who betray themselves as utterly slavish, in their preference for a life suitable for cattle, could be expected to set great store by time, which he himself considered to be virtually the goal of political life, the greatest of external goods, a prize for excellence, the aim of the majority. But it is essential to observe that Aristotle's discussions of time are kept almost entirely for his ethical works. 30 He would have had scant patience with those modern scholars who have wanted to use status as a yardstick in politicaj and general classification, for that, Aristotle chose class, expressed in terms of property. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
partly sufficient reply to statements such as that of Otto Moore, quoted in I.4 above, that while the Marxian theory seems highly relevant and useful in analyzing social and political conflicts in capitalist societies during a particular period, its utility and relevance elsewhere are much less clear. I have not thought it necessary to examine here any Greek political thought, if we can dignify it with that name, of the Hellenistic and Roman periods. 31 I shall notice some of this disagreeable stuff later,
when I have occasion to do so, but there is really no point in my dragging it in here. The whole concept of democracy, that great, fertile innovation of classical Greek political thinking, now became gradually degraded, as I shall show in v.3 below. Democracy came to mean little more than some form of constitutional rule as opposed to tyranny, or else a measure of independence for a city, as opposed to outright control by a Hellenistic monarch, and there could no longer be any honest political thought on a realistic basis. Serious political activity, such as it was, became confined more and more completely to the propertied classes. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. Alternatives to class. We must now consider whether there is any more fruitful method of analyzing human societies, according to different principles from those I have been advocating. I must begin by putting myself at the opposite extreme from those I may call antiquarians, who renounce, explicitly or by implication, any wish to provide an organic picture of a historical society, illuminated by all the insight that we in modern times can bring to bear upon it, and deliberately confine themselves to reproducing as faithfully as possible some particular feature or aspect of that society, strictly in its own original terms. Such a person may often prove very useful to the historian, by drawing attention to particular sets of evidence and collecting a great deal of information which the historian can then transform into something significant. An outstanding example of this kind of antiquarian activity, which is yet presented in the opening sentence of its preface as an essay in historical interpretation, is Fergus Miller's recent large book, The Emperor in the Roman World, which begins by proclaiming in its preface a series of methodological principles to most of which the historian ought to feel hostile. Asserting that he has rigidly avoided reading sociological works on kingship or related topics, or studies of monarchic institutions in societies other than those of Greece and Rome, Miller goes on to say that to have come to the subject with an array of concepts derived from the study of other societies would merely have made even more unattainable the proper objective of a historian, to subordinate himself to the evidence and to the conceptual world of a society in the past. And he congratulates himself on not having contaminated the presentation of the evidence from the Roman Empire with conceptions drawn from wider sociological studies. For Miller, the emperor was what the emperor did, an opinion given twice, the first time as a pendant to the conscious principle he says he has followed, that any social system must be analyzed primarily in terms of the specific patterns of action recorded of its members. Another of his conscious principles is that we must base our conceptions solely on attitudes and expectations expressed in those ancient sources which provide our evidence. And Miller believes himself to be describing certain essential elements, certain basic features of the working of the Roman Empire, patterns which are of fundamental importance in understanding what the Roman Empire was. Perhaps the most serious of all the mistaken assumptions behind this program is that there is an objective entity, the evidence, to which the historian has merely to subordinate himself. The volume of the surviving evidence for the Roman Empire is enormous, and all the historian can do is to select those parts of the evidence which he considers most relevant and significant. To pretend to oneself that all one has to do is simply to reproduce the evidence is all too likely to result, and in Miller's case has resulted, in a mainly superficial picture, and one that explains little or nothing of importance. Moreover, to base our conceptions as Miller advocates, solely on the attitudes and expectations expressed in those ancient sources which happen to survive is to deprive ourselves 81. 82. Of all the insights that come from penetrating beneath that very limited series of attitudes and expectations and, where they reveal false comprehension and even self-deception, as they so often do, demonstrating the realities which they serve to conceal. Again, before interrogating the evidence one needs to decide what are the most fruitful questions to ask. By altogether abjuring, not only all material which is not made explicit in the surviving sources, but also the comparative method and all those forms of analysis which have been developed in the study of sociology and of other historical societies, Miller has greatly impoverished himself and has failed even to become aware of many of the most fruitful questions. Particularly when our information from the ancient world is scanty or non-existent, as for example in regard to the peasantry,
we may gain much insight from comparative studies. I would suggest that the passage I have summarized in 4.2 below from William Hinton's book, Fanchon, sheds light in a way no Greek or Roman source can equal upon the acceptance by poor peasants of the exploitation they suffer at the hands of a landlord class. However, it would be ungracious not to record that Miller's book is a notable piece of antiquarian research, an outstanding and invaluable repository of detailed and accurate information on those limited aspects of the Principate in which he happens to be interested. One would have had little to complain about had the preface been omitted and the book given the more modest and more accurate title, Communicati and Between the Roman Emperor and His Subjects. If I have dwelt too long upon the book's limitations, it is because they are all too characteristic of much contemporary writing about ancient history, though never made so explicit elsewhere. I find myself not merely unwilling but unable to make use, for present purposes, of the wide range of theories of social stratification often grouped together under the name of functionalism, one the main distinguishing characteristic of which is the attempt to explain social institutions above all in terms of their role in maintaining and reinforcing the social structure. Among the leading sociologists and anthropologists who can be placed at least to some extent in this group are Durkheim, Malinowski, Radcliffe Brown, Talcott Parsons, and R.K. Merton. I cannot see that the functionalist approach can help to explain any of the phenomena we shall be examining, least of all the process of social change which is very noticeable in parts of our period. A paper of great insight by Ralph Dahrendorf, in praise of Thrasymachus, has traced functionalist theory as far back as the Socrates of Plato's Republic, who, in his debate with Thrasymachus, develops an equilibrium theory of social life, based upon an assumed consensus, in opposition to the constraint theory of Thrasymachus, and who thus became the first functionalist. As Dahrendorf says, an equilibrium approach cannot come to terms with certain substantive problems of change. Equilibrium theories lend themselves to explaining continuity alone, and even this only with respect to the most formal aspects of the political system. A methodology in the study of economic history which resembles that of the functionalists in anthropology has been emerging in recent years, partly under 2. Class exploitation and class struggle 83 the stimulus of economists, especially in the United States. I refer to those works which seek to minimize class conflicts in society and treat such conflicts as less significant than those features which can be conceived, with or without distortion, as promoting social cohesion and rationality. It is hard to choose examples among such works, for some of them may bear little resemblance to each other except their common functionalist approach. I shall begin by singling out a recent book and two articles by D.C. North and R.P. Thomas, two enthusiastic practitioners of the new economic history, whose picture of the major economic developments that took place in the Middle Ages depends partly upon the assumption that serfdom in Western Europe was essentially not an exploitative arrangement where lords owned labor as in North America, or as it developed in Eastern Europe, but essentially a contractual arrangement where labor services were exchanged for the public good of protection and justice. I need say no more about these authors' fancy picture of serfdom as a voluntary contract, as it has been sufficiently demolished by Robert Brenner in a very able article, Agrarian Class Structure and Economic Development in Pre-Industrial Europe in Past and Present 70-30-75. This deals admirably with various types of economic model building which try to explain long-term economic developments in pre-industrial Europe primarily in terms either of demography or of the growth of trade and the market, disregarding class relations and exploitation as primary factors. 2A and Brenner's case against North and Thomas in particular can be strengthened. No one acquainted with the sources for later Roman history would try to pretend that the serfdom of the Roman colonate, of the 4th and following centuries, was anything but thoroughly exploitative, for in the later Roman world, overall, there was no such failure of state power as may have driven some medieval peasants to choose subjection to a lord as a less unpleasant alternative than being at the mercy of all and sundry. We do find in the later empire a certain amount of resort to patronage, as something temporarily preferable to helpless independence in the face of fiscal oppression or barbarian incursions,
but in general it would be ridiculous to treat the colonate as anything but an instrument for reinforcing the subjection of the peasant to fiscal extortion and landlord control. And if the serfdom of the colonate is thus understood, the case for treating medieval serfdom as a voluntary contract benefiting peasant as well as lord is greatly weakened. Another good example of the functionalist tendencies I have just described is the very able little book by Sir John Hickes, A Theory of Economic History, published in 1969 and representing an expansion of lectures delivered from 1967 onwards. This is more directly relevant to subjects I deal with in this book, in that it purports to delineate the general features of what Hickes calls the lord and peasant system, which would include not only the late Roman colonate but a good deal of earlier rural life in the Greek world. Dr. Pangloss would have been delighted with Hicks's account of this system. It was very ancient, he says, and very strong. It was strong because it met a real need. Lord and peasant were necessary to each other, and the land, the same land, was 84. Necessary to both. The peasant was necessary to the lord, since it was from a share in the peasant's produce that he derived his support, and there was a corresponding way in which the lord was necessary to the peasant. Whatever the burden that was laid upon him, he got something in return, and what he got in return was vital. What he got was protection. This system is at once hypostatist and takes on a life of its own. Hickes speaks of it as if it could be itself a living force. It did not only persist, it recreated itself, under suitable conditions, when there had been a move away from it. When it involves the cultivation of a lord's domain land by the forced labor of the peasants, Hickes can remark blandly that a lord and peasant system that moves in this direction would generally be regarded as moving towards a more complete condition of serfdom. And when there is a shortage of labor, it is competition for labor that must be stopped. The laborer, or peasant laborer, must be tied to the soil, or retied to the soil, in a more exact sense than before, he must be made a serf. Hicks's characters, it will be observed, the lord, the peasant and other such abstractions, are mere creatures of his system, and in all their acts they obediently conform to the types of behavior expected of them by orthodox neoclassical economists, if not by historians. The absurdity of this idyllic picture of the lord and peasant system, like that of North and Thomas, which I have criticized above, is equally revealed, of course, by the serfdom of the later Roman colonate, where protection by the landowner was only rarely involved, and not at all at the inception of the colonate and for some time afterwards. It is a pity that Hickes was not acquainted with the source material for the later Roman Empire, especially the passages quoted in 3.4 and 4.3 below to demonstrate that in the eyes of the Roman ruling class the serf colonist was in a condition so close to slavery that only the vocabulary of that institution, technically inappropriate as it was, proved adequate to describe his subject condition. Perhaps it would be too cheap a sneer to say that we may be tempted to interpret the protection which Hickes and others see the lord as extending to the peasant in a rather different sense from that intended by him, as a protection racket indeed, in most cases, even if it could sometimes be taken seriously by peasants. But at least we may be allowed to feel regret that Hickes could not have had these matters properly explained to him by the peasants of Longbow village after their eyes had been opened at the meeting in Lee Village Gulch in January 1946 and they had come to understand the real nature of landlordism. The intellectual origins of the theory that involves conceiving medieval serfdom as a voluntary contractual arrangement are not traced back by North and Thomas beyond 1952. 3. I should like to suggest that an important formative influence in establishing the background of thought in which such theories may flourish was a short book written nearly half a century ago by a young English economist who was soon to become very prominent, Lionel Robbins, an essay on the nature and significance of economic science. Robbins carefully isolates economics from contamination by such disciplines as history or sociology or politics, by defining it as the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. Individuals make a series of choices. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 85 which for the purpose of the theory have to be treated as free choices, in flagrant disregard, as Maurice pointed out in 1937, of the class relations which in reality largely determine such choices. From that position, it is but a short step to serfdom as a nice, contractual relationship, and if serfdom, then why not slavery, which, as its defenders from George Fitzhugh onwards proclaimed, provides a security for the slave to which the individual wage laborer cannot aspire? If we now turn to Max Weber's sociological approach to ancient history, we can find elements of real value, even if in the end we feel dissatisfied with the categories he employs, as unclear and unhelpful. 5. If I may speak as a historian, sociologists not thoroughly trained as historians who have ventured outside their own familiar world into earlier periods of history have often made disastrous mistakes and have sometimes produced conclusions of little or no value, simply because of their inability to deal properly with historical evidence. Weber not only possessed rare intellectual quality, he was trained in Roman law and history, and his earliest work, after his doctoral thesis, was a Roman Agrargeschichte. 6. It is a pity that British ancient historians today, with few exceptions, seem to be little interested in Weber. Even Rostovtsev, who did not miss much, had not read the very interesting lecture Weber delivered and published in 1896, Die Sozialen de Untergangs der Antiken Kultur, which seems to me Weber's best piece of historical writing, and of which English translations, as The Social Causes of the Decay of Ancient Civilization, have now become easily available. 8. I must admit, however, that Weber, who wrote about Greek society as well as Roman, evidently knew much less at first hand about the Greek world than the Roman, and that he was much less at home when dealing with Greek history. 9. It is also an unfortunate fact that the English reader who is not already well versed in sociological literature and terminology is likely to find Weber hard to read in the original German. To L1 at times Weber can be lucid enough, even for quite long stretches, but often he lapses into an obscurity which does not always repay the repeated rereadings it invites. In particular, his use of various forms and combinations of the German word stand can be a source of confusion, even, I think, for the German reader. Talcott Parsons, whose translations of Weber are excellent, could say in a footnote to one of them, "The term stand with its derivatives is perhaps the most troublesome single term in Weber's text. It refers to a social group the members of which occupy a relatively well-defined common status, particularly with reference to social stratification, though this reference is not always important. In addition to common status, there is the further criterion that the members of a stand have a common mode of life and usually more or less well-defined code of behavior. There is no English term which even approaches adequacy in rendering this concept. Hence it has been necessary to attempt to describe what Weber meant if, whatever terms the particular context has indicated." 86. The whole footnote is an attempt to explain how Parsons has come to translate Weber's Standesherrschaft by decentralist authority, a rendering which nicely illustrates the difficulty he is trying to explain. Under Weber's powerful influence above all, it has become an accepted practice on the part of sociologists to concern themselves with what is usually referred to as the social stratification of human societies, under one or more of three aspects: economic, in terms of class; political, in terms of authority or domination or power; social, in terms of status or honor or prestige. I must add at once, with all possible emphasis, that Marx shows not the least interest in social stratification, a spatial metaphor which I think he scarcely ever employs in connection with his concept of classes, even as the metaphor it is. He uses the term the middle class quite frequently, in the sense in which it had come to be regularly employed by his day, as a synonym for the bourgeoisie or the capitalist class, but he rarely refers to upper or lower classes, although in the 18th Brumaire, for example, he can refer to the social strata situated above the proletariat in France. My own practice in this book is the reverse. I avoid using the term middle class in relation to the ancient world, because of its inevitable modem coloring, but I often find it convenient to speak of upper and lower classes. Near the beginning of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels did speak of the existence, in earlier epochs of history, of various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank, but in spite of the occurrence of a few phrases of that kind in their works, it would be a great mistake to conceive the Marxist class analysis as an attempt to construct a scheme of social stratification. Neglect of this cardinal fact has led to much misunderstanding of Marx. Although of course it is perfectly possible to produce a series of such schemes of stratification for the ancient world at different periods, the result, however true to reality, will not provide an instrument of historical analysis and explanation in any way comparable with the application of the Marxist concept of class. At this point, however, I wish to glance briefly at theories of social stratification couched primarily in social or political terms. That the primary and most useful kind of classification was social status was in effect the position of Max Weber, and it has recently been explicitly restated in relation to the Greek and Roman world by M.I. Finlay. Let us first concentrate on Weber. It was said of him by the German sociologist Albert Salomon that he became a sociologist in a long and intense dialogue with the ghost of Karl Marx. 12. He was not altogether hostile to Marx, and he was prepared to concede eminent, indeed unique, heuristic significance to Marx's concepts, considered as a form of his own ideal types, but he refused to allow them any empirical reality. 13. According to the American sociologists, H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, in their introduction to a well-chosen set of extracts from Weber's writings, throughout his life, Max Weber was engaged in a fruitful battle with historical materialism. In his last course of lectures in Munich at the time of the Revolution, he presented his course under the title, A Positive Critique of Historical Materialism. How far Girth? 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 87 and Mills were justified in adding at this point, yet there is a definite drift of emphasis in his intellectual biography towards Marx, I leave to others to decide. I have certainly not been able to discover anywhere in Weber's works any serious discussion of Marx's concept of class, an omission which I find very strange. I must say, it would have been a rare pleasure to attend the lecture Weber gave on socialism to the officer corps of the Austro-Hungarian Royal Imperial Army in Vienna in July 1918, in which Weber actually described the Communist Manifesto in terms of the greatest respect. This document, however strongly we may reject it in its critical theses, is in its way a scientific achievement of the first rank. That cannot be denied, neither may one deny it, because nobody believes one and it is impossible to deny it with a clear conscience. Even in the theses we nowadays reject, it is an imaginative error which politically has had very far-reaching and perhaps not always pleasant consequences, but which has brought very stimulating results for scholarship, more so than many a work of dull correctness. 14. I shall try to represent those of W. Weber's views that are immediately relevant as fairly as I can, but the reader who fears that his stomach may be turned by the horrible jargon that is characteristic of so much sociological theorizing and by the repellent welter of vague generalization that infects even a powerful intellect like Weber's in such circumstances had better skip the next few paragraphs. Weber gave more than one explanation of what he meant by stand and st. 15 and he also deals with the subject of stand elsewhere, for example in an essay on the world religions written in 1913-16 and in one of his works on India dating from 1916. 17. Although Weber, I think, never says so expressly, it seems clear to me that he regarded status situation as the most significant kind of classification, even if, in accordance with his general principles, he did not actually make it the necessary determinant of class situation 18 and indeed said that status situation might be based on class status directly or related to it in complex ways. It is not, however, determined by this alone. Conversely, social status may partly or even wholly determine class status, without, however, being identical with it. 19 For Weber, status groups were normally communities, and men's status situation includes every typical component of the life fate of men that is determined by a specific, positive or negative, social estimation of honor, involving a specific style of life. Lebenfeierung T20 In his opinion, the decisive role of a style of life in status honor means that status
Groups are the specific bearers of all conventions. In whatever way it may be manifest, all stylization of life either originates in status groups or is at least conserved by them. 21 And status groups are stratified according to the principles of their consumption of goods as represented by special styles of life. 22 We can therefore agree with the opinion expressed by Reinhard Bendix, one of Weber's greatest admirers, that Weber's approach conceived of society. 88. As an arena of competing status groups, each with its own economic interests, status, honor, and orientation toward the world and man. He used this perspective in his analysis of the landed aristocracy, the rising bourgeoisie, the bureaucracy, and the working class in Imperial Germany. He used the same perspective in his comparative sociology of religion. And in its constant attention to social stratification, 20th-century sociological theory has broadly followed Weber. As S. N. Eisenstadt put it in 1968, the central concept in later sociological analysis of stratification, largely derived from Weber, is that of prestige. Yet Weber could also admit, in the essay on world religions to which I have already referred, that present-day society is predominantly stratified in classes, and to an especially high degree in income classes. He went on, however, but in the special status prestige of the educated strata, our society contains a very tangible element of stratification by status. Shortly afterwards he added, in the past the significance of stratification by status was far more decisive, above all for the economic structure of the societies. A little earlier in the same passage he had defined class situation as the opportunities to gain sustenance and income that are primarily determined by typical, economically relevant, situations, and he had said that a status situation can be the cause as well as the result of a class situation, but it need be neither. Class situations, in turn, can be primarily determined by markets, by the labor market and the commodity market. This is confusing, and the confusion hardly resolves itself when we put this passage together with the two in Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft referred to above, which contain Weber's formal discussion of economic, social, and political classification. Here, in the earlier passage, under the general heading of concepts, we are first told that a class is any group of persons occupying the same class situation, and we are then introduced to various different types of class, the property class, the acquisition class, and the social class. After some unilluminating remarks, especially on the significance of property classes, both positively privileged and negatively privileged, we suddenly encounter the middle classes. The discussion that follows, mainly of acquisition classes and social classes, consists of a string of poorly connected observations. We then move on to social status. I have already quoted one or two sentences from Weber's account of this. No kind of organizing principle seems to be at work, and the various kinds of class evidently overlap in all sorts of ways. Things are at first a little better, though not much, when we reach the second main passage, at the very end of Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft. Here we do at least find a definition of class. We may speak of a class when a number of people have in common a specific causal component of their life chances, insofar as this component is represented exclusively by economic interests in the possession of goods and opportunities for income, and is represented under the conditions of the commodity or labor markets. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. And a little later we are told that 89 always this is the generic connotation of the concept of class, that the kind of chance in the market is the decisive moment which presents a common condition for the individual's fate. Class situation is, in this sense, ultimately market situation. We begin to see a little light at the end of the tunnel, although we are still very much in the dark as to how many classes Weber would recognize and at what points he would draw the boundaries between them. Slaves, because their fate is not determined by the chance of using goods or services for themselves on the market, are a status group and not a class at all in the technical sense of the term, according, that is to say, to Weber's definition of class. The faint light continues to glow, although still very much in the distance, when we go on in the next paragraph to learn that according to our terminology, the factor that creates class is unambiguously economic interest, and indeed, only those interests involved in the existence of the market. So far, so good, at least this is intelligible. But alas, we then find ourselves in a particularly luxuriant and stifling Weberian thicket. Nevertheless, the concept of class interest is an ambiguous one. Even as an empirical concept it is ambiguous as soon as one understands by it something other than the factual direction of interests following with a certain probability from the class situation for a certain average of those people subject to the class situation. For the next page or two things get better again, and there are some interesting observations. The only one that I need notice is, the class struggles of antiquity, to the extent that they were genuine class struggles and not struggles between status groups, were initially carried on by indebted peasants, and perhaps also by artisans threatened by debt bondage and struggling against urban creditors. Debt relationships as such produced class action up to the time of Catiline. And in the last few pages of Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft one firm statement stands out from the medley, the second half of which I have already quoted above in dealing with Weber's status groups. With some oversimplification, one might say that classes are stratified according to their relations to the production and acquisition of goods, whereas status groups are stratified according to the principles of their consumption of goods as represented by special styles of life. Weber makes a very similar statement to that last one in an essay on Indian society, first published in 1916, to which I have already referred. Classes are groups of people who, from the standpoint of specific interests, have the same economic position. Ownership or non-ownership of material goods or of definite skills constitute the class situation. Status is a quality of social honor or a lack of it, and is in the main conditioned as well as expressed through a specific style of life. A proper comparison of Weber's categories with those of Marx would take us too far from our main subject, but certain features of this comparison leap to the eye, and of these I shall single out three. 1. Weberian status stratification plays no significant role in the thought of Marx, who shows no interest in social stratification as such. Insofar as classes happen to be status groups and are stratified accordingly, it is their class relationship that matters to Marx, rather than any stratification according 90 to status. Is this a defect in Marx? The answer to this question depends on the value we attach to social stratification as an instrument of historical or sociological analysis. But, and this is my first point, Weber in fact makes virtually no significant use of his status groups in explaining anything. Although I have read many of Weber's works, I cannot claim to know them all, and it may be that I have missed something, but my statement is certainly true of the great bulk of his writings, whether on the society of his own day or on classical antiquity or on China, or even on the rise of capitalism, in what is perhaps his most famous work among historians, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. 23. Only in writing of India does Weber attribute a central explanatory role to one peculiar, and indeed unique, form of closed status group, the caste. 2. Weber's use of the term class, as is evident from my citations above, is totally different from that of Marx. To me, Weber's notion of class is exceedingly vague and inherently incapable of precise definition. According to one of his own statement, quoted above, classes can be stratified, but even if classes are groups of people who, from the standpoint of specific interests, have the same economic position, how are the boundaries of classes to be ascertained? That is the essential question, and my second point is that Weber fails to provide an answer to it. Individuals, certainly, can be regarded as stratified, after a fashion, according to economic position in general, but if we are to have stratified classes we need to be able to define their respective boundaries in some way, even if we are prepared to allow for some indeterminate borderline cases and do not wish to have hard and fast lines of demarcation. A class, after all, is a class, and we must be able to define different classes. 3. But it is my third contrast between the categories of Weber and Marx which is by far the most important.
The status groups and even the classes of Weber are not necessarily in any organic relationship with one another, and consequently they are not dynamic in character but merely lie side by side, so to speak, like numbers in a row. Class in Marx's sense, as I said at the beginning of my definition in section 2 of this chapter, is essentially a relationship, and the members of any one class are necessarily related as such, in different degrees, to those of other classes. The members of a Weberian class or status group as such, on the other hand, need not have any necessary relationship to the members of any other class or status group as such, and even where a relationship exists, it will rarely involve anything more than efforts by individuals to rise up in the social scale, a feature of human society so general and obvious that it hardly helps us to understand or explain anything except in the most trite and innocuous way. I have no wish to minimize the importance which may sometimes attach to certain features of status in a static situation, that is to say, when we are looking at a society as it is at a given point in time, and not in a historical perspective, as a developing organism. For example, members of a status group near one extreme of a stratified social scale may seldom if ever marry members of another such group at the opposite end of the scale, and in India membership. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 91 of one particular type of closed status group, namely caste, may even involve contamination for members of one caste who are involved in certain kinds of contact with members of another. I would insist, however, that when we are concerned with social change, these and similar status elements have at best a negative importance. They may help to account for the absence of such change, but they can never explain why it takes place. Perhaps I can best bring out the difference between thinking in terms of class and status categories respectively by considering slaves. Is it more profitable to regard them as a class in the Marxist sense, in which case we must oppose them to slave owners, masters, or is it more useful to treat them as a status group, in which case they must be opposed either to free men in general or to some special category of free men, such as citizens, or freedmen? The question surely answers itself, if we believe that the most significant feature of the condition of slaves is the virtually unlimited control which their masters exercise over their activities, above all of course their labor. Between slaves and free men there is no relationship of involvement, but rather a technical difference, however important it may be in some contexts. Slaves and wage laborers, slaves and poor peasants, slaves and petty traders are not significantly related as are slaves and slave owners. Recently Sir Moses Finlay has explicitly rejected a Marxist analysis in terms of economic class and has reverted to a classification by status which seems to me virtually identical with Weber's, although I think he does not so identify it himself. Now it may be that Finlay had some better reason in mind for discarding a class analysis, but in his book, The Ancient Economy, he gives only one argument, which, as I showed in section 3 of this chapter, rests on a serious misunderstanding of what Marx meant by class. As for exploitation, it is treated by Finlay only in connection with conquest and imperialism, but both exploitation and imperialism are for him in the end, too broad as categories of analysis. Like state, they require specification, which they never receive from him, and after a couple of paragraphs they are dropped again. 23. It is fascinating to observe the way in which Finlay introduces his analysis of ancient society, ultimately, as I have said, in terms of status, after he has rejected a classification primarily according to either orders or class. He makes it plain from the outset that he is going to begin by concentrating on those at the top end of the social scale. They alone, he says, are at present under consideration. But who are these people? He actually defines them as the plaugioi of antiquity. But, as he 92 himself has already made it clear, a plaugios was a man who was rich enough to live properly on his income. He is the characteristic member of my propertied class. Finlay begins his analysis, then, by accepting a definition in terms of economic class, and specifically with those I am calling the propertied class, an unconscious admission of the inadequacy of his own chosen categories. One remembers here the reluctant admission of Weber, in the midst of his discussion of status honor. Property as such is not always recognized as a status qualification, but in the long run it is, and with extraordinary regularity. Point 24. Of course I admit that ancient society can be described in the manner advocated by Weber and Finlay, but Finlay's description, compared with one based upon Marx's class categories, is as inadequate as Weber's and is open to much the same objections. I am certainly not at all attracted by Finlay's unfortunate metaphor of a spectrum of statuses and orders. I am much happier when he says that rich Greeks and Romans were members of criss-crossing categories. But criss-crossing categories represent a kind of classification which is the very opposite of a spectrum. 25 and, I must say, more appropriate to Greek and Roman society, if we want to think in terms of social stratification. Indeed, the characteristics according to which we may wish to classify ancient Greeks and Romans were sometimes complementary, sometimes the reverse. Political rights, social prestige and economic position, for example, might reinforce each other in a particular case or they might not. Lysias and his brother Polemarchus may have been among the richest men in late 5th century Athens, and in 404 they are certainly said to have owned the largest number of slaves which can be reliably credited to any Greek of the classical period. 26 But in Athens they were metics and enjoyed no political rights, and some of the wealthiest men known to us in the late Roman Republic and early Principate were freedmen, whose strictly sgel status was much lower than it would have been had they not been born in slavery. Status, as conceived by Finlay, is often convenient enough as a pure means of classification, and again, I have no wish to deny its usefulness for some purposes. As an analytical tool, however, it has, when compared with Marx's concept of class, the same fatal weaknesses as the corresponding set of categories in Weber. First, as Finlay himself admits, it is inescapably vague, because the word status has a considerable psychological element. In defining a man's status we are always obliged to take into account other people's estimation of him, a factor not at all easy to evaluate even in our own contemporary world, and surely impossibly difficult in antiquity, from which only a small fragment of the necessary evidence has survived. I think I know what Finlay means when he describes status as an admirably vague word, but I do not share his belief in the utility of its vagueness. 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. 93 Secondly, and much more important, status is a purely descriptive category, with no heuristic capacity, no such explanatory power as the dynamic Marxist concept of class provides, because there can be no organic relationship between statuses. I realize that Finlay himself believes that at the upper end of the social scale, the existence of a spectrum of statuses and orders explains much about economic behavior. He goes on to assert that the same analytical tool helps resolve otherwise intractable questions about the behavior at the lower end. I cannot myself see how his spectrum of statuses and orders explains anything whatever, at either end of the social scale. Anyone who makes such a claim must surely be prepared to prove it by giving a number of examples, as I am doing throughout this book, to illustrate the value of a Marxist analysis. Finlay does nothing of the sort. The only example I can find in his book is the one he goes on at once to give, and this is a false example, which does nothing to establish his position. Helots revolted, he says, while chattel slaves did not in Greece, precisely because the Helots possessed certain rights and privileges, and demanded more. This is clearly false. The Helots, mainly the Messenian Helots rather than those of Laconia, who were far fewer in number, revolted, ultimately with success, not because they had rights and privileges or because they demanded more, but because they alone, of all Greek slaves, were a single united people, who had once been the independent polis of the Messenians, and who could therefore take effective action in common, and because they wanted to be free and an independent entity once more, whereas the slaves of virtually all other Greek states were, as I have put it elsewhere, a heterogeneous, polyglot mass, who could often communicate with each other only in their master's language, and who might run away individually or in small batches but would never attempt large-scale revolts.
I have looked in vain elsewhere in Finlay's book for any actual use of his spectrum of statuses and orders to explain economic behavior or to help resolve otherwise intractable questions about the behavior at the lower end of the spectrum. And his sentence that follows the one I have quoted above about the helots, invariably, what are conveniently called class struggles in antiquity proved to be conflicts between groups at different points in the spectrum disputing the distribution of specific rights and privileges, is simply beside the point if classes and class struggle are understood in the way I am advocating. There is a very real difference in historical method between a Weber-Finlay type of approach and that which I am advocating in this book. I can only say, again, that the method I am adopting makes it possible to offer an explanation in situations where Finlay is obliged to stop short with description. I can best illustrate this, perhaps, from Finlay's attempt to give what he himself calls an explanation of the decline of slavery during the Roman Principate and its replacement to a considerable extent by the Colonate, a process I have discussed in 4.3 below. In VIL below I have tried to make clear the radical difference between the explanation given by Finlay and that which I offer in this book. The acceptance of class criteria as the essential ones can also enable us to over 94. Come triumphantly the dilemma with which Finlay found himself confronted when he set himself to answer the question, was Greek civilization based on slave labor? The title of a paper to which I shall refer in its reprinted form, in SCA equals SI vary in Classical Antiquity, ed. Finlay, 53-72. Under the influence of his unfruitful notion that we do best to think of ancient society as made up of a spectrum of statuses, Finlay found himself unable to make proper sense of his own question, even after he had gone part of the way to answering it, with a cautious and grudging if we could emancipate ourselves from the despotism of extraneous moral, intellectual, and political pressures, we would conclude, without hesitation, that slavery was a basic element in Greek civilization. But he then shies away from the question altogether. The word basic, he believes, has been preempted as a technical term by the Marxist theory of history, and he declares that neither our understanding of the historical process nor our knowledge of ancient society is significantly advanced by repeated statements and counter-statements, affirmations and denials of the proposition, ancient society was based on slave labor. He concludes by throwing up his hands and substituting a totally different question from that of his title, not whether slavery was the basic element, or whether it caused this or that, but how it functioned, an enormous and entirely open-ended question, to which of course there can never be any summary answer, or anything approaching a complete one, so that we are absolved from any obligation to provide more than fragments of an answer. Let us discard the spectrum of statuses, with the free citizen at one end and the slave at the other, as a tool of analysis, and begin again, with class instead of status. We can then formulate the specific question I posed in section 3 of this chapter: did the propertied class obtain its surplus mainly by the exploitation of unfree labor? It is by giving an affirmative reply to this question that we are also able to answer, in the most effective way possible, the question to which Finlay eventually found himself unable to give a confident reply: was Greek civilization based on slave labor? I am very far from wishing to discard social status as a descriptive category. Of course it has important uses in relation to the Greek world, especially in cases where it partakes of some legal recognition and can therefore be considered as constituting an order in the technical sense, a juridically defined category, invested with privileges, duties, or disadvantages. Before the Greek cities came under Roman rule, by far the most important form of status was the possession of citizenship, which gave access not merely to the franchise and the possibility of political office, but also to the ownership of freehold land in the area of one's polis. Citizenship was normally obtained by birth alone. Special grants were rare in the archaic and classical periods but became more common in Hellenistic times. Non-citizens at Athens could take land on lease but could not own land in freehold unless they had been specially granted the right of ges inktesis by the Sovereign Assembly. 27, a privilege which seems to have become more frequent from the late 5th century onwards but was probably not extended very widely. The situation at most other 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 95 cities is less well known, but it looks as if Athens was not untypical in this respect. In the Hellenistic period, the practice of granting to non-citizens the right to own land within the territory of the polis gradually grew, and in due course this right seems to have become widely available and to have been extended in particular to all Roman citizens. 28 During the Hellenistic period there was also a great expansion of isopoliteia, the mutual exchange of citizenship between cities, and this practice continued in the Roman period. It was so strong that a Roman attempt to forbid it in Bithynia Pontus by the Lex Pompeia was being widely disregarded by the end of the 1st century. Some prominent men became not only citizens but councillors of several other cities. There is much evidence for this, both epigraphic and literary. This situation sometimes caused problems concerning liability for local magistracies and liturgies, and the Roman government was obliged to legislate about it from the 2nd century onwards. The possession or lack of political rights would not of itself determine a man's class, in the sense in which I am using that term, so that in an oligarchy a man who had the civil rights of citizenship, but lacked the franchise and access to office because he had not quite a sufficient amount of property, would not necessarily, on my scheme, have to be put in a different class from his neighbor, a fraction richer, who just succeeded in scraping into the oligarchic politeum. The non-citizen, however, the xenos who lacked even the civil rights of citizenship, would certainly fall into a different class, if was not one of those rare foreigners who had been granted full gesing by the state, for without this essential right of property he would be unable to own the one form of wealth upon which economic life mainly depended. Another order may be seen in those resident foreigners who had official permission to reside in a particular polis for more than a brief period, and whose official status was sometimes carefully regulated. These resident foreigners are usually referred to nowadays as medics 29, and that is how I shall speak of them, although the term metoikoi was not universal in the Greek world even in the classical period, and it largely died out in the Hellenistic age. 30 I shall mainly ignore medics in this book, since the great majority of them who were neither political exiles nor freedmen would be citizens of some other city, living by choice in their city of residence, and even today such people do not normally have citizen rights in the country they happen to reside in. Since the medic who was a citizen of Polis A but preferred to live in Polis B could normally return to A and exercise political rights there if he wished, there is no need for me to pay any special attention to him. It is often assumed nowadays that, in the 5th and 4th centuries BC anyway, the merchants who carried on the external trade 96 of a given city would mostly be medics living in that city, but this is a misconception, as I have shown elsewhere. When the Greek cities came under Roman rule, the possession of Roman citizenship created a new order, the importance of which is nicely illustrated in the story of St. Paul in Acts XXIXXVI. In due course Greeks gradually penetrated into the equestrian and even the senatorial order, the imperial nobility. The curial order, another feature of the Roman period, I shall deal with in VII below. Certain kinds of individual prowess such as military ability, literary or forensic skill, and even athletic proficiency, could sometimes enable a man to rise beyond the status into which he was born, or at least enhance his standus glage, but these and other such forms of personal quality require no particular attention here, since their possession would merely facilitate the upward social mobility of the individuals who possess them. I do not think that any historian or sociologist who is concerned with the ancient world will want to analyze its social structure in terms that are basically political. The substitution of such a method for a Marxist analysis in terms of economic class has certainly been argued for the modern world, most eloquently perhaps by Dahrendorf, some of whose views I have discussed in section 3 of this chapter. His position is well summarized in the inaugural lecture which he delivered at Tübingen and was published in English in 1968. 31 Stratification is merely a consequence of the structure of power. I find Dahrendorf's conclusions quite unconvincing for modern society. 32 And they are certainly even more defective when applied to the ancient world. I doubt if any ancient historian would feel inclined to follow them. As I have said before, I am not myself much interested in social stratification, and Marx certainly was not. But the view we are considering, that social stratification depends primarily on political power, has an important element of truth in it, which emerges clearly when the theory is restated in a less exaggerated form. Access to political power may have very important effects upon the class struggle. A class in possession of economic power will use its political authority to reinforce its dominant economic position, and on the other hand an exploited class which is able to exercise some degree of political influence will seek to protect itself against oppression. That extraordinary phenomenon, Greek democracy, was essentially the political means by which the non-propertied protected themselves against exploitation and oppression by the richer landowners, who in antiquity always tended to be the dominant class. In the 7th century and earlier, before the emergence of democracy, there was probably a great deal of the kind of exploitation of the poor by the rich which we find in Solon's Attica at the opening of the 6th century. In a Greek democracy, however, making its decisions, probably for the first time in human history 97 348-9, by majority vote, the poor, because they were the majority, could protect themselves to a certain extent. They could sometimes even turn the tables on the rich, not only by obliging them to undertake expensive liturgies, but also by occasionally confiscating their property when they were convicted in the courts. Such measures were a form of redistribution which might be loosely compared with the progressive taxation imposed by modern democratic governments. Thus political conflicts in Greek states would tend to reflect opposed class interests, at least in some degree, but this was by no means always the case, any more than it is today, and more often there was nothing like a one-to-one correspondence of political and economic factors. Sometimes, indeed, there may be little visible alignment of class divisions with what we know of a particular political contest in Greek history. At crises, however, even at Athens, political factions might largely coincide with class divisions. At Athens and some other cities in the 5th and 4th centuries BC there was an astonishing development of real democracy, extending to some extent right down to the poorest citizens. This is a good example of exceptional political factors operating for a time in such a way as to counterbalance economic forces. But, as I shall explain in v.3 below, the basic economic situation asserted itself in the long run, as it always does. The Greek propertied classes, with the assistance first of their Macedonian overlords and later of their Roman masters, gradually undermined and in the end entirely destroyed Greek democracy. It goes without saying that when one people conquers another its leading men may often, if they wish, appropriate the whole or some part of the land and other wealth of the conquered. Thus Alexander the Great and his successors claimed the whole of the Kura of the Persian Empire, on the ground, whether true or false, that it had all belonged ultimately to the great king, and they proceeded to make massive land grants to their favored followers, whose dominant position in the areas concerned then had a political origin, being derived from a royal grant. The Romans sometimes appropriated part of the land of a conquered people as ager publicus populi Romani, public land of the Roman people. It would then be leased out to Roman citizens. And in the Germanic kingdom set up from the 5th century onwards by Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals, Franks and others, in what had once been parts of the Roman Empire, in Gaul, Spain, North Africa, and Britain, and later in Italy itself, the rights of the new landowners and rulers were again derived from conquest. But all these examples are of highly exceptional cases, involving conquest by outsiders. Corresponding internal phenomena can be found in the seizure of wealth by those who had first gained power not as a result of their economic position but as adventurers or revolutionaries, who consolidated their rule by appropriating the property of citizens in general or of their political adversaries. But again all such cases are exceptions. That in the regular course of events it was political power which regularly determined social stratification is an idea which seems to me to lack all confirmation from the history of the ancient world. There are two other positions I ought to mention. The first is that represented 98 by L. V. Danilova,
in an article originally published in Russian in 1968 and in an English translation, as Controversial Problems of the Theory of Pre-Capitalist Societies, in Soviet Anthropology and Archaeology 9/269-328, which first came to my notice as a result of Ernest Gellner's article, The Soviet and the Savage, in the Times Literary Supplement 3789-116, which are the basis of social differentiation. As regards the Greek and Roman world and Western Europe in the Middle Ages, this view seems to me to have nothing in its favor, and I shall therefore waste no time on it here. It is also clearly contrary to the views of Marx, although Danilova tries to justify it in Marxist terms. The other position I want to mention here may appear at first sight to be very different from the Marxist class analysis I am presenting, but turns out in the end to be reconcilable with it. This involves regarding the ancient Greek world as a peasant society or even peasant economy, in the sense in which those terms have been used by A. V. Chayanov, A. L. Kroeber, Robert Redfield, Teetershanen, Daniel Thorner and many others. In 4.2 below I discuss the peasantry in antiquity. Although I do not find the concept of an overall peasant economy useful in relation to the Greek and Roman world, it is true that those we may legitimately call peasants were actually a majority of the population in vast areas of the ancient world, and for long periods in many places were responsible for a major share of total production. Recognizing the existence of peasants or the peasantry is entirely compatible with my general approach, provided a class analysis is applied throughout, as it is in 4J3 below. To conclude this section, I wish to make it clear that I am not denying all value to the approaches I have been criticizing. Some of them, indeed, can be very useful, if in a limited way, and some of their practitioners have made valuable contributions to knowledge. A much-quoted aphorism which can be traced back to Sir Isaac Newton and even to Bernard of Chartres reminds us that however limited our own capacities we can see farther than others by standing on the shoulders of giants. 33 Those great men of the past whose insights can give us a new vision. But it is not only the giants of the past whose shoulders may offer us a platform for new vistas, standing on the shoulders even of dwarfs, if hardly as rewarding, may at least raise us a little above those around us who are content to stand only on their own feet. Women. The production which is the basis of human life obviously includes, as its most essential constituent part, the reproduction of the human species. And for anyone who, admitting this, believes that Marx was right in seeing position in 99 the whole system of production as the principal factor in deciding class position, the question immediately arises, must we not allow a special class role to that HA.1F of the human race which, as a result of the earliest and most fundamental of all divisions of labor, specialises in reproduction, the greater part of which is biologically its monopoly? Marx and Engels, it seems to me, failed to draw the full necessary conclusion. Engels, in the preface to the original German edition of the work one referred to by its English title, The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, written in 1884, acknowledged specifically that the production and reproduction of immediate life is, according to the materialistic conception, the determining factor in history. And he went on at once to emphasize its twofold character: on the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter and the tools requisite therefor; on the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. Marx and Engels, who were always talking about the division of labor in production, did speak casually, in the German ideology of procreation as involving the first division of labor, but for them, the division of labor was originally nothing but the division of labor in the sexual act, and this seems to me to miss the main point, as indeed Engels appears later to have realized, for when, 2/3 of the way through the second chapter of The Origin of the Family, he quoted this very passage, he changed the wording slightly, to the first division of labor is that between man and woman for the production of children, and he added, the first class antagonism which appears in history coincides with the development of the antagonism between man and woman in monogamous marriage, and the first class oppression with that of the female sex by the male.
and in the same early work from which Engels quoted, Marx and Engels said that the nucleus, the first form, of property lies in the family, where wife and children are the slaves of the husband. This latent slavery in the family, though still very crude, is the first form of property, but even at this early stage it corresponds perfectly to the definition of modern economists who call it the power of disposing of the labor power of others. Yet Marx and Engels seem hardly to have realized what far-reaching consequences ought to have been drawn from this particular specialization of role, within their own system of ideas above all. Engels' Origin of the Family deals with the subject, to my mind, very inadequately. I propose to take perfectly seriously the characterization of the role of women, or anyway married women, as a class, which is implied in the Genin. 100. Ideology, and for a brief moment, in the passage I have quoted, becomes explicit in the second chapter of the Origin of the Family. Now the effective property rights of women have often been restricted in practice. Sometimes this has applied to all the women of a given society, sometimes particularly to the married women, whose property rights have often been more limited than those of the rest of their sex, as for example in modern England until the Married Women's Property Acts of 1882 and after began to effect a change. A few years ago the fact suddenly dawned upon me that Athenian women in the 5th and 4th centuries B.C. apart perhaps from a handful of expensive prostitutes, like Neaera and her circle and Theodote, who of course were not citizens, were quite remarkably devoid of effective property rights and were apparently worse off in this respect than women in many other Greek cities of the period, Sparta in particular, or for that matter in Hellenistic and Roman Athens. A suggestion I then made that the question of property rights of Greek women was worth investigating on a much larger scale has already been taken up, in a Harvard thesis and a book by David Shaw P.S. 1a, and I hope there will be further studies. There are all too many interesting questions in this field which I myself certainly cannot answer, and I doubt if anyone can, at least until much more research has been done. Meanwhile, this is the thesis I propose. In many societies either women in general, or married women, too have rights, including above all property rights, markedly inferior to those of men, and they have these inferior rights as a direct result of their reproductive function, which gives them a special role in the productive process and makes men desire to dominate and possess them and their offspring. In such societies it is surely necessary, on the premises I have accepted, to see the women, or the wives, as a distinct economic class, in the technical Marxist sense. They are exploited, by being kept in a position of legal and economic inferiority, so dependent upon men that they have no choice but to perform the tasks allotted to them, the compulsory character of which is not in principle lessened by the fact that they may often find real personal satisfaction in performing them. Aristotle, in a perceptive passage which I have quoted in section 3 of this chapter, could speak of the propertyless man, who could not afford to buy slaves, as using his wife and children in their place. Needless to say, if we think of women as a class, membership of such a class may or may not be the prime criterion of a woman's class position. I suggest that in our present case the relative importance of a woman's membership of the class of women will depend to a high degree upon whether her economic and legal condition is very different from that of her menfolk. In classical Athens I would see the class position of a citizen woman belonging to the highest class as largely determined by her sex, by the fact that she belonged to class, exploitation, and class struggle 101 to the class of women, for her father, brothers, husband, and sons would all be property owners, while she would be virtually destitute of property rights, and her class position would therefore be greatly inferior to theirs. The humble peasant woman, however, would not in practice be in nearly such an inferior position to the men of her family, who would have very little property, and, partly owing to the fact that she would to some extent participate in their agricultural activities and work alongside them, her membership of the class of poor peasants might be a far more important determinant of her class position than her sex. Even less, perhaps, would the class of a non-citizen town-dwelling prostitute or hetaira be decided primarily by her sex,
for her economic position might be virtually identical with that of a male prostitute or any other non-citizen provider of services in the city. We must of course realize that to place a woman in a separate class from her menfolk would often cut right across the usual criteria of social stratification. So far as the property-owning classes are concerned, within a single family the husband might be in the highest class, while his propertyless wife, in respect of the distinction I have just been making, might rate very low indeed, but in lifestyle she would rank according to the status of her husband. Since those elements in a woman's position which derive from her being virtually the possession of another are very precarious and unstable, I would tend to discount the husband's position as a factor in the real status of the wife, important as it may seem on the surface, and put more emphasis on any dowry which the women can rely on receiving and controlling, in accordance with custom. But this needs a great deal of further thought. I believe that I am justified in including these brief and oversimplified remarks on the position of women in the ancient Greek world, at any rate in the classical period, of which I am now mainly thinking, as I know too little in detail as yet of the property rights of Greek women in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, before Roman law became in theory the universal law of the Mediterranean world. In the 3rd century. 3 Greek wives, I have argued, and therefore potentially all Greek women, should be regarded as a distinct economic class, in the technical Marxist sense, since their productive role, the very fact that they were the half of the human race which supported the main part of the burden of reproduction, led directly to their being subjected to men, politically, economically and socially. Not only were they generally deprived of even the most elementary political rights, they were also, as a rule, allowed only very inferior property rights, and they suffered other legal disabilities. A woman's marriage was entirely at the will of her Kyrios, for who, in at least some Greek states, could also withdraw her from her marriage and give her to another husband. 5 And in very many other ways she was at a disadvantage compared with her menfolk. An Athenian woman could not inherit in her own right, from her father at least, if he died without leaving a natural or adopted son. She as epical rose was expected to marry the nearest male relative, and the property would pass to their male children, thus remaining in the family. 6 Many other Greek states seem to have 102. Had customs that were similar in at least some degree. Marriage was every Greek woman's normal lot, so that it was as wife and mother that she lived above all. The only group of women who were in a completely different category were prostitutes, the very ones who removed themselves from the class of women as far as possible by minimizing their reproductive function. In classical Athens at least they may have had in practice a greater control of property than citizen women, and the same may have been true of other states. I would suggest that where, as at Athens, women are largely deprived of property rights, one good result may follow. If property is fairly widely distributed in the first place, and if marriage is patrilocal, so that the girl leaves her father's clan and family and, taking with her whatever she possesses either as dowry or in her own right, goes to join her husband's family, then to keep women propertyless may well help to prevent property from accumulating rapidly in the hands of the richer families. If women can inherit property in their own right they will, in a society where marriage is patrilocal and inheritance patrilineal, remove it from their father's family into their husband's, and of course a father who has an heiress daughter will naturally, if he is able to give her in marriage outside his k.n., find her the richest husband he can, for her own protection. At Sparta, the fact that daughters could inherit in their own right and that the patrauchos did not have to marry the next of kin must have played a major part in bringing about the concentration of property in a few hands, which reduced the number of adult male Spartan citizens from 8,000 or 9,000 to hardly more than 1,000 by the date of the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BC. At Athens, as I have already explained, there could be no such thing as a daughter inheriting in her own right, and the epical rose had to marry the next of kin and thus keep the property in the family. This would help to preserve family property, and would work against automatic accumulation by the already rich through the processes of marriage and inheritance,
and the resulting greater equality of property among citizen families is likely to have been one of the factors making for the exceptional strength and stability of the Athenian democracy. The whole situation is to me a good illustration of the validity of Marx's class analysis, in that it is the woman's place in production which was directly responsible for her special status, and in particular created a tendency for her to be denied those property rights which were available to men, and indeed to become herself an object of property rights on the man's part, so that both she and her children could be secured as possessions by her husband. However, woman's inferior social, economic, legal and political position, although a probable and very frequent consequence of her position in the productive process, is not of course a necessary consequence. Even in some modern capitalist societies her rights are the same, or nearly the same, as those of her brothers, although she is still likely to find it more difficult to exercise many of them. And in some early societies, especially perhaps those depending on a light form of agriculture which is particularly well suited to 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 103b Women's work, she has enjoyed rights superior in some respects to those of men, including the capacity to transmit property primarily in the female line. But in a patrilineal society where dowry and not bride price or indirect dowry prevails, a woman can be seen as a positive danger to the family into which she is born, for when she marries she will take property out of the family. In such a society we can expect to find the woman's property rights restricted in some degree. Classical Athens was merely an extreme case. Plato, in the Laws, went so far as to forbid dowries altogether. In the Greek world a baby girl probably always had a worse chance than a baby boy of surviving, or at least of being reared by its own parents. Exposure of infants, of course, has often been resorted to as a means of population control by the rich or the moderately well-off in order to prevent the division of inheritances, and even more by the poor in their struggle for survival. There is a great deal of evidence for exposure, scattered through Greek literature. 7. It was no doubt an exaggeration characteristic of comedy when Posidippus the Athenian dramatist made one of his characters assert that everyone rears a son even if he is poor but exposes a daughter even if he is rich. However, there are indications that exposure of girls was indeed more common than of boys. In particular, in a famous papyrus of 1 BC an Egyptian named Hilarion writes from Alexandria to his wife Alice at Oxyrhynchus, telling her that if she has a child she is to rear it if a boy but expose it if a girl. I now turn to a brief treatment of Christian marriage as an institution and Christian attitudes towards women and on sexual matters, subjects which I believe to be very relevant to the class position of Greek women, because of the influence Christianity has had in depressing the status of women. We must not forget that the ancient Greek world, according to my definition of it, was at least partly Christian during the later centuries of its existence and had become predominantly Christian well before the end of my period. Early Christian marriage has not been fully investigated by historians in the light of its Hellenistic, Jewish, and Roman counterparts. 8. We often hear Christian marriage praised today, but its admirers, in my experience, very seldom grasp the fact that in its origins it was more backward and more oppressive towards women than most varieties of marriage in the Greco-Roman world. In particular, as in Jewish marriage, the subjection of the woman to her husband was both more strongly emphasized than in other systems and given a divine origin not found elsewhere, and an unhealthy attitude to sex and marriage can be seen in some of the books of the New Testament, regarded by the dominant form of early Christianity as divinely inspired, the very Word of God. I propose to deal with the second point first, although I regard it as the less important of the two. Christianity did not have the healthy acceptance of sex and marriage which was in the main a feature of Judaism 9 but treated marriage 104 as a second best to virginity. Since this attitude is too often discussed as if it were characteristic of St. Paul only, I will begin with the passage in the Apocalypse in which the 144,000, who are called the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb and who are represented as sealed on their foreheads with the divine name, are described as they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. However,
it is true that the most powerful influence exerted upon early Christianity towards disparaging sex and even marriage was the 7th chapter of St. Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians. 10 To say that marriage, for St. Paul, was a necessary evil would be to go a little too far, but we must begin by recognizing that for him the married state was clearly inferior to virginity. It is an indisputable fact that the only purpose of marriage specifically mentioned by Paul is the avoidance of fornication. 11 And it is only if the unmarried and widows cannot be continent that they are to marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. Indeed, Paul suffered from an aversion to sex as such. He opens his disquisition on sex and marriage in Icor 7 with the emphatic generalization, "It is good for a man not to touch a woman." If this is, as some have maintained, a quotation from a Corinthian letter to him, written perhaps from an exaggeratedly ascetic standpoint, and if Paul is answering, in effect, with a yes, but, let us at least be clear that he is saying yes. And a little later he says, "It is good for the unmarried and widows to abide even as I." Paul was very complacent about his own continence. He could actually say, "I would that all were even as I myself." Apologies have often been made for Paul on the ground that he was thinking in eschatological terms, in daily expectation of the second coming, but I cannot myself see that this excuses him in any way. I come now to the most important aspect of the attitude of the early Christians to women and marriage, their belief which, as we shall see, was firmly rooted in the Old Testament, that wives must be subject to their husbands and obey them. In most of the passages I shall be quoting it is wives specifically who are addressed, rather than women in general, but of course in the ancient Greek world virtually all girls could be expected to marry. The maiden aunt and even the spinster are phenomena unknown to antiquity. Aristophanes, Lysistrata 591-7 provides the exception that proves the rule. 13 I cannot of course set out all the relevant evidence here and will merely concentrate on the most important passages. In Icor 11.3 and Fs. v.22-4 a striking parallel is drawn between the relation of the husband to the wife and that of God to Christ and of Christ to man or to the church, upon which is based the command to the wife not merely to reverence her husband but to be subject to him in 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle 105 the most complete sense, the word hypotasis 14 which is used of this relationship in Ephesians, Colossians, Titus, and I Peter, is the word also used in the epistles for the subjection of slaves to their masters, of ordinary people to state power, of Christians to God the Father, and of the Church to Christ. In I Timothy 2:11 the woman is to learn in silence, in all subjection. The forceful metaphor employed both in Icor 11.3 and in Fs. v.23 is that of the head, kephal in Greek. The head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. But as the church is subject unto Christ, so let wives be to their own husbands in everything. At this point, unfortunately, I am obliged to turn aside in order to deal with a highly technical question concerning the metaphor of the head, to which I have just referred, since desperate attempts have recently been made by theologians to play down the notion of authority which it certainly conveys. And this will also raise, for some people, the problem of the genuineness of the various Pauline epistles. I will deal briefly with the latter point first. There can be no doubt that St. Paul regarded his own rulings on the subjects of women, sex, and marriage as directly inspired by God, even when he knew of no tradition of a statement by Jesus on a particular point. This places in an exceedingly difficult position those Christians who are reluctant to reject authoritative statements in their sacred books entirely but are nevertheless sufficiently responsive to modern humanist, not only feminist, criticism to find some of the Pauline statements intolerable as they stand. Those statements, it is felt, cannot mean what they say, although for centuries they have been accepted by virtually all Christian churches as divinely inspired, in their literal and natural sense, they must now be given a very different interpretation. I know of no historian who would be prepared to countenance such exegesis, but it does seem to have an appeal to some theologians, as we shall see. One expedient is to exclude certain texts always accepted until recently as written by Paul himself but now regarded by many New Testament scholars as pseudo-Pauline and the work of later writers. 16:1 can then pretend that there are no real difficulties except perhaps ICOR 7 and 11.3-15, although what we need to do is to see what these texts meant to contemporaries, and of course the Deutero-Pauline material is very relevant to such an inquiry, providing as it does some evidence of how contemporaries interpreted the genuine epistles. As it happens, I am myself far less interested in the views of Paul himself than in what I may call Pauline Christianity, which is mainstream early Christianity, basing itself upon all the epistles attributed to Paul, as well as the other books of the New Testament. The meaning of kephil in ICOR 11.3 is central. In 1954 an acute analysis by Stephen Bedale 17 established that in some contexts in the epistles, when kephil is used metaphorically, 18 its essential idea may be that of 106. Priority, origin, beginning. However, Bedale admitted, honestly and correctly, that the word in its metaphorical sense unquestionably carries with it the idea of authority even if such authority in social relationships derives from a relative priority in the order of being. 19 dealing with the headship of the male in ICOR 11.3, Bedale adds, in St. Paul's view, the female in consequence is subordinate. But this principle of subordination which he finds in human relationships rests upon the order of creation. 20 It is absolutely impermissible to go beyond this and to treat kephil in our passages as meaning only source and not also authority. 21 And whatever may be intended by the head metaphor, the very fact that the relationship of man to woman is equated in ICOR 11.3 with that of Christ to man and God to Christ, and in Fs. v.23 with that of Christ to the Church, makes the relationship of woman to man one of total subordination. This is entirely consistent with the other New Testament evidence which I quoted above. Some Christians in the modern world have been inclined to lay much of the blame, not only for the unhealthy attitude to sex but also for the subjection of wives to their husbands in early Christian thought and practice, upon the peculiar psychology of St. Paul, who of course was deeply influenced by his devout Jewish upbringing and also conceivably by the fact that in Tarsus, his hometown, women were veiled in public. I must make it clear, therefore, that in reality the subjection of the wife to the husband was part of Christianity's inheritance from Judaism, necessarily including a thoroughgoing conception of the dominance of the husband, which Christianity actually intensified. This is a very important question which requires emphasis. In these days, when most Christians venerate the Old Testament far less than did the early church, and the opening chapters of Genesis are taken literally and seriously by none but the most ignorant and bigoted fundamentalist, we may need to make a conscious effort to remember three features of the account of the creation of man and woman, and of the fall and its consequences, in Genesis 2:3, which more enlightened Christians often prefer to forget. First, and most important in its practical influence upon Christian marriage, is the fact that in general 111.16 God himself is made to proclaim the authority or lordship of the husband over the wife. No such religious sanction for male dominance existed in Greek or Roman paganism. 22 A passage in Josephus is explicit about the inferiority of the wife to the husband in all respects, according to the Jewish law. Let her therefore be submissive, not for her humiliation but so that she may be controlled, for God gave power. 11:2.236. Philo uses even stronger language than Josephus. In Hypoth 7.3 he says that in Jewish law, with a view to their rendering obedience in all respects, wives must be slaves to their husbands. The actual word dolein is used. 107 Ground that wives are unpleasant in various ways and a source of corruption. I shrink from reproducing his invective, Hypoth 11.14-17. Secondly, there is the extraordinary fact that in general 11.21-4 the woman is not brought into existence independently and at the same time as the man,
like all the rest of creation, but was made after man and from one of his ribs. This of course reverses the actual order of things. Man is now born of woman, but the first woman is depicted as having been taken from man and created specifically to be his helpmeet. As St. Paul put it, for the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man, for neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. This particular myth in Genesis has long been a powerful buttress of male superiority. There is, of course, every reason to think that Jesus himself and all his followers, including Paul, accepted the myth in its literal sense, as if it represented historical fact. We are not dealing with a mere Pauline aberration. And in face of this, it is grossly dishonest to pretend that Paul could have had any other view than the one he expresses, in favor of the subjection of the wife to the husband. Both the aspects of the Genesis story that I have just described were part of the Jewish legacy to the Christian conception of marriage, which overall was certainly nearer to the Jewish than to the Roman or even the Hellenistic variety. A third feature of the Genesis myth, equally accepted as fact by the early Christians, was the greater responsibility of the woman for the fall. She eats the forbidden fruit first and persuades the man to follow her example, with the result that God gives her a special punishment: having to endure pain in childbearing. Because of Christian soteriology, in which the fall played an essential part, the leading role attributed to the first woman, which appears only occasionally in Jewish writings, naturally figured more prominently in Christian than in Jewish theology. In this respect, Christianity made an unfortunate use of its Jewish inheritance. For the writer of I Tim 2.11-14, the facts that Adam was first formed, then Eve, and that Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression are the justification, indeed, the sole explicit justification, for the order to the woman to learn in silence with all subjection, and not to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. Some recent writers have made much of the fact that many of St. Paul's converts who are named in the New Testament were women, but this has no significance at all in the present context. A large number of female converts was only to be expected, since religion formed the major outlet for female activity in the Roman world, as Averil Cameron has pointed out in an article, Neither Male Nor Female, to be published in Greece and Rome in 1980, which she has been kind enough to show me. 22a. And of course there is not the least sign that any of these women occupied a place of authority or even importance in their local churches. Nor need the historian take any serious account of that text so often quoted by theologians, Galatians 111.28, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. I have 108. Discussed both these passages near the beginning of VLL.3 below. They have a purely spiritual or eschatological meaning and relate only to the situation as it is in the sight of God, or in the next world. They have no significance whatever for this world, where the relations in real life between man and woman, or master and slave, are not affected in any way. Precisely as the slave who is a good man ceases, in Hellenistic philosophical thought, to be really a slave at all, so the slave becomes Christ's freedman merely by becoming a Christian, and the woman achieves oneness with the man, the Jew with the Greek, in exactly the same way. The situation of none of them in this world is altered in the slightest degree, and of course the whole train of thought provides a convenient excuse for doing nothing whatever to change the situation of the disadvantaged, for, theologically, they have already achieved everything. Now it would not have been at all surprising to find the early Christians simply adopting the Jewish and/or Hellenistic social practice of their day, in regard to sex and marriage as in other ways, but we find them taking a position which was even more patriarchal and oppressive than that of most of their contemporaries. Distinctly more enlightened ideas were common in the world around them. Roman marriage in particular had developed beyond other systems in the rights it allowed to women, whether married or not. 23. I think Schultz was right in regarding the Roman law of husband and wife as the supreme example in Roman jurisprudence of humanistic sentiment, and in attributing the later decay of some of its most progressive features to the much more male-dominated thought world of the invading German barbarians and of the Christian Church. The Roman law of marriage, by the way, showed remarkable tenacity in resisting the modifications desired by the Church and the Christian emperors from Constantine onwards. This has been very well brought out by A. H. M. Jones. As we all know, the Christian churches have tended until very recently either to forbid divorce altogether or at best to permit it only upon proof of a matrimonial offense by one party against the other, a disastrous notion, productive of much unnecessary suffering, not to mention frequent collusive divorces. Apprehensive and irrational ideas about the regularly occurring uncleanness of woman during her reproductive years might have been expected to have some effect on early Christianity, since such ideas were not uncommon in the pagan Greek and Roman world and were particularly strong in Judaism. In Leviticus 15, representing in its present form one of the latest strands of the Torah, great stress is laid upon the pollution incurred by contact with a menstruating woman or even anything she has touched. Intercourse with such a woman is a capital crime for both parties. 24 Many people who fail to understand the strength of feeling often associated with beliefs about ritual pollution may be astonished when they read one of the finest passages in the Old Testament, in which Ezekiel gives what I have called elsewhere an explicit and emotional repudiation of the whole idea of joint family responsibility for crime. 25 and 2. Class, exploitation, and class struggle. 109 Discover that coming near to a menstruous woman is placed in the same category as idolatry, adultery, the oppression of the poor, the taking of usury and so forth, as a serious crime justifying punishment. The Mosaic legislation on the subject of uncleanness was taken very seriously indeed by the rabbis. To go no further than the Mishnah, one whole tractate, Nida, occupying some 13 pages in the Standard English translation by Herbert Danby, is devoted entirely to menstruation and the pollution it entails, and the subject is noticed in numerous passages in other tractates. It is to Christianity's credit that in the end it was not much influenced by superstitious ideas of this particular kind, at any rate in the West. In some of the Greek-speaking communities, however, there remained a deep-seated feeling that woman's regular uncleanness made it wrong for her, while so afflicted, to take communion and even perhaps to enter a church. The earliest official exclusions of women in this condition from communion, so far as I know, are by two patriarchs of Alexandria, Dionysius, around the middle of the 3rd century, and Timothy, c. 379-85, whose rulings became canonical in the Byzantine Church and were confirmed by the Quinisext Council in Trullo at Constantinople in 692. 26 The Trullan canons, passed by Eastern bishops only, were rejected in the West, but to this day the Orthodox churches, including the Greek and the Russian, refuse communion to women during menstruation. It is true that the Christians were in theory more insistent than the great majority of pagans upon the necessity for men as well as women to abstain from sexual intercourse outside marriage, but there were pagans who condemned adultery by husbands as much as by wives, and a statement by the Roman lawyer Ulpian, that it is most inequitable that a husband should exact chastity from his wife when he does not practice it himself, is preserved in the Digest. What evidence there is from the later Roman Empire suggests to me that the Christian churches were hardly more successful than the pagans in discouraging fornication, and the conspicuous prevalence of prostitution in Christian countries down the ages shows that mere prohibitions of conduct regarded for religious reasons as immoral, even if backed by threats of eternal punishment, may have little effect if the structure of society is not conducive to their observance. And the irrational hatred of sex in its physical manifestations which was so characteristic of early Christianity from St. Paul onwards sometimes led to an asceticism which bordered on the psychopathic. The modern reader of some of the letters and other works of Saint Jerome may be deeply moved by the unnecessary suffering caused in this highly gifted individual by a set of insane dogmas which he never questioned, and the observance of which sometimes created in him a deep agony of mind which could hardly be vented except in some excessively ferocious and even scurrilous tirade against a religious adversary who had dared to say something. 110. Jerome could interpret as a disparagement of the Virgin Mary or of virginity in general. 27 As a wholesome corrective of the popular Christian view, repeated over and over again in modern times, that the early Church introduced an entirely new and better conception of marriage and sex, it is worth reading some of the fragments that have been preserved of the Stoic philosopher of the second half of the 1st century, Musonius Rufus, perhaps the most attractive, to my mind, of all the later Stoics. He was a Roman of the equestrian order, but he probably did most of his teaching in Greek, and although he is not reliably credited with any written works, a certain amount of his doctrine is preserved in some fairly substantial Greek fragments compiled by an unknown pupil, whose name is transmitted to us merely as Lucius. The English reader can enjoy the benefit of a complete text, with a good-facing English translation and a useful introduction, as part of an article entitled Musonius Rufus. The Roman Socrates, by Cora E. Lutz, in YCS 10:3-147. 2H. Musonius is both more rational and more humane than St. Paul in his attitude to women, sex, and marriage, and he is exceptionally free from the male-dominated outlook, desiring the subjection of women to their husbands, which was common enough in antiquity but was stronger among the Jews than among many pagans and was implanted in Paul by his Orthodox Jewish upbringing. According to Musonius, in marriage there must be above all perfect companionship and mutual love of husband and wife. In sickness and in health, all men consider the love of husband and wife to be the highest form of love. Husbands who commit adultery are doing wrong just as much as wives, and it is very objectionable for them to have sexual relations with their slave girls. Marriage is an excellent thing, and even the philosopher should accept it gladly, and girls should receive the same kind of education as boys. Extending to philosophy. 29 Although Musonius sees the sphere of activity of a woman as different in some ways from that of a man, he never suggests that she is in any way inferior to him or that she ought to be subjected to him or dominated by him. Most of the individual statements attributed to Musonius which I have just quoted can be paralleled in other Greek and Latin authors, but I fancy that their combination is exceptional. If we want an explanation of the failure of the Christian churches to effect in practice any noticeable change for the better in moral or social behavior, even in those spheres in which it advocated a higher standard than that commonly accepted in the Greco-Roman world, we may find it in the conclusion of a parable to which I shall have occasion to refer again later, that of Lazarus. When the rich man suffering the torments of hell begged that Lazarus might be enabled to go and preach to his 5 brothers and save them from sharing his dreadful fate, the reply was, "They have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them. If they hear not Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rose from the dead." In order to generalize the statement, we must substitute, for Moses and the prophets, the general climate of orthodox 111 opinion in society. If men are not swayed by that, Jesus is saying, even one who has risen from the dead is not likely to move them. Hence we should not expect Christian preaching itself to make much difference to men's behavior, as distinct from their purely spiritual life, nor did it. I need hardly add that very much more can be done than in most modern societies to reduce the male dominance which has been characteristic of the great majority of civilized societies, subjecting a high proportion of women to the exploitation and oppression which are nominal consequences of class conflict. Of course, the brainwashing process we all go through in childhood has played a powerful role here. A particular stereotype has commonly been foisted upon females from infancy onwards, and naturally the vast majority have largely accepted it, as if it were an inevitable biological necessity rather than a social construction which could be changed. 30 I trust that this section will serve to exculpate me from any crime I may have committed in the eyes of feminists by sometimes speaking of the slave, serf, peasant etc. as a he rather than a he/she. 3. Property and the propertied. The conditions of production, land and unfree labor in the ancient world. The principal means of production, in the sense in which I am using that term, were land and unfree labor. The latter expression should really include, in addition to chattel slavery and serfdom and debt bondage, All kinds of compulsory labor services exacted from the exploited classes by local city governments or a royal or Roman imperial administration, but I find it more convenient to discuss these labor services performed for governmental authorities in the next chapter, which deals principally with the peasantry. The ownership of land and the power to exact unfree labor, largely united in the hands of the same class, together constitute, therefore, the main keys to the class structure of the ancient Greek communities. Free wage labor, which plays the essential part in capitalist production, was relatively unimportant in antiquity. In a sense, as Marx insisted, the hired laborer is not fully free, as he has virtually no alternative to selling his labor power for wages. His surplus labor, from which the employer derives his profit, is given without an equivalent, and in essence it always remains forced labor, no matter how much it may seem to result from free contractual agreement. Just as the Roman slave was held by fetters, the wage laborer is bound to his owner by invisible threads. The appearance of independence is kept up by means of a constant change of employers, and by the fictio juris of a contract. Yet the disappearance of legally, economically, or socially unfree labor and its replacement by wage labor entered into under a contract which can have a good deal of free choice in it is a very real step forward. It is one of the civilizing aspects of capital that it enforces surplus labor in a manner and under conditions which are more advantageous to the development of the productive forces, social relations, and the creation of the elements for a new and higher form than under the preceding forms of slavery, serfdom, etc. Whether this entails our attributing to the ancient hired laborer a position superior to that of the slave or serf is a doubtful point, to which we shall return in section 6 of this chapter. In a brilliant passage in Wages, Price, and Profit, ch. 9, Marx draws attention to the most obvious difference in the exploitation of the slave, the serf, and the wage laborer. The slave's labor has the appearance of being totally unpaid. He works all the rime for his master and receives in return only enough to allow him to live, and perhaps to 3. Property and the propertied 113 reproduce himself. Since no bargain is struck between him and his master, and no acts of selling and buying are going on between the two parties, all his labor seems to be given away for nothing. With the serf liable to labor rent, or the peasant subjected to the corvée, who works for so many days on the field which is regarded as his own possession, and for so many days on his lord's field, the reality emerges clearly: the paid and unpaid parts of labor are sensibly separated. The position of the wage laborer, like that of the slave, can also give rise to confusion. All the labor given by the hired worker has the appearance of being paid, even that surplus labor, as Marx called it, out of which comes the employer's profit, the surplus value yielded up by the worker. The nature of the whole transaction is completely masked by the intervention of a contract and the pay received at the end of the week. The gratuitous labor appears to be voluntarily given in the one instance, and to be compulsory in the other. That makes all the difference. I will add only that the intervention of a contract similarly masks the exploitation by a landlord of a leasehold tenant who is not tied to his plot but is free to leave it and go elsewhere, to negotiate a lease on better terms with another landlord, if he can, or to take service as a wage laborer. How were the propertied classes of the Greek and Roman world to obtain their surplus? Letting land to free tenants was always practiced in some degree, but it would naturally yield a lower rate of exploitation than working the land directly, with unfree labor, wage labor, or a combination of the two. Now wage labor was, as I have said already, of little account in antiquity, in particular because it was generally unskilled and not plentifully available. Therefore, there was simply no way in which the propertied classes of the Greek world could obtain a substantial surplus directly except through unfree labor, a most powerful argument for the role played by such labor in the economy of all the Greek states, which is too often neglected. It is very interesting to find that Aristotle, in a passage near the beginning of the Politics, can imagine only one alternative to using slaves, and that is complete automation, that of the statues endowed with life by Daedalus or of the tripods made by the god Hephaestus, which Homer had described as running on wheels of their own accord to Olympus. Much the same idea is amusingly expressed by the Athenian comic poet Croix. There were also, it is true, ways in which the propertied class could obtain part of its surplus indirectly, even while a very large number of humble Greeks, including most of those I am calling peasants, were still in a condition of freedom and could not easily be exploited directly to any intense degree. This indirect exploitation, which mainly took the form of taxation and compulsory services, is rather a difficult subject, best left until Chapter 4, in which I shall be dealing with the peasantry and other small, free, independent producers. When, in the later Roman Empire, there was apparently a considerable increase in the exploitation of the small free producers, the use of slave labor in the strict sense was in principle less necessary, but the Greek and Roman world always remained what we may loosely call a slave society, with unfree labor continuing to be a main source of exploitation, and when it became necessary for the screw to be tightened upon. 114. The peasantry, a large number of them were reduced to a form of serfdom. Contrary to what is sometimes said, a great deal of slave labor was employed in agriculture, which was by far the most important sector of the ancient economy. In the Greek and Roman world, wealth was never measured by general income in money, nor were taxes ever levied upon money income. When wealth was quantified, it was as capital, and when direct taxes were levied, they were either a proportion of a crop, always collected by tax farmers, or they took the form of a capital levy, as in the case of the Athenian esphora and the tributum paid by citizens in the early Roman Republic. Very occasionally we hear of a political qualification being assessed in terms of agricultural produce, again in kind. The Athenian pentakagiometimoi one were so assessed. Only in Egypt, under the Roman Principate, is there any evidence of income expressed in money being given official recognition as a qualification for the performance of liturgies, and it is significant that in this case the income was purely from landed property. A recent theory that the 4 Solonian tela at Athens were later based on money incomes is an impossible one, as I have already demonstrated elsewhere. A conclusive argument against any assessment in terms of money income is provided by the extremely primitive nature of ancient accounting, which was incapable of distinguishing properly between what is nowadays kept apart as capital and income, let alone enabling a merchant or even a landowner to arrive at a concept of net profit, without which the taxation of money income is unthinkable. There seems to have been no really efficient method of accounting, by double or even single entry, before the 13th century. The propertied class. The most important single dividing line which we can draw between different groups of free men in the Greek world is, in my opinion, that which separated off from the common herd those I am calling the propertied class, who could live of their own without having to spend more than a fraction of their time working for their living. Although small peasants and other free men such as artisans and shopkeepers, working on their own account, without much property of their own, must always have formed a substantial proportion of the free population of the Greek world, and indeed were probably a majority of the whole population until about the end. 3. Property and the propertied 115 of the 3rd century of the Christian era, they would normally have to spend most of their time working for their livelihood, with their families, at somewhere near the subsistence level, and would not be able to live securely and at leisure, as members of the upper class. By and large, a comfortable, leisured existence could be secured only by the possession of property, which alone gave the upper classes that command over the labor of others which made it possible for them to live the good life, as the Greeks saw it, a life not constrained by the inescapable necessity of working for one's living, a life which could be devoted to the pursuits considered proper for a gentleman, politics or generalship, intellectual or artistic pursuits, hunting or athletics. Isocrates, writing in the mid-4th century BC, characteristically brackets together horsemanship, athletics, hunting, and philosophy as the very proper avocations fostered by the Athenians in the good old days, enabling some men to develop outstanding qualities and others at least to avoid most evils. For the present we can largely forget about the small peasant, the artisan, and their like, who formed the very backbone of many Greek states. We shall come to them in Chapter 4 below. Our concern here is with the propertied, who alone had the leisure, a prerequisite of what was then considered to be the good life, as I have defined it. The dividing line between such people and the more or less propertyless masses below them was created by the possession of sufficient property to make it possible for them to live with discretion an unconstrained life of leisure, skolazont eleutherios hamakai sophronos, as Aristotle put it. Most Greeks would have put less emphasis on the restraint which Aristotle and his like thought so important. Heracles Ponticus, a contemporary of Aristotle, declared in his treatise on pleasure that pleasure and luxury, which relieve and reinforce the mind, are the characteristics offery men. Labor, on the other hand, is for slaves and humble men, whose minds accordingly become shrunken. To these men, liberated from toil, are the people who produced virtually all Greek art and literature and science and philosophy, and provided a good proportion of the armies which won remarkable victories by land over the Persian invaders at Marathon in 490 and at Plataea in 479 BC. In a very real sense most of them were parasitic upon other men, their slaves above all. Most of them were not supporters of the democracy which ancient Greece invented and which was its great contribution to political progress, although they did supply almost all its leaders, and they provided little more than the commanders of the invincible navy organized by Athens which kept the Greek cities of the Aegean secure against Persia. But what we know as Greek civilization expressed itself in and through them above all, and it is they who will normally occupy the center of our picture. I may add that they were a distinctly smaller class than the combined hoplites and cavalry, the hopla perekaminoi, who must always have included at the lowest hoplite level a certain number of men who needed to spend a certain amount of their time working for their living, generally as peasant farmers. As I hope I have made clear already, a man's position as a member of the propertied class depends in principle upon whether he needed to work in order to maintain himself. If he was not obliged to do so, then whether he actually did or did not spend time on such work himself is irrelevant for his class position. I have spoken of the propertied class, in the singular, as if all those whose level of existence was above the minimum just mentioned formed a single class. In a sense they did, as opposed to all the rest, but of course there were very considerable differences inside this propertied class, and it will often be necessary to think of its members as subdivided into a number of classes. As compared with the slave, the hired laborer, the full-time artisan, even the peasant who did little more than scrape a living from a small farm worked by himself and his family, we are surely justified in seeing as members of a single propertied class such men as the owner of a large or even medium-sized farm, worked by slaves under a slave bailiff, or leased out at a rent, the proprietor of a workshop of, say, 20 to 50 slaves, supervised by a slave manager, the lessee of mines in the Laurium district of Attica, worked by slaves, and similarly supervised by a manager who would himself be a slave, the owner of a merchant ship or TW03 which he hired out to traders or used for trading himself, manning them with slaves, the owner of a fair quantity of money capital which he lent out at interest, partly perhaps on mortgage of land, or, at a much higher rate of interest, on bottomry bonds. On the other hand, all those I have just described would be worlds apart from a great Roman senator who owned hundreds of acres and of slaves, and who was even more emphatically a member of the propertied class, but the scale on which exploitation of the labor of others takes place must also be taken into account in assessing a man's class, as well as the type of production concerned, and the senator could only be considered a member of the same propertied class as the much smaller figures I have mentioned when they are being collectively contrasted with the exploited classes and the peasantry. I shall sometimes speak of the propertied classes, sometimes of the propertied class. The latter expression will be particularly appropriate when we are thinking of all the men of property as a single entity, over against the non-propertied. The Greek propertied class, then, consisted essentially of those who were able to have themselves set free to live a civilized life by their command over the labor of others, who bore the burden of providing them with the necessities of the good life. This freedom of the Greek propertied class is what Aristotle has principally in mind in some very interesting passages, of which I shall single out one here,
the concluding sentence of the discussion in Rhetoric 1.9, 1367 at 28-32, of the concept of Teukalon, the noble, perhaps, but there is no precise English equivalent. In this passage the word eleutheros, literally free, is applied in the peculiar sense in which Aristotle and other Greeks sometimes used it, to the gentleman, the man who is fully free from all constraining toil, as 3. Property and the propertied 117 opposed to the aneleutheros, who works for another's benefit. Aristotle remarks that at Sparta it is kalon to have long hair, and he adds, for it is the mark of a gentleman, since it is not easy for a man with long hair to do work appropriate to a hired laborer. And he goes straight on to give, as another example of Teukalon, not carrying on a menial craft, for it is the mark of a gentleman not to live for the benefit of another. Finlay mistranslates this passage, the condition of a free man is that he not live under the constraint of another, for however, in view of Aristotle's other uses of the phrase in question and similar ones 5, there is not the slightest doubt that he means what I have stated in the text above, and in the context the distinction is between the vulgar artisan and the gentleman, slavery and the slave are never mentioned there. It is desirable at this point to issue a warning. In most of the universities of this country and others in the Western world and the antipodes, the expression Greek history is likely to be taken to apply to the history of Old Greece from the 8th to the 4th century BC, and above all to the mainland states, especially Athens and Sparta. This may be natural enough, because of course a large proportion of the surviving literary evidence relates to Old Greece in general and to Athens in particular. Right up to the end of the undergraduate stage the situation is likely to persist, even if in specialist studies interest happens to shift away from the archaic and classical periods, which, however, can still be made to yield fresh material by archaeologists and others, and the economic and social history of which still offers great opportunities to anyone whose training has not been too narrowly confined within the tradition of strictly historical research, and who is not content to remain indifferent to the techniques developed by sociologists, anthropologists, and economists. But we must never forget, and this is the warning of which I spoke a moment ago, that even in their great days, in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, the Greeks of the mainland inhabited a very poor country, with little natural wealth, agricultural or mineral, and that the predominance of the great states, Sparta and Athens, was due to military or naval strength, resting upon an organized system of alliances, Sparta's Peloponnesian League, or the Delian League, which grew into an Athenian empire, and was succeeded in the 4th century by the much weaker Second Athenian Confederacy. 6. It is of mainland Greece that Herodotus was thinking when he made Demaratus say that Greece and poverty had always been foster sisters. What many people still fail to realize is that some of the most important cities on the west coast of Asia Minor and its offshore islands were already, by the early 4th century, on the way to becoming more wealthy than the cities of mainland Greece, just as Syracuse, under the rule of its remarkable tyrant, Dionysius I, in roughly the first 3 decades of the 4th century, achieved greater strength than any of the contemporary cities on the Greek mainland, and built up a small empire of its own in Sicily and South Italy. The Asiatic cities scarcely ever enjoyed political power and independence in the same way as 118. Athens and Sparta in their palmy days, situated as they were on the fringe of the great Persian Empire, they were from the late 6th century to the late 4th either under Persian control or subject to strong influence and pressure from Persian satraps or native dynasts, except when they were under Athenian dominance in the 5th century. I have remarked upon this situation elsewhere. It deserves much more detailed investigation than it has yet received. Here I will only say that I can remember the shock of surprise with which I first realized the significance of the information given by Xenophon about the vast wealth of the family of Xenes of Dardanus and his widow Mania, who collected the revenues of a large area in the Troad on behalf of the Persian satrap Pharnabazus in the years around 400 BC. We can hardly doubt that the bulk of the fortune of this family will have been invested in land, whether it was within the territory of Dardanus and other Greek cities or whether it formed part of the adjacent Persian Empire, but there is good evidence from Xenophon that their thesaurist movable wealth,
stored in a treasury in the fortress town of Gurgis above the Scamander Valley, is likely to have been worth between 300 and 400 talents 7, a far larger fortune than any which can be confidently attributed to any inhabitant of mainland Greece before the Roman period. It is true that according to Plutarch the fortune of the 3rd century Spartan king Agis IV included 600 talents of coined money, apart from a quantity of agricultural and pasture land, but this is probably a great exaggeration. The Athenian Hipponicus, son of Callias, often said to be the richest Greek of his day, was credited with property to the value of only 200 talents. We do hear of some larger fortunes alleged to exist in the 4th century BC, but all the figures are again unreliable. Alexander Isius of Aetolia, who had the same reputation as Hipponicus a little over 2 centuries later, is said by Polybius to have possessed property to the value of more than 200 talents. Fortunes such as those of Xenes and Mania, I suggest, were possible only for the few fortunate Greeks who enjoyed the favor of the great king or one of his satraps. We know of some other such families in the 5th and 4th centuries, in particular the Gonghylids and Emeritids and Themistocles, all of whom received vast estates in Western Asia Minor from the king in the 5th century. The wealth of the great king was enormous by Greek standards, and some of his satraps were many times richer than any Greek of their day. We happen to know that Arsames, a great Persian noble who was satrap of Egypt in the late 5th century BC, owned land in no fewer than 6 different areas between Susa and Egypt, and in Lower and Upper Egypt too. 8. This need not astonish us, for although the Achaemenid rulers of the Persian Empire seem not to have exacted excessive tribute, according to ancient standards, from the satrapies of their empire, but to have allowed the local ruling class a considerable share in the surplus extorted from the primary producers, yet there were evidently all sorts of opportunities for satraps to make large personal gains, quite apart from the tribute. 3. Property and the propertied 119. Alexander the Great, who conquered the whole Persian Empire between 334 and 325, and his successors, who divided up his vast kingdom between them, were able to make gifts of very great value to their followers in money and land. There is a nice little illustration of how such rewards had grown even before Alexander had completed his conquests in the fact that whereas Dionysius I, tyrant of Syracuse, made a present of 100 minae to his mercenary captain Archelaus for being the first man over the wall in his siege of Motia in Sicily in 398, Alexander in 327, at the siege of the Sogdian Rock, offered to the first man who scaled the wall a reward of no less than 12 talents, probably a greater sum than the whole fortune of any except a handful of Athenians in Alexander's day. The great estates handed out to some of the king's friends in Asia Minor, Syria and Egypt must have made their owners far richer than any mainland Greek had ever been. 9. It is no surprise to find that Plutarch, in the very work in which he speaks of King Agis IV of Sparta as owning 600 talents in coined money apart from his land, also makes Agis say that the satraps and servants of kings Ptolemy and Seleucus possessed more than all the kings of Sparta combined. In the Hellenistic and Roman periods the leading families of the cities of Asia enjoyed greater wealth than ever and were among the strongest supporters of Roman rule. Largely because of their conspicuous wealth they began to enter the Roman Senate in the early Principate, albeit slowly, but the senatorial families they provided steadily increased in number in the 2nd century, and by the reign of Hadrian Orientals seem to have been almost on an equality with Westerners in their chance of becoming senators and even reaching the highest posts of praetor and consul. Recent research, admirably summarized by Habicht in 1960, 11 has led to a marked revaluation of the evidence and a realization that to speak loosely of Greek or Oriental senators 12 can effect a blurring of some important distinctions. First, we must separate from genuine Greeks the descendants of Roman families transplanted to the eastern provinces and now inhabiting either Augustan military colonies or towns with important groups of Italian settlers, such as Pergamum, Atalaya in Pamphylia, Ephesus, and Mytilene. 13. Secondly, as Habicht has rightly emphasized, we must not fail to notice among the Oriental senators a very important group of members of the old dynastic families of Asia Minor and Syro-Palestine in the late Republic and early Principate, sometimes possessed of immense wealth and much interconnected by marriage. Among these are descendants of the Attalids of Pergamum, of Galatian Tetrarchs and the Galatian king Diodorus, of Archelaus and Polemo, the kings of Cappadocia and Pontus, and of King Herod of Judea. Thirdly, the appreciable number of men who can be identified as immediate descendants of new Oriental senators must not themselves be counted as new senators, for they were members of the senatorial order equally with the older senatorial families and could normally expect to become senators in their turn. This is particularly important when we are comparing reigns or periods and trying to see how many new Greeks entered the Senate during each of them. The largest fortunes we hear of in the Roman Empire, however, always remain those of Western senators, even in the later empire, until in the 5th, 120 century the governing class in the West lost many of their possessions through barbarian conquest of areas where some of their great estates lay, North Africa, Spain, Gaul, and Britain. 14 In the early Principate, in particular, some Romans acquired immense wealth through the munificence of the emperors, especially Augustus, who after the civil wars could dispose of confiscated property on a vast scale. An Italian novice homo who became suffect consul in BC 16, L. Terrius Rufus, described by Pliny the Elder as a man of exceedingly low birth, acquired through the generosity of Augustus, according to Pliny, a fortune of about 100 million sesterces, which he proceeded to dissipate by unwise purchases of agricultural lands in Punum, although he remained in other respects a man of old-fashioned parsimoniousness. 15 But it is the Western senators of around AD 400 who are credited with the most enormous fortunes of all. A famous fragment of the historian Olympiad Orus, of Egyptian Thebes, gives some figures for alleged annual incomes in both the richest and the middling senatorial grades. These are almost beyond belief. Even senators of second-order wealth are said to have had incomes of 1,000 to 1,500 pounds of gold. They turn out to include the great orator Q. Aurelius Symmachus, who is placed among the men of middle fortunes. The richest senators are said to enjoy incomes of 4,000 pounds of gold, plus about a third as much again in the value of what they receive by way of agricultural produce in kind. Those who held certain offices were expected to spend lavishly on public entertainments, the games, and we hear of vast sums being spent on a single celebration, 1,200, 2,000, and even 4,000 pounds of gold. 6 We have no way of verifying these figures, but they ought not to be rejected out of hand. 17 I should say that we can perhaps take 1,000 pounds of gold as not far short of HS for 1/2 million during the early Principate. I have given some of the figures for the reputed wealth of the great men of later periods in order to place in better perspective the relatively mean little estates possessed by even the aristocracy of classical Greece. Land, as the principal source of wealth in the Greek world, in the archaic, classical, and Hellenistic periods, as in the Roman Empire throughout its history, was always essentially wealth in land, upon which was conducted the cultivation of cereals and of other agricultural products, especially those of the olive and the vine, and also the pasturing of cattle, sheep, and horses. The ruling classes of all the Greek states were always primarily landowners. The oft-repeated notion that the governing classes of places like Aegina and Corinth were merchants, a kaufman's aristocratai, is an invention of modern scholarship. A citizen merchant who did happen to make his pile and aspired to lead the life of a gentleman would have to retire and buy land. Agricultural land, says Amphis, a comic poet of the 4th, 121 century BC, is the father of life to man. Land alone knows how to cover up poverty. 1 For a positive panegyric of Georgia, in the sense of gentleman farming, owning a farm, we can turn to the Economicus of Xenophon, a man of unimpeachably orthodox and traditional opinions, who wrote the work in question at some time between the 2nd and 4th decades of the 4th century B.C. Farming, in the sense I have indicated, is to Xenophon the noblest of pursuits, the pleasantest and most agreeable way of gaining a living. It fortifies the body and instills valor,
to the prudent man who is prepared to take a keen interest, nothing is more profitable, and above all it is easy to learn, and it affords most opportunities for the useful employment of leisure for the real gentleman, the kalos kagathos. It is most important both as an occupation and as a branch of knowledge. Point 3 Xenophon, like other authors, may speak at times as if a farmer would actually take part in the work of the farm, but it is always understood that in so far as he does this, he does it for pleasure and for the sake of the physical and moral benefits such exercise can bestow, and not because economic necessity obliges him to work. Xenophon makes the great Spartan commander Lysander express astonishment at the very idea that the Persian prince Cyrus could himself have laid out his magnificent park at Sardis and actually done some of the planting with his own hands, until Cyrus tells him that it was his principle never to dine until he had exerted himself strenuously in some activity of war or agriculture. Even a Roman emperor and his heir apparent might choose to get themselves into a healthy sweat by helping to gather in the grapes, as we hear of Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius doing on one occasion in the mid-140s. For I believe that the standard attitude to farming of the Greek and Roman propertied classes was that expressed by Cicero in the De Orator, as part of a long passage in which he argues that just as an orator needs no detailed acquaintance with the civil law, the ius civil, but can easily pick up whatever he needs to know for a particular case he is conducting, so the landowner can be content with what is a matter of common knowledge, the nature of sowing and reaping, the pruning of vines and other trees, the time of year and the manner in which such things are done. Such knowledge is quite sufficient for giving instructions to one's general manager or orders to one's overseer. We hear again and again in Latin writers of some leading figures in the early Roman Republic who are represented as afflicted by what Horace calls cruel poverty. They own very small farms and actually take part themselves in working them. Among those who turn up most often are L. Quinctius Cincinnatus and M. Curius Dentatus. The former, we are told, was actually at the plough when informed that he had been nominated dictator. 5 Yet it is sometimes made clear in the tradition that such men were simply amusing themselves. Cicero, for example, in a passage in his treatise on old age, first says he is going to speak of the pleasures of farmers. After mentioning Curius and Cincinnatus he uses of their agricultural activities the words oblectabant and 122 delectatione, and he goes on to show that the sort of farmer he has in mind is a well-to-do master, whose farmhouse is well stocked and whose storehouse is full of wine and oil and other provisions. Quite different were the small farmers who actually had to work alongside their slaves. They do not form part of what I am calling the propertied class. On the borderline of that class would be those who needed to work with their slaves only occasionally. They may have been quite a large group in the Greek states of the classical and Hellenistic periods. As Peter Garnsey has well said, speaking of the Roman peasant cult of the late Roman Republic, the idealization of the peasant patriarch was then, as in the 20th century, primarily an expression of the nationalist ideology of the ruling class of a militarist state. In a treatise of Cicero's which was considered an important part of the education of the 18th century English gentleman, Tully's Offices, it was then generally called there is a much quoted statement, de offic. 1.151, which is just as characteristic of the outlook of the Greek as of the Roman propertied class. Indeed, it is probably derived from the Rhodian Stoic philosopher Painetius, of the 2nd century BC. The life of the merchant, we are told, if he operates on a very large scale, is not entirely contemptible, and Cicero warmly commends the merchant who, sated with his profits, retires from the harbor to the fields. But still, Cicero concludes, of all means of acquiring wealth there's nothing better, nothing more profitable, nothing sweeter, nothing more worthy of a free man, than agricultura, which here also means, of course, not working a farm but owning one, just as, in the writings of the physiocrats, the cultivator does not stand for the actual tiller of the soil, but for the big farmer. Vane and Finlay have expressed the fundamental idea admirably. In antiquity land ownership on a sufficient scale marks the absence of any occupation. The life of the landowner is a life of leisure. The peasant farmer who has to work his own land is a very different creature. In a fragment of the Athenian comic poet Menander, a line which says that farming is slaves' work is preceded by one which explains that it is deeds of war by which a man ought to prove his superiority. For deeds of war, others might substitute politics or philosophy, athletics, or hunting. Cicero quotes a passage from a play of Terence, produced in 163 BC, in which a character, Crims, refers to such acts as digging, plowing and carrying as what Cicero calls a liberalis labor, ungentlemanly toil, and indeed in the play itself Crims strongly advocates leaving all such work to one's slaves. In Italy in the reign of Nero farming was regarded by the upper classes as a demeaning employment, a sordidum opus. The essential thing is that one should not need to work for one's daily bread. The characteristic members of my propertied class, then, are essentially Machiavelli's gentry, defined by him in his discourses on the first 123 decade of Livy as those who live in idleness on the abundant revenue derived from their estates, without having anything to do either with their cultivation or with other forms of labor essential to life. 6. But Machiavelli continues at once, such men are a pest in any republic and in any province, and a little later he adds, where the gentry are numerous, no one who proposes to set up a republic can succeed unless he first gets rid of the lot. The contrast between Machiavelli's outlook and that of a wealthy Greek or Roman is interesting. Machiavelli, writing in the first quarter of the 16th century, foreshadows the economically far more progressive mentality of the bourgeois society that was about to emerge. It was axiomatic in the Greek and Roman world that the gentleman should own his land and not be a lessee of it, a mere tenant. Xenophon can make Socrates speak of the man who is concerned only with his beloved's appearance as like one who has rented a piece of land. His concern is not that it may become more valuable but that he himself may get the greatest possible amount of produce out of it, whereas the man whose aim is affection is more like one who owns his own farm, for he strives with all his might to make his beloved of greater worth. Among all the ancient thinkers I know who belong to the propertied class, I have found but one who not only recommends the gentlemanly intellectual, the would-be philosopher, both to supervise the work on his farm and actually to take part in it personally and work with his own hands, but who also explicitly says that it does not matter whether the farm is his own property or not. This is the Roman equestrian and Stoic philosopher of the late 1st century, Musonius Rufus, whose relatively enlightened views on marriage I had occasion to refer to in 2:6 above. In his disquisition, What Means of Livelihood Befits a Philosopher, a fragment of which is preserved by Stobaeus, there is a veritable paean of praise of farming and the pastoral life. Musonius says that the earth repays many times over the effort that is put into her and gives an abundant supply of the necessities of life to the man who is willing to work, and he adds, in a charming phrase, that she does this in such a way as to preserve dignity and without giving any offense. 7 One may suspect that Musonius was indulging in a flight of fancy and idealizing a situation of which, as a Roman equestrian, he had had no real, direct, personal experience, except perhaps by occasional free choice. However, he is at least trying to deal with the real world, unlike that curious Epicurean enthusiast, Diogenes of Enoanda, a figure known to us only through the very long inscription he put up in his native city in Lycia around AD 200. A recently published fragment of this depicts a future golden age in which, if the text has been correctly restored, everyone will take part not only in the study of philosophy but in agricultural and pastoral activities. 8 When Plotinus, a leading philosopher of the 3rd century of the Christian era, is discussing what makes men rich or poor, the first cause of wealth that he notices is inheritance, and when he turns to riches acquired by labor, his one example is from farming, the only other means of 124. Acquisition he notices is not trade or industry, but finding a treasure. There is one notorious example of this, t.i. Claudius Atticus, at the very end of the 1st century, found a large sum of money in his house at Athens, although, as Rostovtsev says, this was in reality not a treasure but probably money hidden by Herod's grandfather, Hipparchus, in the troublous times of Domitian's persecutions. 9 At the other end of the social scale, Horace in one of his satires imagines a poor wage laborer finding by good luck a silver treasure which enables him to buy the farm on which he works. Here and there, of course, a poor man might acquire property through the exercise of some exceptional personal skill, as a soothsayer or doctor or poet or politician, or, in the Roman period, as an advocate or a soldier, although his chances of rising high in some of these ways would be small if he had not received a proper education from a well-to-do father in the first place. A political career always offered the greatest possibilities of profit, to those who were qualified for it, but politics was arduous and very risky, and at the highest levels anyway it was a full-time job and therefore open only to a man who was well off already, and in the classical period, unless one had inherited political arete by being born into the right sort of family, one would have little chance of rising to the top. Occasionally, less often, I believe, than is generally supposed, a man might rise from poverty to riches through trade or manufacture. Personal participation in trade or industry, however, would so seriously affect one's lifestyle that one could hardly hope to be accepted in the best society, and there are many denunciations of such activity in the literary record. Philostratus, writing in the second quarter of the 3rd century of the Christian era, was anxious to exculpate the Athenian orator Isocrates, who had lived some 6 centuries earlier, from the charge of being an olopoios levelled at him by the comic poets. Philostratus will admit that Isocrates' father Theodorus was an olopoios, but he insists that Isocrates himself knew nothing about oloi or anything else connected with Bonozoic activity, nor would he have been honored with the statue at Olympia if he had worked at any mean occupation. The practiced advocate Libanius, in the late 4th century, knew even better how to defend a man on such a charge. When the Senate of Constantinople refused to admit the wealthy Thalassius of Antioch to its ranks because he was said to be a cutler, Libanius retorted that Thalassius, like the father of Demosthenes, simply owned slaves whq made knives, and that made all the difference, because by leaving one's slaves to work under the supervision of a manager and living on one's landed property one could enjoy the lifestyle of a gentleman as well as anyone else, even if the larger part of one's income came from the slave artisans. That was precisely the situation of the prominent 5th and 4th century Athenian politicians like Cleon and Cleophon and Anytus, who are satirized by Aristophanes and other comic poets. 125 as tanners and leather sellers and cobblers and potters and cattle dealers and lyre sellers, since politics, at any rate at the top level, was a full-time occupation in a Greek city. If one was a politician one would not go in personally for trade or industry. It would only be among the snobs like Aristophanes that one would then lose face because one's fortune originally came from industry or trade. Not a few of those among Aristophanes' audience who laughed at his nasty little jokes about the demagogues he so detested must have been tradesmen of one sort or another and are not likely to have felt demeaned by their calling, although of course they would probably all have been glad to escape from the practice of a trade and settle down as landowners if they could. The ideas of a dominant class are always accepted in some measure by those it exploits, and most of all by those who are near the top level of the exploited and see themselves as about to rise into the ruling class. And most of the words used in Greek to express social qualities and distinctions were heavily loaded with the moral overtones which had always been associated with them, so that the poorer Greek would find it hard to avoid expressing himself in the very terms which proclaimed his unworthiness. The situation I have depicted remained true of the Greek world throughout its existence. Marx noticed that the secret history of the Roman Republic is the history of its landed property. In Rostovtsev's remarkably full survey of the evidence, in his great work on the social and economic history of the Roman Empire, there are several statements which may give a misleading impression if taken by themselves, to the effect that, for instance, the main source of large fortunes, now as before, was commerce, and especially foreign and interprovincial maritime commerce, provided the main sources of wealth in the Roman Empire. And the second of these statements continues immediately, most of the nouveau riches owed their money to it. In these and other cases, where Rostovtsev speaks as if commerce were the main source of Roman wealth, he has in mind new fortunes, cases of upward social mobility, in which men rose from below into the propertied class. In this he may well be mainly right. But in the continuation of both the passages I have just quoted, as elsewhere, Rostovtsev shows he recognized that large profits made by commerce would not be re-employed in commerce so much as invested in something quite different, land above all, also perhaps mortgages, money lending, even industry. He knew that commerce took second place to agriculture in the economic life of the empire even in the early Principate, that agriculture was of capital importance, that it is no exaggeration to say that most of the provinces were almost exclusively agricultural countries, and that the largest part of the population of the empire was engaged in agriculture, either actually tilling the soil, or living on an income drawn from the land. The rural population had enormous importance for the empire in general, far exceeding the city population in number, and indeed the country people who tilled the soil formed an enormous majority of the population of the empire. In his section 126 on the African provinces in the period AD 69 to 192 he can say that in every case where we can trace the origin of the large fortunes of wealthy municipal nobles, we find them to have been derived from ownership of land. Even what looks at first sight like wealth derived from industry may turn out on closer examination to be wealth derived from ownership of the land on which the industry was carried on. This was half realized by Tenny Frank several decades ago. Referring to the great development of the brickyards on the estates near Rome of the Domitii, he said, and yet the wealth of this family was probably not thought of as coming from industry so much as from a careful exploitation of the resources of their landed estates. 10. This is perfectly true. But Frank went on to describe this as practically the only instance in 1,000 years of Roman history in which wealth derived from industrial success contributed to political distinction, a statement we can now recognize to be incorrect, for recent researches by a team of Finnish scholars at Rome have shown that there is no reason to suppose that the Domitii and similar landowners whose names appear on brick stamps had any direct connection with brick-making. 11. For the period of the Roman Principate and later Empire I need do no more than refer to Rostovtsev's great work, cited above, to A.H.M. Jones's magnum opus, and to two valuable papers by Jones, one on the economic life of the towns of the Roman Empire, 1955, and the other on ancient empires and the economy, Rome, 1965, published 1969. In the later Roman Empire there is if anything an even greater volume of evidence than in earlier periods for the overwhelming predominance of agriculture in the economic life of the empire in the eastern provinces as much as in the Latin West, although the concentration of landed property in a few hands seems to have been much less marked in the east. This predominance of agriculture over trade and industry can now be taken for granted. I propose, however, to give here some half a dozen interesting pieces of evidence from the legal codes. These concern mainly the position of decurions, the members of the local town councils, about whom I shall have a good deal to say in 8.2 below. These legal texts are particularly valuable because virtually all men of substantial property who were not exempted through being honorati were by now obliged to become members of their council and thus assume the sometimes heavy financial and administrative burdens involved. Callistratus, a Roman lawyer of the first half of the 3rd century, is quoted in the Digest as saying that those who deal with goods and sell them are not excluded from the decurionate or from municipal office, and should not be disdained as viles personae, even though they are liable to be flogged by the aediles. Nevertheless, he says he thinks it unbecoming for such persons to be received into a municipal council, especially in those states which have a supply of viri honesty. It is only a deficiency of the latter which makes it necessary to allow the former to have access to a dignitas municipalis. 127 The Emperor Julian in 362 exempted decurions from the collatio lustralis, a tax payable during most of the 4th and 5th centuries by negotiators, a term which by then had come to mean tradesmen in the widest sense, including manufacturers, artisans, merchants, shopkeepers, money lenders etc. 12 In so doing he added to his edict the words unless perchance it should prove that a decurion is engaging in trade in some way, as if this were an unlikely contingency. In a constitution of 364, relating to the payment of the same tax, the emperors Valentinian I and Valens subject even the more powerful man to the collatio lustralis if indeed they make a practice of trading, and they add that any such member of the podiours either ought not to involve himself in trade or ought to be the first to pay the tax. Evidently such men were exceptional. Another imperial constitution, of 370, opens with the words, "If any trader should purchase farms and be called to his local council as the holder of landed property," and ends by saying that such a man is to be subject to the compulsory public burdens of that council to which he gave himself of his own accord by converting the use of his money into the profit of agricultural land. In 383 the emperors thought it necessary to pass a special law permitting the enrollment on the city councils of the Danubian province of Moesia 13 of men from among the common people, rich in the possession of slaves, to prevent them from evading their financial obligations. These men are evidently owners of workshops who would otherwise have escaped enrollment because of having little or no land. Finally, by a constitution of 408 or 409, Honorius altogether forbade those who are decidedly noble by birth or resplendent with honors or notably rich in property to carry on trade, to the detriment of the cities, so that the intercourse of buying and selling may be easier between commoner and merchant. 14 Decurions were not even expected to take the kind of salaried post known as procuratio, managing someone else's property as bailiff, for a decurion to accept such a post is described in a Constitution of 382 as the most infamous baseness, involving servile obsequiousness. But this is a subject which falls to be treated under the general heading of hired labor in section 6 of this chapter and its end. 4. In addition to the evidence cited above from the legal sources, it is worth mentioning the inscription recording the fact that Q. Sicinius Clarus, imperial legate of Thrace, when constituting the posting station of Pisus as an emporion in 202, said he had put in charge of this and other newly founded emporia not commoners engaged in trade but toparchs who are city councillors. 15, probably of Augusta Traiana, the modum Stara Zagora in Bulgaria. A decisive argument for the predominance of landed wealth over commercial wealth in the Greek and Roman world is that in the later empire even the navicularii, who were responsible for government shipments, mainly of Com to Rome, were primarily landowners, to whose estates was attached the navicularia junctio, the 128 burden of making the prescribed shipments. 16 We even hear from Callistratus, in the Digest, of men who as early as the mid-2nd century enrolled themselves in the Corpus Naviculariorum, purely in order to obtain the valuable immunity they would thereby receive from other public burdens, although some of them actually owned no ships at all. Finally, tax farmers, who continued in the Roman Empire to farm most indirect taxes, must not be thought of as a group distinct from landowners. They had in fact to give security in freehold landed property for the due performance of their obligations. In his fascinating story of the very able Antoninus, who defected to Persia in 359, Ammianus begins by calling him a wealthy merchant and goes on to tell how he then took a not very exalted civil service post as an accountant under the military governor of the province of Mesopotamia. This was evidently a potential rise in status, and it led in due course to the honorary rank of protector. What I have been saying about the minor role of commerce and industry in the fortunes of the propertied classes of the Greek world throughout its existence is almost universally true, but there are of course exceptions. I am thinking not so much of individuals. The vast majority of those who rose into the propertied class by their own efforts in trade or industry would be certain to become landowners when they could. I have in mind a handful of cities, the dominant class of which either certainly or probably included a substantial proportion of merchants. They are not easy to find and may not have amounted to more than one or two. I am not concerned here with the Latin West, where Rome's port Ostia stands out as perhaps the one western city in which far more wealth came to the local notables from commerce than from land. 18 Lugdunum, Arlit and Narbo, the three great emporia of Roman Gaul, and also Augusta Treverorum, were certainly in a sense commercial towns, in that a large volume of goods passed through them, but the governing class in each case seemed to have been almost entirely landowning,
while a high proportion of those who acquired wealth through trade and industry seem to have been freedmen or foreigners. 19. The leading commercial city of the whole empire, Alexandria, undoubtedly had some rich merchants among its citizens, but I know of no evidence whether they accounted for any substantial proportion of its governing class. I should be astonished if they did. One of its citizens, Firmus, is said by one very base source, the Historia Augusta, both to have been a merchant and to have aspired to the imperial power, in some kind of unsuccessful revolt against the Emperor Aurelian. If both these statements are correct, Firmus would certainly be unique, but the first may not be true, and the second is 129 probably at least a great exaggeration. The whole story, indeed, may be fictitious. Otherwise, I know of no specific evidence for rich merchants at Alexandria except in 3 late hagiographic sources, which, for what they are worth, speak of fortunes that work out at about 275, 70, and 50 pounds gold. But even the largest of these, from the Historia Monachernum 16, if expressed in the way it might have been in the early Principate, would have come out at not very much more than Hs 1 million, the minimum qualification of a Roman senator, and neither of the other two would have reached the equestrian qualification of Hs 400,000. In the East, the one certain example of a city which must surely have had a governing class consisting at least partly of merchants is Palmyra, which was of no great importance until well into the last century BC, but then grew rapidly into a prosperous commercial city, until its period of affluence was ended by its sack by Aurelian in 272. Palmyra gained much of its wealth from its control of a considerable part of the profitable caravan trade with the East. 20. Petra may well have been another such town, on a rather smaller scale, and I suppose there may have been one or two more. 21. Mention of Palmyra and of its vital role in the Eastern trade reminds one of the customs duties, sometimes heavy, which were levied there and at some other places on the eastern frontier of the empire on all imports and exports. There is a nice little story in Philostratus' Life of Apollonius of Tyana about a journey to the east made by Apollonius, who left the Roman Empire at Zeugma on the Euphrates. The tax collector took Apollonius up to the notice board and asked him what he had to declare. Apollonius replied with a string of feminine nouns: temperance, justice, virtue, chastity, courage, perseverance. The tax collector took these to be female slaves, who were sometimes given such names and on whom export duty would have to be paid. We know that the duty on prostitutes at Coptos in Egypt in AD 90 was as much as Hs 108 or 27 denarii each. So he demanded a list of the girls. Ah, said Apollonius, sententious as ever, it is not slave girls I am taking out, but ladies to whom I am slave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We need not doubt that Greek landowners took care to dispose of the products of their estates in ways as profitable to themselves as possible. Naturally, this will normally have involved arranging for its transport to the nearest market, but we have extraordinarily little evidence about this kind of activity. I cannot believe that members of the propertied class would themselves take their produce even to their city market if they could help it, let alone transport it across the sea, or otherwise indulge personally in commerce. Solon may be taken as a test case, for modern works constantly state it as a fact that he went on sea journeys as a merchant both as a young man and after the passing of his laws in 594/3 BC. The source most usually quoted for the latter statement is Aristotle, who certainly speaks of Solon's voyage to Egypt after 594 as combining business with pleasure. He went, says Aristotle, cat emporion hamakai theorion. However, it is very interesting to find that our earliest witness by far, namely Herodotus, when giving both a pretext and a cause for the later voyage, says not a word about trade. Solon's pretense was that he wanted to be the world, the real reason was that he wished to avoid being one rest to repeal his laws. And I suggest that Aristotle's expression, cat emporion hamakai theorion, has not been correctly understood. Precisely what it means can best be discovered from its occurrence in a text of the early 4th century BC, Isocrates 17:4, the only other example of the phrase that I have been able to find. The speaker, a young man from the Pontic kingdom in the Crimea, says that when he sailed to Athens, his father, financing his journey, sent with him 2 ships loaded with corn, and here it is very significant that the expression used is precisely the same as the one Aristotle was later to use for Solon's travels. The young man went hamakat emporion kai kata theorion, the single commercial activity being undertaken for the enlargement of his experience rather than an economic purpose. The phrase in question, identical in Isocrates and Aristotle, may have been a familiar expression in the 4th century, since it is likely that any Greek who was sailing about from one place to another in the Mediterranean world might take some of the products of one place to sell at a profit in another, as a means of paying for his travels. One of the stories in Diogenes Laertius about Antis thence tells of another Pontic youth who financed a stay at Athens with a shipload of another commodity that was regularly exported from the Pontus to Athens, salt fish. And even Plato is said by Plutarch to have financed his visit to Egypt by selling olive oil there. As for Solon, Plutarch almost agrees with Herodotus when he says that Solon's real motive for sailing away from Athens after 594 was the hope that the Athenians would grow to accept his laws, but he rejects Herodotus in favor of some unknown writer when he maintains that Solon gave out that he was leaving Athens on account of his naucleria, which ought to mean business interests as a ship owner. Plutarch also quotes a statement by the unreliable Hellenistic biographer Hermippus that when Solon was a young man he tried to repair his family fortunes, largely dissipated by his father's many acts of charity, by going in for commerce. Against this, perhaps remembering Herodotus, Plutarch says we are also told that Solon traveled for the sake of gaining experience and knowledge rather than money-making. Evidently the participation of Solon in commerce was a story that grew with the years and the telling. It is essential to realize that just as Hesiod had represented trade as a pies aller for the peasant who was unable to make a living from the land, so in Solon trade heads the list of activities to which a man may be driven who is propertyless and under the compulsion of poverty, and clearly the merchant's life in Solon's mind is a hard and dangerous one. After the trader comes the agricultural laborer who hires himself out by the year. This is the sole reference we have from early Attica to such people except for the name of the lowest of Solon's 4 property groups, the Thetes, a word which normally means wage laborers. Next in the list we have the artisan, and then, incongruously, to our way of thinking, the poet, the seer, and the doctor. Actually, Solon does not speak slightingly of any of these people, even of the trader or the laborer or the artisan. In this he is exceptional. 131 His own basic outlook is surely that of the landed gentleman. It is probably as a result of the elaboration in the Hellenistic period of such tales as those I have mentioned above concerning Solon that Plutarch was ready to contrast what he took to be the conditions of the archaic age with those that obtained later and in his own day, and declare that in those times work was no disgrace, a trade or craft brought no stigma, and commerce was in good repute, as it gave a man familiarity with foreign countries, friendship with kings and a wide experience of affairs. Some became founders of great cities, as Protus of Massilia. 22 And then Plutarch, before concluding with the remark about Plato which I have already quoted, adds, they say that Thales and Hippocrates the mathematician went in for commerce, but the surviving sources referring to Hippocrates' alleged activity as a merchant are even later than Plutarch, and the only story preserved about Thales' alleged commercial activities is the one familiar from Aristotle. About how Thales secured a monopoly by hiring all the olive presses of Miletus and Chios on one particular occasion, with the justified expectation of securing a large profit, in a year which he foresaw would produce an exceptional crop of olives. Plutarch is able to cite no good evidence of any kind for his statement about the situation of traders in the archaic period. We also happen to know that in the first half of the 6th century Charaxus of Lesbos, son of Scamandronymus and brother of Sappho the poetess, sailed to Naucratis in Egypt, and according to Strabo Charaxus brought to Naucratis a cargo of Lesbian wine, cat emporion. If that is true, Charaxus may have been deliberately trying to obtain a higher price for his wine by cutting out the middleman, or he may simply have been seeing the world, and the sale of the wine may have been merely incidental and a means of financing his voyage. There is no evidence to show whether the journey was a single or a repeated one. It is characteristic of the sources for early Greek economic history, by the way, that we only hear of this visit of Charaxus to Naucratis because Charaxus, while in Egypt, happened to become enamored of a famous courtesan, named Doricha, a mésalliance for which he was apparently reproached by his sister in a poem known to Herodotus but not to us, and perhaps sympathized with in some fragments recovered not long ago among the Oxyrhynchus papyri. In his attack on Page's interpretation of Sappho, FRR 5 and 15b, takes very seriously the words cat emporion in Strabo, and feels able to add scornfully, so much for the family of noble birth and high fashion. But the family surely was an aristocratic one, and we have seen from Isocrates and Aristotle what cat emporion is capable of meaning in such contexts. What is referred to as trade or commerce in the archaic period and even rather later may prove on inspection to be something very different from the activities now connoted by such expressions. Take for example the story quoted. 132. By Athenaeus from Theopompus, concerning events that occurred in the 470s BC. Architeles the Corinthian, who had by degrees bought up a large quantity of gold, sold it to the emissaries of Hiero, the tyrant of Syracuse, adding a handful of gold by way of gift. In return, the grateful Hiero sent Architeles a shipload of corn and many other gifts as well. This transaction partakes not only of trade in the proper sense, but also of the ancient practice of gift exchange between aristocrats. I may add that I know of no specific reference to the conduct of the corn trade of the city of Corinth, in the proper sense, except the statement of Lycurgus that the Athenian Leocrates, sometime after 338 BC, settled as a metic at Megara, and while living there shipped corn from Epirus to Lucus and thence to Corinth. Pericles is said by Plutarch to have sold the whole produce of his estate on a single occasion each year, as if this were exceptional. Devoted as he was to politics, he did this, we are told, with the aim of wasting as little time as possible on such things, and through an able slave, Evangelus. This may be true, but once more it is the kind of thing Hellenistic biographers were fond of inventing. I agree with the recent statement by Plequet that it is on predominantly local markets that urban landowners will have sold their products, using as intermediaries either their freedmen or independent negotiators. 23. However, I think that in the latter part of the same paragraph, beginning, perhaps we are all brought up too much with the idea that the aristocracy in antiquity was an exclusively landed elite. Plequet puts too much emphasis on the commercial interests of landowners, which were very minor. Our evidence about the way in which landowners dealt with the produce of their estates is too scanty for us to be able to produce a confident picture, though we may agree with Plequet that in the later Rhineland Empire the widespread decline of trade is likely to have forced many landowners to take more active steps to promote the sale of their crops. The essential fact is that these landowners always remained primarily landowners, and that any commercial activities they might indulge in never became more than a minor and wholly subsidiary part of their activities. It is of little significance that Rufinus of Pergamum had a shipowner in his service, that must have been quite a common phenomenon. According to Libanius, a rich man could be expected to possess ships, along with land and gold and silver. We may also remember Bermirinus of Zelia in Phrygia, Pragmatus of a landowning noblewoman, Claudia Bassa, who according to his own epitaph not only collected his mistress's rents for 35 years but also undertook journeys on her behalf to numerous distant places, including Italy, Olmytia, Istria, Liburnia, and Alexandria. 24. And since, as I have mentioned above, the naviculari were landowners first and foremost, whose estates were saddled with the burden of this duty, they at least would all have to own ships, which of course they could use for 133 their own purposes, in so far as they were not required for government transport. Slavery and other forms of unfree labor. Although ancient slavery has been examined again and again, from many different points of view, I believe that I am justified in making yet another attempt to give a general emietment of the subject. if only because of three methodological characteristics of the account I shall present. First, I hope that I have at least moved the discussion onto a different plane by conducting the investigation in terms not merely of slavery in the narrow sense but of unfree labor, one in its different forms, of which slavery in the strict sense is only one, and not always the most important in the sphere of actual production, although, for reasons I shall explain towards the end of this section, one believe it always played a very significant role. Secondly, the situation we have to examine, as I see it, is one in which the propertied class extracts the greater part of its surplus from the working population by means of unfree labor. That is a very different matter from trying to show that in Greek antiquity the bulk of production was done by slaves, or even by slaves, serfs, and all other unfree workers put together. I am sure it was not. In my opinion, the combined production of free peasants and artisans must have exceeded that of unfree agricultural and industrial producers in most places at all times, at any rate until the 4th century of the Christian era, when forms of serfdom became general in the Roman Empire. I have already explained, in point 3 above, why I believe that the significant thing we have to concentrate on is not the overall role of unfree compared with free labor, but the role played by unfree labor in providing the dominant propertied classes with their surplus, a very different question and a much more restricted one, not so entirely open-ended as the other. In this, I am certainly following the central thought of Marx, for whom the fundamental difference between the various forms of society lay in the mode in which surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers. And in the opinion of Marx, expressed most clearly in the Grundriss, direct forced labor is the foundation of the ancient world, a statement which must certainly be interpreted in the light of the passages from Capital which I have just noticed. I accept this. One think it would not be technically correct to call the Greek world a slave economy, but I should not raise any strong objection if anyone else wished to use that expression, because, as I shall argue, the propertied classes extorted the bulk of their surplus from the working population by means of unfree labor, in which slavery, in the strict technical sense, played at some periods a dominant role and was always a highly significant factor. Thirdly, one have tried to avoid the very common mistake of denying the existence, or minimizing the extent, of slave labor in situations where all we have a right to assert is that there is no, or little, evidence for it. The point here is that we often have no right to expect such evidence. Our knowledge of the large 134 the CLA5S strungle in the ancient Greek world scale use of slaves in production depends mainly upon a mere handful of literary texts, even for Athens in the 5th and 4th centuries BC and Italy and Sicily in the late Republic and early Principate, where we know that slavery was particularly widespread. I quoted, in 2.3 above, statements by Aristotle about the poor or propertyless free man who was obliged to use an ox, or his wife and children, as a substitute for slaves. But in this section I am not concerned with such people, who of course were themselves liable to be exploited by the propertied classes to a greater or less degree, in ways I shall describe in 4.I below. Here I am dealing with the propertied class and the unfree labor from which they derived the bulk of their surplus. The poor free man is prominent in this section only in so far as he fell into debt bondage or serfdom. The resources of different languages, Greek, Latin, and the various modern languages, differ greatly in the categories of unfree labor which they make it possible to distinguish by name, but as it happens there is a set of definitions of the three main categories I propose to recognize, namely chattel slavery, serfdom, and debt bondage, which today has a very special status. This set of distinctions is enshrined, for slavery, in Article 1 of the Slavery Convention of 1926, organized by the League of Nations, and, for serfdom and debt bondage, in Article 1 of the Supplementary Convention on the Abolition of Slavery, the slave trade, and institutions and practices similar to slavery. There is a particularly well-informed account of the whole subject by C.W.W. Greenidge, Slavery, who gives the full texts of the two conventions in his second and third appendices and a summary of their respective first articles on pages 25-6. It would be perverse to disregard internationally established practice unless there is a valid reason for doing so, as there is not in this case, and I shall follow it as far as possible, except that I shall not treat as a separate category the forced labor which, for reasons of state in the modern world, has been set apart from slavery and other institutions and practices akin to slavery. As Greenidge puts it, slavery is the exaction of involuntary labor by one individual from another individual to whom the latter belongs, whereas forced labor is the exaction of involuntary labor from an individual to a government, i.e. a collectivity, to punish or discipline the person from whom the labor is exacted. According to the modern definitions in the conventions referred to above, those who in the ancient world were mine slaves belonging to individual owners and those who were criminals condemned by the Roman state to convict labor in the mines would have to be put in two different categories. The first would be in slavery, the second in forced labor. In antiquity there would hardly have been more than a technical difference between the two groups, not significant for my purposes, and I shall therefore tr at forced labor as a form of slavery. I may add that compulsory labor services such as the angarii, which were performed either by free individuals or by village communities for a Hellenistic monarch or the Roman state, or for a municipality, are dealt with in this book under the heading of indirect collective exploitation, in 4.I below. My own general category of unfree labor divides naturally under the three headings which follow, established by the international conventions referred to above: slavery, serfdom, and debt bondage. At this point I shall merely describe them briefly, deferring discussion of each until later in this section. A. Slavery is defined in the 1926 Convention as the status or condition of a person over whom any or all of the powers attaching to the right of ownership are exercised. I accept this definition of chattel slavery for the ancient as well as the modern world, the more willingly since what it stresses is not so much the fact that the slave is the legal property of another as that the powers attaching to the right of ownership are exercised over him, for the essential elements in the slave's condition are that his labor and other activities are totally controlled by his master, and that he is virtually without rights, at any rate enforceable legal rights. In Roman law, enslavement was regarded as closely resembling death. It will be useful if I quote at this point a paragraph from the very thorough study of Paramount Clauses by A.E. Samuel in 1965. After considering in detail a large number of documents connected with manumission, Samuel makes a statement which some might think over-legalistic and framed in rather too absolute terms, but which nevertheless contains an important truth. Legal freedom in Greece is essentially a concept of property. The sole meaning of freedom is that a man has jurisdiction over his property and family, and the concept of manumission is the concept of change of property. A man no longer is property, but has it. A man's activities can be limited by restrictions, and he can be subject to burdensome obligation, and these matters do not affect his freedom. If a man can own property, he is free, and if he is free, he can own property. That is the meaning of manumission. B. Serfdom is defined in the 1956 Convention as the tenure of land whereby the tenant is by law, custom, or agreement bound to live and labor on land belonging to another person and render some determinate services to such other person, whether for reward or not, and is not free to change his status. I must add one qualification: render some determinate services, in the conditions of antiquity, need not necessarily mean more than the paying of a determinate rent in money or kind or share of crop. It is necessary to recognize that the serf is a peasant who does not own, or does not fully own, but at least possesses the means of production of his livelihood, usually on a hereditary basis, and who is responsible for providing his own maintenance from his own productive efforts, but who is not a fully free man. He is to a considerable extent under the control of his lord, and he is bound to the soil, often by law, though sometimes only by custom or contract, or by a treaty made on sub. 136. Mission to conquest. The question of the precise manner in which late Roman colony of different types and in different areas were bound to the soil can be left to 4. 3 below. I should perhaps mention here that binding to the soil was not limited purely to tenants living and laboring on land belonging to another person, but that working peasant freeholders could also be bound, although with them it was always their village to which they were tied. We may call such people quasi-serfs. Since there is evidently in some people's minds a groundless connection between serfdom and feudalism, I must make it clear that although in some or most societies to which the term feudal has been applied the labor of serfs has been prominent, serfdom can exist and has existed quite independently of anything that is likely to be called feudal. At this point I need add only that most, if not all, of the serf peoples we encounter in the Greek world before the Hellenistic period entered that condition as a result of conquest by invaders who settled in their territory. We hear in several of these instances of treaties or compacts made between conquerors and conquered, regulating in some degree the future position of the conquered and in particular preventing them from being sold abroad. We must not, however, treat conquest by alien invaders as the necessary genesis of serfdom, as we shall see, that of the later Roman colonate, for example, had a totally different origin. See, debt bondage is defined in the 1956 Convention as the status or condition arising from a pledge by a debtor of his personal services or those of a third person under his control as a security for a debt, where the value reasonably assessed of those services rendered is not applied towards the liquidation of the debt or the length and nature of those services are not respectively limited and defined. In the Greek world there were many different forms of debt bondage, not all of which, perhaps, are fully covered by the definition I have just quoted. The position of the defaulting debtor in antiquity was always very precarious. He might often be actually enslaved, legally or illegally, a permanent change of status. There is a convenient distinction in German between Schuldhaft, corresponding to one form of what I call debt bondage, and Schuldknechtschaft, actual enslavement for debt. We must be careful to distinguish between the two. I would call the man concerned a debt bondsman only if he did not technically become a slave and if his condition in practice was such that he might hope eventually to become free again. The possibility of a limitation in time of his quasi-servile status is for me a characteristic mark of the bondsman as opposed to the slave. But there was no general technical term in Greek for such a man. See the opening pages of Finlay, St., who has much to say that is interesting. 137 especially on the myth of Heracle's service to Omphale, and on various forms of debt bondage and debt slavery in the ancient Near East, with ample bibliography. Debt bondage was evidently widespread throughout the Greek world, and we must not be misled by the fact that the one Greek city we know most about, Athens, abolished the institution in the Archaic period. This happened when the legislation that accompanied the Seisachthia of Solon, as early as 594/3 BC, put an end, of course only at Athens, to debt bondage as well as enslavement for debt in the full sense. I think that those who study Greek history too often fail to realize what a radical reform this was, and how adroitly the new law was framed. Solon did not merely forbid enslavement for debt, he went so far as to forbid pledging the body as security, and thereby ruled out all forms of debt bondage too. 2. I am aware that I ought perhaps to have made a more careful separation between the type of debt bondage in which the debtor actually works for the creditor and that which involves confinement in a prison, whether private or official, and also between debt bondage resulting from personal execution and that which can only be effected by order of a court of law. To have made the necessary qualifications, however, would have lengthened the treatment of the subject unduly. The definitions I have accepted of my three categories of unfree labor are, I think, the ones most people would accept for the ancient world. I admit that they do not always have precise equivalents in modern languages, but I think that sufficiently close approximations can usually be found. And the three do correspond to definite situations which we find existing in antiquity, even if the edges of each category are, so to speak, blurred. A bondsman who has not the least hope in practice of freeing himself is virtually a slave who is settled as tenant of a piece of land, with a cabin and a wife and family, is in practice far nearer to a serf than to an ordinary agricultural, industrial, or mine slave, and so on. One contemporary historian of the ancient world, Sir Moses Finlay, has a strong but unreasonable objection to the use of the word serf in relation to the Greek and Roman world. He is perfectly justified in protesting against the rigid reduction of the ancient workforce to only three possible categories: slaves, serfs, and free wage earners, and he has himself done much to illuminate intermediate and special categories. Of course, we must not treat these three categories as real entities, divided by sharp lines. There were many intermediate or special situations contributing to what Finlay is fond of calling a spectrum or continuum of different statuses which in practice shaded imperceptibly into each other. Yet it seems to me that to decline to draw firm lines inside this spectrum is as capricious as refusing to speak of the colors red, blue, yellow, and the rest, simply because any precise lines of division of the color spectrum must be to some extent arbitrary, and different people would draw them at slightly different points. Even Finlay is perfectly prepared to speak of slaves, among whom great variations of condition existed, and of wage earners. 138. Another term which included very different kinds of status. He also often uses the term peasants, a far broader category. He even has a peasant spectrum. Yet although his peasants often cry out for a term that will distinguish the broad group I have defined as serfs, he refuses to use the word which almost everyone else applies to them and of which there is now an internationally agreed definition. The reason for this is simply that he insists gratuitously upon confining the term serf to the European medieval serf within the feudal system. This is clear from his AE 189 N.5, where, incidentally, he specifies several features of serf status, every single one of which can be found in forms of the late Roman colonate. Pierre Vidal and Ake has also stated, equally without good reason, that to speak of serfs is to create un confusion avec l'époque du Moyen Age Européen. To this I would make a twofold reply. First, there were serfs long before the European Middle Ages, and secondly, what we must fear is not confusion with the medieval world, but the failure to notice features that appear in closely related forms in Greco-Roman antiquity and in the Middle Ages. I may add that the often very acute discussion by Lotze of a famous passage in Pollux which I shall notice presently is also marred by an unwillingness to treat serfdom as a general phenomenon. For Elxe, Horekite must be specifically feudal Horekite, an unnecessary restriction which is not found, for instance, in Busold. Before proceeding further, we must acknowledge the fact that the categories into which we are dividing unfree labor are not those which were employed by the Greeks or the Romans. They were inhibited from recognizing what we call serfdom and debt bondage as distinct categories, because they divided mankind into just two groups, free and slave. This was just as true when the Emperor Justinian issued his institutes in AD 533 as in classical Greek times. According to the institutes, all homines are eubarai aut servi, either free or slave. No intermediate or mixed status is recognized. There follows in INSTJ. L.3.4-5 the statement that there are no differences of legal status among slaves, whereas there are many differences among the free. The next sentence speaks only of a division into freeborn and freedmen. The main statement of principle reproduces the very words of another work, the Institutes, written nearly 4 centuries earlier, of the jurist Gaius, who probably originated in the Greek East. There are various words in Greek, such as pays and its variants, or soma, which are used on occasion in the sense of slave, besides the more standard terms, doulos, andropoton, oix, and there are other expressions in Latin apart from servus and mancipium, the regular technical terms. All these words could be used loosely and even purely metaphorically. But for serf and serfdom there are no strict technical equivalents in Greek or Latin, and serfdom is not visible on a large scale in most areas of the Greek world until the later Roman Empire, although there were certainly subject peoples in particular localities who qualify as serfs under my definition or virtually any other. Nor 139 were there standard technical expressions for bondage and the bondsman, although this institution was known throughout the Greek world, as I have already indicated. The fundamental division into free and slave is invariable in ancient sources, and I know of only one literary statement in either language which explicitly recognizes the existence of a set of intermediate or mixed categories. This is a brief and isolated passage in the Onomasticon of Julius Pollux, a Greek from Naucratis in Egypt who taught rhetoric at Athens in the late 2nd century, in the reign of Commodus, and who refers to those between free and slave. As it stands, it is a very disappointing statement. Our text simply gives a short list of local peoples, amounting to some 6 or 7 items, beginning with the Spartan helots, who were certainly state serfs, and continuing with a miscellaneous collection of other local peoples, probably of very different statuses varying mainly between what we should call freedom and serfdom. The passage has often been discussed. The conclusion of Lotze, in his monograph on it, is that we should set apart, as essentially free men, 2 of Pollux's categories, the Argivgymnetes and the Corinnophoroui of Scioe, and see the remainder as peoples of unfree condition, in a kind of collective sclavere to their conquerors, akin to feudal H6 Ricite. These are the Spartan helots, the Chloritai and Noitai of Crete, the Thessalian Penastai, and the Marian Dinoi of Heraclea Pontica. To these he would add some peoples of similar condition known to us from other sources, the Kilarioi or Kailarioi of Syracuse, the Waikiotai of East Locri, and perhaps the Bithynians in the territory of Byzantium. 3. With this I largely agree, except that I would unhesitatingly put the unfree peoples in my category of serfs, and bring in certain other serfs who need to be, but seldom are, mentioned in this connection. Undoubtedly there did exist in the Greek world a whole range of statuses between full slavery and complete freedom. But what I want to emphasize here is the fact, well brought out by the Pollux passage, that the only mixed or intermediate categories to which the Greeks were prepared to give full recognition were a few individual cases which had established themselves in customary law and were treated as local exceptions to the general rule that everyone was either slave or free. A Greek confronted with some peculiar serf-like status might apply to it by analogy a term that was in strictness appropriate only to some different but better known example, as when the word Penastai, for the technical term for the subject population of Thessaly, is used for the peasants of Etruria by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, or when the verb helotuine, corresponding to the noun helot, is applied to a group of dependent people in some other area, or their condition is likened to that of the helots. How long these local variations continued is hard to say. The Pollux passage is timeless. It does not say when these statuses existed, or whether they had lasted down to Pollux's own day or disappeared earlier. I suspect that in fact by Pollux's time they were all 140. Almost certainly things of the distant past, as the Spartan helots certainly were. If so, we have a significant piece of evidence in favor of the argument I shall advance later in this section, to the effect that when an area in which forms of serfdom existed was taken into the Greek or Roman world, those forms tended to decay and ultimately to disappear. I must mention here that I shall not be separately discussing on its own the longest treatment of slavery to be found in any ancient author, Athenaeus 6. 262b 275b, a mere ragbag of fragments from Greek writers, assembled higgledy-piggledy and with no real discrimination or judgment, yet most valuable as a quarry, because of some of the passages from earlier authors which it preserves. I will only refer to a recent article which contains much bibliographical material, partly arising out of the Athenaeus passage, Vital Nake, RHGE. **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ằăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăă I slavery. It seems to me beyond dispute that the magnificent achievements of the Greeks were partly due to the fact that their civilization was founded to a considerable degree on a slave basis. That slave labor was indeed regarded by the Greeks in general as essential to their way of life is something I hope I can take for granted, without having to go to the trouble of proving it by citing a great deal of evidence. Of property, says the author of the pseudo-Aristotelian Economica, the first and most necessary kind is that which is best and most appropriate to household management, namely, the human variety. Therefore we must first provide ourselves with industrious slaves.
Immediately after this the author proceeds to distinguish the two main species of slave, the ordinary worker and the epitropos, the manager or overseer. I have referred in section I of this chapter to a fascinating passage in the Politics in which, to replace slaves, Aristotle can think only of the self-moving statues of the legendary artificer, Daedalus, or the automated tripods of the god Hephaestus. A little earlier Aristotle had said that a complete household consisted of slaves and free, and had described master and slave, with husband and wife, and father and children, as the primary and simplest elements of the household. Polybius speaks of slaves, equally with cattle, as being among the essential requirements of life. But I do not feel I need pursue this matter further. Slavery was a fact of classical Greek life, and from the strictly economic point of view it was useful, indeed indispensable. I do not see how the brilliant civilization of the classical period could have come into existence without it. I should like to quote here a fine passage in Marx. In the development of the richness of human nature as an end in itself. At first the development of the capacities of the human species takes place at the cost of the 141 majority of human individuals and even classes. The higher development of individuality is thus only achieved by a historical process during which individuals are sacrificed, for the interests of the species in the human kingdom, as in the animal and plant kingdoms, always assert themselves at the cost of the interests of individuals. Now we must not confuse the situation in Greek cities, even Athens, with that at Rome, with which I wish briefly to compare it. There are two separate points to be made here. First, the upper classes of Rome in its great days had an immensely larger area from which to draw their surplus than was ever available to the rulers of any Greek city, and when Rome became an imperial power its upper classes were infinitely richer than their Greek counterparts, and remained so on the whole even when individual Greeks began to enter the Roman senatorial class, see section 2 of this chapter, especially its NN.11-13, also 6.4 below for emphasis on the vastly greater scale of exploitation by the Romans of their provinces in the late Republic than by the Athenians of the subject states of their empire in the 5th century BC. The second important distinction between many Greek cities and Rome is that owing to the absence of any real political democracy in the Roman world, the humbler freemen were much more at the mercy of the men of power than were the poorer citizens of a Greek democracy. But democracy, when it really works, has certain very important consequences. It gives the whole citizen population extensive and enforceable legal rights, and so gives the humbler and poorer citizen an opportunity of protecting himself against at any rate the more extreme forms of ill-treatment by the powerful. I am sure that a rich Athenian of the 5th or 4th century BC who wanted to grab the land of his humble neighbor would not dare to adopt the methods described in the 14th satire of Juvenal and other sources, which included sending in cattle to trample down the unfortunate man's crops and thus ruin him and compel him to part with his land cheaply. 5 In a city like Athens, however, just because it was a democracy and the poorer citizens were to some extent protected against the powerful. 6 The very most had to be made out of the classes below the citizens. Now medics could not be milked intensively, they paid a small tax to the state, but if the screw was put on them too hard they would simply go elsewhere. The essential fact about the slave, however, was that the screw could be put on him in any way the master liked, because he was without rights. As I mentioned earlier in this section, that is one of the distinguishing features of the slave's condition. Mere ownership of the slave as a chattel, a piece of property, is in the long run less significant, as a feature of his condition, than the unlimited control over his activities which his master enjoys. 7 Even that windbag Dio Chrysostom could define slavery as the right to use another man at pleasure, like a piece of property or a domestic animal. We need not be surprised, then, if we find a more intense development of slavery at Athens than at most other places in the Greek world, if the humbler citizens could not be fully exploited, and it was inexpedient to try to put too much pressure on the medics, then it was necessary to rely to an exceptional degree on exploiting the labor of slaves. This explains the advance, hand in hand, of freedom and slavery in the Greek world, noted by Finlay but left by him as a kind of paradox. 142. Entirely without explanation. The master might find that he got more out of his slaves by very harsh treatment. Mine slaves, in particular, often seem to have been worked to death in quite a short period. 8. The pseudo-Aristotelian Economica allots to slaves just three things: work, punishment, and food. But in some kinds of work, especially skilled work, it might pay the master better to treat his slaves well, and even perhaps set them up on their own, as Croix counts. 9. As well as giving them the stick, he might even dangle before their eyes the carrot of ultimate manumission. But whatever the method employed, it was he, the master, who decided what it was to be. I have mentioned already that the flogging of slaves was generally taken for granted. I dare say that except when slaves were dirt cheap, most masters would not treat their slaves in too inhuman a manner and work them swiftly to death, for they were human capital and precious for that reason if for no other. Some masters might take particular care of slaves who became ill, but others of course might follow the advice of that typical old Roman landowner, Cato, by cutting down the rations of sick slaves or selling off those who were elderly or diseased, just like decrepit oxen, old tools, and anything else that is superfluous. 10 In Varro's book on agriculture we read that in Gravia 12. v.4.pr. 6, of c. 473. Finlay is certainly right in saying that much the greatest opportunity for social mobility lay among the imperial slaves, and we need not limit this, as he does, to the first century of our era, although it was most conspicuous then. There was no doubt a certain sense of backstairs importance and of hierarchy inside slave households, as there has so often been among the servants of the upper classes in more modern times. When Libanius, professor of rhetoric at Antioch during most of the second half of the 4th century, was petitioning the Council of Antioch to supplement the meager salaries of his assistant lecturers, by giving them some lands to farm, he pictured them as living in unendurable squalor. Some of them, he said, had only 3 slaves, others 2, others not even that, slaves who got drunk and were insolent to their masters because they belonged to such small establishments. Frederick Douglass, himself a former slave in the Old South, remarked that to be a slave was thought bad enough, but to be a poor man's slave was deemed a disgrace indeed, and another ex-slave, Steward, said he had heard of slaves. 144. Object to being sent in very small companies to labor in the field, lest that some passerby should think that they belonged to a poor man, who was unable to keep a large gang. We certainly hear from time to time in antiquity of slaves being owned by men described as poor, like Cremulus in the Plutus of Aristophanes, or at least as very lowly people. And Sidonius Apollinaris speaks in the 3rd quarter of the 5th century of the Bretons as trying to entice away the slaves belonging to a man in his part of Gaul whom he describes, in his lordly way, as humilus obscurus despicabilisque. However, we must remember that the various terms in Greek and Latin which are usually translated poor can sometimes refer to quite well-to-do people. An extreme example is Demos thence 18.108, where we find applied to the 1,500 particularly wealthy Athenians who between 357 and 339 were saddled with paying for the triarchy not merely the word penides but even aporaoi, a term normally kept for those who had no property at all, or virtually none. In the classical and Hellenistic periods, contrary to what is sometimes said, a great deal of slave labor in many Greek states was employed on the land, which, as we have seen, was always by far the most important sector of the ancient economy. I have had to relegate the evidence to Appendix 2, not because the subject is unimportant, but because it consists mainly of small scraps which would be uninteresting and indeed often unintelligible to all but classical scholars. Even after the use of slaves in agriculture had declined, many were still so engaged. The legal writers represented in the digest have much to say about slaves and relatively little about hired labor. Letting to tenants is much in view, but perhaps not quite as much as we might have expected. It is simply impossible to make even an informed guess about the proportion of agricultural work done by slaves and free peasants respectively. My impression is that, overall,
direct cultivation by slaves was steadily giving way to letting to tenants during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, although perhaps at very different rates in different parts of the Roman Empire. But, as I shall show in 4.3, the fact that land is leased must certainly not be taken to exclude its being made to yield a greater profit to the landowner and/or the tenant by the use of slaves, who may belong to the lessee or may be supplied by the landlord as part of what the Roman lawyers called the instrumentum of the farm. Sometimes, perhaps, the absence of specific evidence for slave labor may suggest that relatively few slaves were being used, but it is very rarely that the evidence can legitimately be pressed in that way, since in most areas at most periods large numbers of slaves could easily be present without leaving behind any recognizable sign of their existence. In particular, above all where the evidence for slaves and freedmen is mainly epigraphic, we must expect to find 2 complicating factors: slaves employed in managerial capacities, especially of course those who emerged as freedmen, are likely to be heavily overrepresented, and among ordinary slaves, agricultural ones are less likely to appear than domestics or those engaged in some form of manufacture. In this connection it is useful to glance at the excellent article by Stephenxel, ERAR, pointing out that the slaves revealed to us by the African inscriptions were not, in general, humble agricultural workers. These, as he says, disparaissent sans laisser aucune trace. In some periods, especially the Middle and later Roman Empire, we may find reason to conclude, at least for many areas, that slaves and freedmen were indeed relatively few and were concentrated at the top end of the working scale, fulfilling mainly managerial functions. This, however, must not lead us to depreciate the importance of slavery in production 13, but rather the reverse, for there could be nothing of greater interest to the propertied classes than making the largest possible profit out of their landed estates, and the direction and control of the labor on those estates must always have been a matter of the first importance. A good steward was highly valued. As I show in section 6 of this chapter and in appendix 2 below, it was assumed in classical Athens that the overseer of a farm would necessarily be a slave, and the same is probably true of the rest of the period with which this book deals. Free Greeks and Romans disliked taking permanent employment as managers. In the Roman agricultural writers the vilici and their subordinates are assumed to be slaves, and I have no doubt that they were so in reality. Needless to say, competent vilici would be required to supervise hired laborers just as much as slaves, insofar as such men were used, mainly at the peak periods of agricultural activity, but also occasionally for special jobs. Sometimes in the Roman period slave managers are found in control of slaves. In other cases they seem to be mainly supervising colony, see 4.3 below and its endpoint 54. As I point out there, such men were playing a role of great importance in providing the propertied classes with their incomes. In the later Roman Empire slaves certainly remained prominent as stewards or bailiffs or overseers or agents, and indeed are an actual majority among men in that capacity who are referred to in the literary, legal, and papyrological sources for the later Empire 14, even when their masters' lands are mainly let to colony rather than worked by direct slave labor. Slavery, then, was still fulfilling an essential role in production at the very time when it is generally supposed to have been in decline, as indeed it was in some degree, at lower levels. At the same time, domestic slavery continued on a large scale in the later Roman Empire in the households of members of the propertied classes, and it was accounted a great misfortune by many of the well-to-do not to be able to possess a full number of domestic servants. 2 examples will suffice. I have referred above to the well-known speech in which the leading teacher of rhetoric at Antioch in the late 4th century sought to arouse pity for the sad plight of some of his assistants, who were so underpaid, according to him, that they could afford only 2 or 3 slaves, if that. The other text is rarely if ever noticed, no doubt because it comes from the Acta of the Church Council of Chalcedon, which are read by few but ecclesiastical historians, and perhaps not in bulk by many of them, since a large part of the contents is rather painful reading for those. 146. Who wish to believe that the deliberations and decisions of orthodox bishops may be expected to reveal the workings of the Holy Spirit. At the third session of the council, on October 13, 451, 4 documents were presented attacking Dioscorus, the Monophysite Patriarch of Alexandria, whom the Catholics were determined to discredit and depose. 3 of the 4 complainants made great play with accusations that Dioscorus had reduced them to beggary. 1. A priest named Athanasius asserted that as a consequence of Dioscorus' persecution of him he had had to give a bribe of no less than 1,400 pounds of gold to Nomus, the powerful Magister Officiorum of Theodosius II, to prevent himself from being kept in prison indefinitely, and that he had been robbed of all his other property as well, with the consequence that he was driven to live by begging, with the 2 or 3 slaves that remained to him. It is not my intention here to give anything like a complete account, even in outline, of slavery in the ancient Greek world, a subject on which the bibliography is already enormous. Slavery will of course come up in various ways in other parts of this book, especially 4.3 below. But I think I ought at least to explain why at Athens and in the other Greek cities where slavery was already highly developed in the classical period we never hear of slave revolts, although a few such revolts did develop in various parts of the Mediterranean world in the Hellenistic period, particularly in the 130s to 70s BC 15. The reason is simple and obvious: the slaves in each city were largely imported barbarians and very heterogeneous in character, coming from areas as far apart as Thrace, South Russia, Lydia and Caria and other parts of Asia Minor, Egypt, Libya and Sicily, and sharing no common language or culture. The desirability of choosing slaves of different nationalities and languages was well recognized in antiquity, and it is stressed by several Greek and Roman writers as an indispensable means of preventing revolts. See Plato, Laws VL 777 CD, Ernest, Pol. VILI 0, 1330 at 25-8, P.S. Ernest, Econ. 1.5, 1344 B18, Athen. VL 264 F5A, Vero, RRLXI.5. Serfs in any given area, on the other hand, would normally be of a single ethnic stock, likely to retain a measure of uniformity and common culture, and for that reason could be expected to feel some solidarity and be more collectively troublesome to their masters, especially if they were in a position to receive help from their masters' enemies. As we shall see presently, the Helots of the Spartan area and to a less extent the Thessalian Penesti were a perpetual danger to their lords. We often hear of the flight of individual slaves, but if they were of real value to their masters they would not perhaps, in normal times, have much chance of achieving their freedom, as their masters would use all available means of recapturing them. Dio Chrysostom could take it for granted that a man buying a slave would inquire if he ever ran away and would not remain with his former master. One particular Greek slave of Cicero's, Dionysius, an educated man whom his master used as a reader, and who had absconded in 46 BC with a number of valuable books from Cicero's library, puts in an appearance in no fewer than 4 letters in our collection of Cicero's. 3. Property and the propertied 147 correspondence. Vatinius, commanding in Illyricum, where Dionysius was last seen at Nerina, promised Cicero that he would not give up until he had secured the man, but whether he was able to do so we do not know. We occasionally hear of the flight of slaves en masse, but only, I think, in time of war. By far the most famous text is Thucydides 7.27.5, speaking of the desertion of more than 20,000 slaves from Attica during the Spartan occupation of Decelia in the late 5th century BC. In the background, always, was the fact that fellow citizens could be relied upon, in Xenophon's phrase, to act as unpaid bodyguards of one another against their slaves. There is a fascinating passage in Plato in which this theme is expanded. Socrates, with the monotonously enthusiastic assent of Glaucon, is developing his ideas on the subject of tyranny. He speaks of rich men in cities who resemble the tyrant in owning many slaves and yet live in security and are not at all afraid of them. The reason is said to be that the whole city protects each single individual. Socrates agrees,
and he goes on to invite Glaucon to contemplate the case of a man owning 50 slaves or even more, suddenly wafted away by some god, with his wife and children and all his slaves and other property, to some desert place, where there is no free man to assist him. And what is likely to happen then? Why, the man will be terrified of an uprising of his slaves in which he and his family will be massacred. He will therefore be obliged to fawn upon some of the slaves and, against his own wishes, to give them their freedom, as the only possible means of escaping destruction. And it is only now, if you please, and not before, that the precious pair see the slave owner as having become a colax theroponton, a parasite on his own servants. 2. Serfdom. There are essential differences between the slave and the serf, for serfdom is not slavery, it is a status intermediate between slavery and complete freedom. For a slave to become a serf represents a real rise in status. The serf, in my sense, although not free to change his status, is not in theory, like the slave, his lord's property. I would prefer, however, to concentrate on the more practical side of the condition of the ancient serf, for the precise nature of his legal status is often unclear to us, owing to the nature of the vidance, and was sometimes a matter of dispute in antiquity, and the terminology used in our sources can on occasion be misleading. For example, although the Spartan helots were certainly serfs rather than slaves in my scheme, they are sometimes referred to specifically as slaves, as when they are called the slave population in the official treaty of alliance between Sparta and Athens in 421. And a Greek writer could easily apply the terminology of slavery to that part of the indigenous population of Asia which worked the land, often in serfdom and sometimes referred to as the Lao. Thus Strabo could say of the Lao of Iberia in the Caucasus that they were slaves of the kings. Again, as we shall see later, Theodosius I could declare in the early 3905 that serf coloni, although legally free men, should be regarded as slaves of the very land to which they were born, and Justinian was perplexed by the similarity. 148. Of the legal powers exercised over both groups by the dominus and the possessor, as the master and the landlord are called respectively. No, in distinguishing the condition of the serf from that of the chattel slave I think we shall do better to concentrate on 2 characteristics that have not yet been mentioned. First, the services which could legally be required of the serf were limited, at least in theory, either by legal enactment or by a compact entered into by his people, perhaps long ago, with conquering invaders, whose serfs they became. Needless to say, the position of the serf has always been precarious. A local potentate might not scruple to disobey an imperial law, and how is a conquering people to be compelled to abide by its undertakings, even if given by treaty under oath? But the serf was never entirely without rights, as the slave might be. Secondly, serfs, because they were bound to the soil, could marry and have a fairly secure family life, whereas the slave, who could not legally marry at all, had no redress if his master decided to sell him separately from the woman he regarded as his wife and their offspring, until sometime in the 4th century, when first originarii and then, in c. 370, all those agricultural slaves who were enrolled in the tax register rose to a quasi-serf position, in that it became illegal to sell them separately from the land they worked. 16. Next to the prospect offeredum itself, perhaps, nothing can be more important to those who are unfree than the knowledge that their family life at least is secure. The breakup of a slave family is the most effective of all threats against its members. As an ex-slave in the American Old South reminded skeptics, the agony at parting must be seen and felt to be fully understood. A man there who claimed to have witnessed the sale of such a family only once said he never saw such profound grief as the poor creatures manifested. Genovese has collected much evidence about the deep attachments created among slaves in the Old South by their establishment of family life, which was in general allowed, even though slave marriages were never legally recognized as such by any state, any more than they were in antiquity. Indeed, the slaves were actually encouraged to create and maintain family relationships, which were commonly believed by their owners to make them more tractable, more attached to the plantation and better and less troublesome workers. As the author of the pseudo-Aristotelian Economicus saw it, the children of slaves are as it were their hostages for good behavior. Thus, paradoxically, a feature of the serf's condition which is one of its greatest derogations from freedom will also, as compared with chattel slavery, work to his advantage if it prevents the master from separating him from the land on which he works or resides, with his family, as in the later Roman colonate. Neglect of this vital feature of the serf's condition is noticeable in several recent treatments of the forms of subjection in antiquity. Even the free peasant who became a serf would at least be secure against eviction, in theory at any rate. The possibilities of variation in the condition of serfs are considerable, and we must not make the mistake of thinking that certain other peoples resembled the 149 Spartan helots closely, either in their legal status or in their actual condition, simply because certain Greek writers came near to identifying them. It is hard to decide, in respect of most of the serf peoples we happen to know about, whether they went on living in their traditional villages and thus enjoyed a relatively congenial form of dependence, or whether they lived on individual farms owned by the masters to whom they belonged, or to whom they were allocated, as the helots, or most helots, certainly did. The helots of the Spartan area are by far the best known Greek serfs before the colonate of the later Roman Empire. Their condition was so celebrated in the Greek world that, to give but 4 examples, the verb corresponding to their name, hilotuin, could be used to convey an impression of the unfree status of another conquered people. The Marian Dinoi of Heraclea Pontica, the Hellenistic historian Philorcus felt that he could best convey the condition of the Bithynians subject to Byzantium by saying that the Byzantines exercised mastery over the Bithynians as the Spartans over the Helots, I7 Theopompus. Writing in the 4th century BC, could say of the Illyrian Ardeaoi that they owned 300,000 dependants like Helots, and the aged Isocrates, writing to Philip II of Macedon in 338 BC, could relish the prospect that Philip would compel the barbarians to helotuine to the Greeks. Actually, we know of no precise parallels to the condition of the Helots, which was much debated in the classical period, and a certain amount of oversimplification is involved by forcing it into any general category, but for convenience I shall treat them as the state serfs they undoubtedly were. I need add nothing here to what I have said elsewhere about the Helots, but I should perhaps repeat the most extraordinary of all pieces of evidence about the relationship between the Helots and their Spartan masters, which comes from no less an authority than Aristotle. Every year, on taking office, the principal magistrates of Sparta, the ephors, made a formal declaration of war upon the Helots, so that they became enemies of the state, polemioi, and could be killed as occasion required, without bringing on the Spartans the religious pollution involved in putting to death, otherwise than by due process of law, anyone who was not officially a polemios. Declaring war on one's own workforce is an action so unparalleled that we need not be surprised to find the relationship between Spartans and Helots unique in the Greek world. When we speak of Helots and the hostility between them and the Spartans, we are justified in thinking primarily of the Messenians, who greatly outnumbered the Laconian Helots. 18 The Messenians were not only a single people, until the late 8th century they had been hoi Messenioi, an autonomous political unit which had recently become, or was in process of becoming, an independent Greek polis, in the very area where they subsequently labored for their Spartan masters. They had, therefore, a natural feeling of kinship and unity. After Messenia was liberated and became an independent polis again, in 369 BC, the only Helots left were the Laconian ones, many. 150. Of whom were liberated subsequently, especially by Nabis in the early 2nd century BC. By the end of the Roman Republic at the latest the status of Helot had ceased to exist, for Strabo, who calls the Helots state slaves, in a sense, says that they existed until the Roman supremacy, and this can only mean the 2nd century BC. For Strabo would have used quite a different expression had the Helots remained such down to the time at which he was writing, the early 1st century of the Christian era. 19 The other main serf people of mainland Greece, the Penastai of Thessaly, 20 also gave their masters much trouble in their efforts to free themselves, according to Aristotle. The subject Cretans whom Aristotle compares to the Helots and Penesti were much less of a problem. Aristotle attributes this in one place to their comparative isolation from the outside world and in another to the fact that Cretan cities, although they often fought with one another, never entered into alliances with each other's disaffected perioikoi, whereas the Spartan Helots and Thessalian Penesti received help from states which were at enmity with their masters. When we hear of alleged douloi who were regularly used as soldiers, we are justified in regarding them as serfs rather than slaves. According to the Hellenistic historian Agatharchides of Cnidus, individual Dardanians possessed 1,000 or more such douloi, who in time of peace farmed the land and during war fought in regiments commanded by their masters. This may remind us of certain Demosthenic passages which show large bodies of Thessalian Penesti fighting under the command of their master. I have explained above that until the later Roman Empire we can identify only isolated local forms of serfdom in the Greek world. Pollux, in the famous passage I have quoted, mentions only quite early forms, which had probably long since ceased to exist. Only one of his peoples between slave and free, the Mariandinoi, lived in Asia, and they had been subjected not by one of the new Hellenistic foundations but probably as far back as the 6th century BC, soon after the Milesians founded their colony at Heraclea. We do, however, have evidence of the existence of serfdom during the Hellenistic period at various places in Asia Minor and Syria, mainly, though not quite exclusively, in the area which was Hellenist only in the time of Alexander onwards. Unfortunately, although this subject has been much discussed over the last 2 generations, nothing like agreement has yet been reached, mainly because there is surprisingly little clear evidence, and many scholars have not taken a broad enough view but have generalized from the few fragments of evidence on which they have concentrated. The whole question is much too complicated to be discussed at length here, and I shall present only a summary of the views I hold, which I may be able to justify in detail elsewhere. I must begin this brief discussion of Hellenistic serfdom by insisting that we must never be surprised to find very great variations in land tenure from one area to another and even within a given small area. How wide such variations can be within a single country, even today, emerges particularly well from a standard work on land tenure in Modem Iran, before the reform of 1962, n. 151 K.S. Lambton, Landlord and Peasant in Persia. A reading of at least chapters 13 to 18 and 21 to 2 of that book might do something to lessen the overconfidence of modern scholars who do not hesitate to generalize about land tenure in Seleucid Asia Minor and Syria or the Pergamene kingdom on the basis of a handful of isolated and often fragmentary texts. Again, if we look for comparison at medieval Europe we can find numbers of local exceptions to almost any rule we try to formulate. If our evidence were as bad for 14th century England as it is for Hellenistic Asia Minor, and we happen to possess only the records of Battle Abbey in Sussex, dealing with the manor of Marley after its creation in 1310, we might have imagined that a manorial estate at that time consisted of nothing but domain land, worked entirely by free wage labor, with no sign of serfdom or even of labor rents, and that it practiced full convertible husbandry, which did not in fact become standard practice for some generations. 21 The Achaemenid kings of Persia 22 and their Macedonian successors created new forms of property ownership, mainly by distributing large areas of land to their favorites and to some of their soldiers, but there is every reason to think that they allowed ancient customs to persist, to some extent at least, as far as those who actually worked the land were concerned, and this would allow many local peculiarities to survive. I should like, in passing, to register a doubt concerning the view, so popular in modern times, that the Achaemenids claimed to be actual owners of all the land in their kingdom, in a sense more real than the modern fiction of the ruler's eminent domain. In mid-9th century Israel, certainly, the king enjoyed no such rights. This emerges clearly from the splendid story in I Kings XXI, in which King Ahab covets Naboth's vineyard but is unable to compel him to transfer it to himself, even by sale or exchange, until the evil Queen Jezebel contrives to have Naboth judicially murdered,
whereupon it seems that his property is forfeited to the king, with fatal consequences to that wicked man. 23. Whether or not the Achaemenid monarchs claimed to be the owners of all the land in the Persian Empire, it was natural for the Macedonian kings, from Alexander onwards, to assert their rights of conquest in the east and to regard themselves as invested with the ownership of all Sphere 1 territory outside the area of those Greek cities which they were graciously prepared to recognize as such. 24. Even within the vast area of King's Land, however, there existed several different varieties of tenure. And below the holders who occasionally appear in our sources, it is likely that ancient forms of tenure mainly persisted at first. If, when interpreting the epigraphic evidence for land tenure in Asia in the Hellenistic period, we allow the Greek to mean what we have every right to expect it to mean, there is not the slightest doubt that serfdom, in one form or another, is among the variety of tenures with which we are confronted. There are a few documents recording the sale or gift of land which include its occupiers in the sale or gift and yet give reason for thinking that some at least of these occupiers, especially those called lau or basilikoi lau, were not slaves. Now it may well be that the conveyance of land with its occupants makes it highly probable that those 152 occupants, if not slaves, are serfs, bound to the soil, whether to a particular farm or to their village community. But I do not think we can be absolutely certain that these people are indeed serfs. In cases in which we have no further evidence of their condition, they may have been mentioned with the land simply because they were the more or less hereditary tenants, who could be expected to continue working the land as before and who would therefore constitute a most valuable asset, at any rate if agricultural labor was not otherwise easily obtainable. To borrow a technical expression from English law, they might be thought to constitute a kind of goodwill in the land, to make an important contribution to its value by creating a high probability that it would not lack families to work it, just as the goodwill that goes with a shop in Modham, England, for example, may greatly increase its selling value. However, at least one famous mid-3rd century inscription, a sale of land by the Seleucid king Antiochus II to his divorced queen, Laodice, does make it virtually certain that the lau who are sold with the land were indeed serfs. The king's letter says that he has sold to Laodice for 30 talents, free of royal taxation, Panicum with its land, and any inhabited places. It is a fact, certainly, that some of the lau are said to have gone to live elsewhere, very probably in a place of greater security, but there can be no reasonable doubt 26 that the document records an out-and-out sale to Laodice, in terminology which is as explicit as it could be, and that the lau of the village in question were included in the sale, even if some of them had moved away. Laodice, having acquired title to them, is obviously to have the right to recall them, if she so desires, to the village, which now belongs to her and to which they are evidently regarded as bound. A famous Vienna papyrus of 260 B.C. 27 aimed at giving some protection against indiscriminate enslavement to the inhabitants of Syria and Palestine, then subject to Ptolemy II, refers to the purchase of somata laika by private individuals, and provides that if the somata in question were oiktika when acquired they can be retained, but that if eleuthera they are to be taken away from their purchasers, and that in future somata laika eleuthera must not be sold or given in pledge except in specified circumstances arising in fiscal matters. The Greek word somata is very often, though not always, used of slaves. The noun oix, from which oiktika is derived, is uncommon in Ptolemaic papyri, but when it is used seems almost always to designate slaves, and the adjective laika comes from laus, a word reserved for indigenous inhabitants, natives. According to Bizunskamalos, this ordinance is dealing with un main liber mais dependenti, and in Rostovtsev's view it was probably directed against the endeavors of certain people to enslave free workmen, chiefly by transforming Oriental bondage resembling slavery into regular slavery of the Greek type. He adds that this may be the basis of the distinction made in the Vienna papyrus between the somata laika eleuthera 153 and the somata onta oiktika 28. On the other hand, the 4er group may well have been, or at least included, those who were completely free. We do not yet have enough information about land tenure in Syria in the 3rd century to be precise.
It also seems probable that what I call serfs are referred to in inscriptions mentioning Oiktai 29 and in other epigraphic and literary sources. 30. Among inscriptions I wish to mention only the famous one of Nisimachus, inscribed on a wall of a temple of Artemis at Sardis in Western Asia Minor, probably around 200 BC, and recording a conveyance, not, as used to be supposed, a mortgage, of crown land near Sardis by Nisimachus, to which he did not have an infeasible freehold title. 31. The inscription mentions both the Lao and their households with their belongings, and also Oiktai, who are usually taken to be slaves. I will only add that in Ptolemaic Egypt we hear of peasants, often basilikoi georgoi, who were undoubtedly free in the technical sense that they were not slaves and cannot properly be described as serfs either, but were subject to very strict controls and supervision to a greater extent than any other non-serf peasants I have come across in the Greek world. 32. There is, however, even better evidence of the existence of serfdom in Hellenistic Asia, which is sometimes neglected by those who study the subject. 33. Perhaps because it comes mainly from the beginning of the Roman period, in the pages of the Greek geographer Strabo, who lived at Amasea in Pontus on the southern shore of the Black Sea, and who wrote under Augustus and Tiberius. Certain passages in Strabo prove conclusively the existence of what I am calling serfdom on some of the temple estates in Asia Minor, and other evidence to the same effect is furnished by some remarkable inscriptions of the kings of Commagene, of the middle and late 1st century BC. This evidence relates specifically to what are called hieradules, 34 literally sacred slaves, and perhaps best described in English as temple servants. My own belief is that the generic form of tenure of these hieradules, far from being exceptional and limited to temple lands, is very likely to be one of the most ancient kinds of land tenure in Asia, which happens to have survived long enough to allow us to find a specific description of it simply because the land was sacred and belonged to temples, and was therefore not subject to the normal vicissitudes of private ownership, which might involve fragmentation and alteration of the terms of occupation. I must add that my position is not at all the same as that of Sir William Ramsay, who believed that all or most of Asia Minor once consisted of temple states, the lands of many of which were confiscated by the Hellenistic kings. Ramsay's theory has been thoroughly refuted by Jones. What I have suggested is quite different, that the examples of sacred serfdom which we find existing in the temple estates in the late Hellenistic period are likely to be survivals of forms of serfdom that had earlier been widespread in Asia. I find it particularly significant that in at least two of the main texts mentioning hieradules we hear of a feature of their condition which is also found in the case of three other peoples identified as serfs in the classical period, Spartan Helots. 154. Thessalian Penastai, and Marian Dinoi of Heraclea Pontica. 35. This feature is that they cannot be sold off the land on which they reside. Strabo says that when Pompey made his favorite Archelaus priest of the important temple of Ma at Comata in Pontus, he made him ruler of the whole principality and master of the hieradules who lived there, to the number of at least 6,000, except that he was to have no power to sell them. This, I think, is likely to have been a recognition of a long-existing situation. Inscriptions from Commagene, including the famous one set up by Antiochus I of that country on the Nimrud Dak, are even more specific. They not only provide that the hieradules and their descendants are not to be alienated but also forbid their reduction to slavery, thus providing conclusive proof that the hieradules, in spite of their name, were not technically slaves. 36 Strabo mentions several other sets of hieradules, including more than 6,0 at Comata in Cappadocia, of whom the priest of Ma was Kyrios, master, and almost 3,000 in a settlement belonging to the temple of Zeus of Vina Sa in Marimene. These temples, and others in the more remote parts of Asia Minor 37 had evidently preserved the ancient way of life on their estates. On the lands of some other temples serfdom had decayed, no doubt owing to Greek or Roman influence. The temple of Menesanus in the territory of Pisidian Antioch, for example, had once had a number of hieradules, but this situation had come to an end in Strabo's own time. There were also fewer hieradules in Strabo's day than in earlier times at the temple of Analtus at Zela in Pontus, where the priest had once been master of everything. Strabo describes the Zela of his own day as for the most part a small town lords of Bithynia, Pontus, Cappadocia, Galatia, and Paphlagonia from selling under one pretext or another some of their serfs to an agent of the Roman publicani or to a Delian slave dealer. Let us concede, then, that some proportion, but an unknowable proportion, of former peasant serfs were reduced to full slavery. On the other hand, many scholars have held that when former king's land was absorbed by a city and became part of its territory, its kura, those of the existing lao who had been serfs ceased to be so and became free paroikoi or katoikoi of the city, not its citizens, and therefore possessing no political rights in it, but recognized free inhabitants. This was the view Rostovtsev expressed in different places, with varying degrees of confidence, and it has often been stated as an undoubted fact by others. 45. A forthright expression of it is by Tarn, who says that the peasants might sometimes still be serfs. But generally they became free hereditary settlers, paying 158 taxes tp the city, and their villages sometimes began to acquire a kind of corporate life. The Greek city then was a boon to the Asiatic peasant and tended to raise his status. The most persuasive argument for this theory, to my mind, is the absence of evidence for serf tenures in Roman Asia after Strabo's time and the apparent presence of large numbers of free peasants. Positive evidence of the conversion of serfs into free paroikoi or katoikoi, however, seems scarcely to exist. One inscription which is often quoted as evidence for this process, namely the letter of a Hellenistic king to Prene, of the 3rd century BC, seems to me of no value whatever in this connection. Its interpretation, by Wells and others, seems to me greatly overconfident. 46 Again, in 133 BC the city of Pergamum gave its citizenship to all its registered paroikoi and certain other persons, and at the same time promoted to the class of paroikoi various other groups, including public slaves, the descendants of freedmen, and adult or youthful basilikoi. 47 As in the inscription of Prene just mentioned, there is no mention of lao. But who are the basilikoi? Some take them to be slaves, others serfs. I suspect that the ambiguous term basilikoi was used deliberately, to cover both statuses and any doubtful or intondiate cases. Serfdom, then, did virtually disappear from Hellenistic and Roman Asia, but we have no means of telling how many ex-serfs became slaves and how many achieved a fully free status. I would guess that incorporation of their land in the territory of a city did tend to lead, in the long run, to a theoretically freer status, as most scholars have believed. This might be expected to enable them to make a rather more effective resistance to exploitation, but, on the other hand, they would still enjoy no political rights, and indeed their fauner position as serfs may have given at least some of them some traditional privileges which would no longer apply when they achieved a technically free status. Indeed their incorporation in what was to a certain extent a market economy and a money economy may well have led to increasing exploitation of them and to an increase in economic and social differentiation among them. I need make only a brief mention of what I may call the Roman area, that part of the Roman Empire which was not Greek according to my definition in I.2 above. Serfdom was not native to the original Roman area either, although some form of it may well have exi.sted in Etruria. The Romans may have preferred to treat as free at least some of those coming under their control who were in some form of serfdom. I give 3 probable examples in a note 48, one from Sicily, admittedly a Greek area in my sense. It is time now to turn to the later Roman colonate. It was only at the end of the 3rd century of our era that legislation began to be introduced, subjecting to forms of legal serfdom the whole working agricultural population of the Greco-Roman world. In outline, leasehold tenants became serfs, bound either to their actual farms or plots or to their villages and almost as much subject to their landlords as were slaves to their masters, even though they remained technically ingenui, free men rather than slaves. Working peasant freeholders too were tied, to their villages. There were appreciable differences between different
159 groups among the working agricultural population and between different areas. For the details, which need not concern us here, see 4.3 below. As I have said before, neither in Greek nor in Latin had there been any general technical word for serf or serfdom, but the Latin word colony, which had originally been used in the sense of farmer or colonist and during the Principate had increasingly come to mean lessee of agricultural land, was commonly used from the reign of Constantine onwards to refer to men I call serfs. From AD 342 the term colonnatus begins to appear, in the sense of the tied colonnate. By the mid-5th century we find the Latin term adscripticii employed to designate those coloni who according to my definitions were strictly serfs. Even when the serf colonnate was in full swing, however, the government found it difficult if not impossible to express the legal condition of the colony satisfactorily without resorting to the terminology of slavery, which, as it realized, was not properly appropriate. The Emperor Justinian could show some exasperation at the difficulty he found in distinguishing between slaves and adscripticii. Earlier, in a constitution of c. 393, relating to the civil diocese of Thrace, the Emperor Theodosius I, while admitting that its coloni were legally of free status, could qualify that statement by adding that they must be regarded as slaves of the very land to which they were born, and he could speak of their possessor as exercising over them the power of a master. I need hardly add that of course it was impossible at law for land to own slaves or anything else. A fiction of that sort would surely have shocked a jurist of the classical period of Roman law, who would have condemned it as the legal nonsense it was. There were other attempts, which I shall record in 4.3 below, to represent the land as endowed with some mysterious legal personality of its own, and exercising compulsion. I may add that in medieval Europe we encounter from time to time assertions that everyone is either free or a service, but by then the word service would often mean something more like serf than slave. One cannot help remembering here the brilliant passages in two very early works of Marx, the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law and the economic and philosophic manuscripts, describing the inheritor of an entailed estate as the property of that estate, inherited by the land, an attribute fettered to it, indeed the serf of landed property. But Marx, of course, was fully conscious of the paradox. He was writing in a very theoretical way and with great irony, while the Roman emperors were simply giving lame excuses for a situation which they knew to be anomalous under Roman law but were trying to justify. I have gone into some detail on the question of the legal status of the colony of the later empire, as seen by the Roman government, because it brings out most forcibly the dominant role that slavery in the strict sense always played in the minds of the Roman ruling class. They may grudgingly admit that their coloni are ingenui and not slaves, but they are driven by the subject condition of the colony to apply to them all but the strictly technical terms of slavery, never simply. 160. Servi or mancipia, but servitari and similar expressions, which from the strictly legal point of view are mere metaphors. The very fact that Greco-Roman society was still, so to speak, permeated with slavery and dominated by its ideology, I would suggest, strongly affected the institutions of serfdom that developed from the 4th century onwards. I think it will be helpful if I speak briefly at this point about the use in Greek texts of the word perioikoi, often translated serfs, as for example in Ernest Barker's version of Aristotle's Politics and even in W. L. Newman's commentary thereon. 49. This translation is wrong. The essential characteristic of the perioikos was not at all that he was unfree, but that he was without political rights in the state. He would not be a slave, but he might not be a serf either. It was the Spartan perioikoi whom a Greek of the classical period would naturally think of first, when he heard the term perioikoi used, and everyone knew roughly what the status of the Spartan perioikoi was. They were certainly not unfree and they had a certain amount of self-government in their settlements, which on occasion can even be called, inaccurately, polis, but of course they had no political rights in the Spartan state. 50 other communities of perioikoi are known to have existed in Greece itself in the territory of Argos, Elis, and Thessaly, and outside the Greek mainland in Cyrene and Crete. 51 Aristotle wished the lands of his ideal state to be cultivated, if not by slaves, then by barbaroi perioikoi, but since he goes on to speak of them as if they might all belong to private owners or to the community, I am sure he would not have conceived them as necessarily in a state of freedom, surely in his mind they would be more like serfs. Aristotle was acquainted with Asiatic peoples who were in some form of serfdom or quasi-serfdom to their Greek conquerors, such as the Marian Dinoi of Pontic Heraclea, whom I have mentioned above. 52 And Aristotle would doubtless think it perfectly natural for Greeks to accept the existence of serfdom in any non-Greek country they conquered. Similarly, when Isocrates, after complaining that the Spartans have compelled their neighbors to helotuine, speaks of it as in their power to join with Athens in making all the barbarians into perioikoi of the whole of Hellas, he is surely thinking of a status comparable to that of the Spartan Helots rather than that of the Spartan perioikoi. Compare his letter to King Philip II of Macedon, anticipating that Philip would compel the native inhabitants of Asia to helotuine to the Greeks. Before leaving the subject of serfdom, I must mention that the definition I have adopted of serfdom arid the serf may not appear at first sight identical with that which Marx seems to have had in mind when he used those terms, or German words of which they are legitimate English translations. In reality my conception is very similar to his, it merely lacks one element which sometimes, but not always, figures prominently in his view of serfdom. The immediate impression that emerges from some of the writings of Marx is that for him the outstanding characteristic of serfdom was labor rent, the obligation upon a man who is in possession of his own means. 161 of Productio to perform a substantial amount of labor on his lord's land. This is true in particular of Marx's main discussion of labor rent, in Capital 111.790-4, from which I have quoted elsewhere. It is one of the most important passages Marx ever wrote. At one point there he seems to be giving a brief description of serfs as those subject to enforced labor. Whenever Marx wrote of serfdom, he was probably thinking primarily of a typical situation in Europe, involving, as he puts it, the peasant serf, such as he, I might say, until yesterday existed in the whole east of Europe. This peasant worked, for example, 3 days for himself on his own field or the field allotted to him, and the 3 subsequent days he performed compulsory and gratuitous labor on the estate of his lord. I feel myself that the existence of labor rent would tend to make the tenant more subservient to his landlord, especially in an economy where slave labor was not uncommon, for the tenant would be working directly under the orders of the landlord or his agent and might well become, in the eyes of the overseer, hardly distinguishable from a slave. Now if labor rent, in the form of substantial personal service on the lord's land, is indeed an essential characteristic of the serf, then serfdom could hardly be said to have existed at all in antiquity, for there is no proof of the yielding of labor rent on any substantial scale in the whole Greek or Roman world until a very late date, in the 6th century, when the Ravenna papyri disclose the existence of regular labor services for several days a week, whereas at other times and places in the ancient world we find at most only a few days' service a year, as in a famous series of inscriptions from North Africa. Yet, after all, the giving of actual labor service does not seem to have been, for Marx, a necessary feature of serfdom, for he can say of the man he calls, in English, a self-sustaining serf that his lack of freedom may be reduced from serfdom with enforced labor to a mere tributary relationship, presumably the payment of an ordinary rent in money or kind. And after distinguishing the serf from the slave he says of the serf that conditions of personal dependence are requisite, a lack of personal freedom, no matter to what extent, and being tied to the soil as its accessory, bondage in the true sense of the word. Similarly, in the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 Marx could say of the serf that he is the adjunct of the land, and in wage labor and capital that he belongs to the land. In the Grundriss he speaks of the worker in the serf relation as an appendage of the soil, exactly like draft cattle. In the first volume of Das Kapital Marx describes the emergence of the wage laborer under capitalism as taking place after he had ceased being attached to the soil and Leibeigen oder Horig to another person. Although Marx sometimes uses the terms Leib-eigen and Horig in a general sense of being subject to and dependent upon someone else and under his control, the words attached to 162. The soil prove beyond question that he was thinking here of the man I am calling a serf. So I think Marx would have accepted the man I have defined as a serf under that designation. Indeed, in a footnote in volume I of Capital, referring to the situation in Silesia in the late 18th century, he can use the expression die serfs, which in Musse 8.745 n.191 is explained as Leibeigenen. For such a condition he normally employs the term Leibeigenschaft, but sometimes Horigkeit, apparently as an alternative name for the same status. 53. A passage in which he dwells upon the condition of the serf of medieval and modern times is cap 1.235-8. Here he speaks again and again of Leibeigenschaft and Fronarbeit. I need only add that of course we must not take the use of the word serf and serfdom to imply any necessary connection with feudalism, even if we regard feudalism as necessarily involving forms of serfdom. This point is made explicitly in a letter from Engels to Marx dated December 22, 1882. After expressing his pleasure at the fact that he and Marx are in agreement on the history of Leibeigenschaft, Engels continues, "It is certain that Leibeigenschaft and Horigkeit are not a peculiarly medieval feudal form, we find them everywhere, or nearly everywhere, in places where conquerors have the land cultivated for them by the old inhabitants, e.g. very early in Thessaly." Engels was of course thinking of the Penasti, of whom I have spoken briefly above. He and many others, he adds, had been misled by this about Mittelaltersknechtschafft. One was much too inclined to base it simply on conquest. 3. Debt bondage. I said earlier that debt bondage was a common phenomenon in the Greek world, and we must not make the mistake of supposing that many other cities followed the example of Athens and abolished it entirely. As far as I know, we cannot name any other single city which certainly did away with debt bondage, and it is quite likely that many allowed even actual enslavement of defaulting debtors. The Sicilian Greek historian Diodorus, who visited Egypt and wrote his account of it in the second third of the last century BC, inspires no confidence when he attributes Solon's reform of the Athenian debt laws to borrowing from the legislation of the late 8th century pharaoh Bacchorus, but he is surely speaking from his knowledge of the contemporary world when he declares that most Greek lawgivers, although they forbade the taking of indispensable articles such as weapons and plows as securities for debt, nevertheless allowed the debtors themselves to become agajimois, a technical term which would cover liability to both debt bondage and actual enslavement. We happen to know that one Alexandrian citizen could not be a slave to another. Some other Greek cities evidently had the same rule as early Rome, that a citizen who was enslaved must be sold abroad, but we cannot be sure that this rule was universal. I think it virtually certain that forms of debt bondage existed at all times in the great majority of Greek cities. We often hear of laws being passed by Greek 163 cities, dealing with problems of indebtedness. Asheri, LGPD, discusses 40 known examples in the half-millennium between 594/3 and 86/5 BC. Just as Latin words like servitus and servire were sometimes used to mean either the merely temporary servitude of a free man in debt bondage or the condition of a peasant serf who was free only in the sense that he was not technically a slave, so in Greek we find applied to those in debt bondage words which ought to be reserved for the slave, as well as those which are most often applied to slaves. A fragment of Menander shows how wary we must be. Deos, in The Hero, asked if the girl he loves is a dowel, replies, "Well, yes, in a sort of way," and he goes on to explain that she and her brother are serving to work off a debt. This is evidently conceived as happening in Attica, for the setting of the play is the Athenian deme pf Pteleia, but we must remember that all Menander's plays were produced in the generation following the destruction in 322 of the 5th/4th century Athenian democracy, when forms of debt bondage could well have crept in and even received at least tacit legal recognition. 54 Some of our texts from the classical period, if taken literally, suggest that in some Greek cities the consequence of
Defaulting on a debt might be actual enslavement or the sale of one's children. 55 I doubt if Aristophanes, in the Acharnians, would have represented his Megarion as asexually trying to sell his two daughters unless such things were known to happen in the Greek world, even perhaps in places where they were contrary to law. According to Herodotus, writing in the third quarter of the 5th century, the Thracians, who were of course a non-Greek people, and incidentally provided classical Greece with more slaves than any other barbarian race, had a custom of selling their children abroad, and over 600 years later Philostratus attributes to the Phrygians of Asia Minor a similar practice of selling their children. In both cases the sales are represented as outright, and although nothing is said of debt, we may suspect that usually the children would be sold as a substitute for the enslavement or debt bondage of the parents. Arrest and imprisonment for debt seem to have been common in the cities of the Achaean League in the mid-2nd century. At Temnus in Asia Minor, in the last century BC, we hear from Cicero of a man named Heracles becoming addictus to his surety, Hermippus, who had to discharge his debt. Although addictio was also an institution of Roman law, entitling a creditor to seize his judgment debtor and imprison him or make him work for him, it seems equally likely that this case would have been regulated by the local law of Temnus. The practice of seizure and imprisonment for debt was still rife in Egypt in AD 68, as shown by the famous edict of Tiberius Julius Alexander, the Roman prefect, to which I shall return presently. And Plutarch, around AD 100, could speak of debtors being actually sold by 164 their creditors, and of others who fled for sanctuary to the temple of Artemis in Ephesus, evidently to save themselves from seizure. The passages I have just referred to come from an invective against borrowing, usually known by the Latin translation of its title, Divitando ere alieno. In this work Plutarch shows a pathetic inability to grasp the significance for the poor man of the law of Solon to which I have already alluded. At one point, too, he can remark that nobody lends to the poor man, while at another he says, "Do you possess nothing? Don't borrow, for you won't be able to repay." Plutarch tells him to gain a living by teaching reading and writing, by acting as pedagogus, which involved taking children to school, an action normally performed by slaves, by being a doorkeeper, another activity almost monopolized by slaves, or by going in for sailing or the coasting trade, anything rather than becoming a borrower, for Plutarch well knew what that was likely to lead to. Those who are familiar with the New Testament will remember the parable of the unmerciful servant, in MT 18.23-34, where Jesus, thinking as he always did in terms of the Croix of Palestine, is giving a vivid picture of the kind of thing that might well happen to someone who defaulted on a debt to a member of the family of Herod. The slave, who owes his master, a king, the enormous sum of 10 talents, is very nearly sold up, with his wife and children, but he pleads for mercy, and his master remits the debt. The servant subsequently puts a fellow slave who owes him a mere 100 denarii under guard, but he himself ends up being delivered to the tormentors until he has cleared off his own debt to his master. The first servant is originally condemned by the king to be sold, with his family. This is permanent enslavement. The second servant has temporary debt bondage imposed upon him, by a powerful member of the king's household acting on his own authority. This is a form of what is often called personal execution, and we may contrast this with MTV.25-6 and LK 12.58-9, contemplating the possibility of the enforcement of a debt through formal judicial process, leading to official imprisonment. 56 The first servant seems eventually to suffer debt bondage too, with torture thrown in, and here we need not consider too closely whether it is a form of personal execution or an official condemnation by the king. In the Gospels, then, we can see three different sets of circumstances resulting from a debtor's default: outright enslavement, and debt bondage resulting either from personal execution or from legal process. I am sure that there were many other places in the Greek East at about the beginning of our era where conditions would have been very similar to those described in the parable of the unmerciful servant.
165 especially in areas ruled for a long time by kings or dynasts which had recently been incorporated, or were soon to be incorporated, in the Roman Empire. It is not clear to me what lies behind the claim by the Roman client king, Nicomedes III of Bithynia, in 104 BC, that most of the Bithynians had been carried off by publicani and were serving as slaves in the provinces, an allegation which led the Roman Senate to decree that no citizen of an allied state should be held as a slave in a Roman province. Perhaps, as Badian has suggested, the publicani had made loans to Nicomedes, and he had pledged some of his subjects to them as security. In Ptolemaic Egypt, for which we have much information from the papyri, there is clear evidence both for outright enslavement for debt and for debt bondage, 57, but in the Roman period the latter seems to have replaced the former. It is difficult to generalize about Greek cities, because the evidence is so scanty, but it does look as if debt bondage largely superseded outright enslavement for debt during the Hellenistic period. 58 ********************************************************************************************************************่. In speaking of debt bondage, I have been dealing with the Greek world in the classical and Hellenistic periods. In Roman law, to which I must now turn, the position of the defaulting debtor was in early times very bad indeed. His creditors might keep him in chains, and ultimately, according to the most probable interpretation of a laconic provision of the law of the 12 tables, they might cut his body in pieces and divide the parts among themselves. Other interpretations have been suggested, but the ancient writers who are known to have mentioned this law, even if they were shocked by it, all took it in the literal sense. Quintilian, Tertullian, Cassius Dio, and especially Aulus Gellius, who may well be conveying the opinions of a leading 2nd-century jurist, Sextus Caecilius Africanus, represented by Gellius as praising the wholesome severity of the law in question. The wealthy Roman regarded a defaulting debtor who had been driven to borrow because of dire need, rather than for some speculative or luxurious purpose, almost as a kind of criminal. Alternatively, a debtor, in early Roman times, might become subject to the mysterious nexum, an institution of the early Roman law whereby, most probably, a debtor in effect committed himself totally to his creditor as security, giving his labor into servitude, as Varro put it, with the result that his creditor, if he defaulted, could seize him, by the procedure known as manus injectio or otherwise, and deal with him as he wished, on default selling him as a slave and perhaps even putting him to death. 59 Historians are often content to say that nexum was abolished by the Lex Poet Elia of 326 BC. And so indeed it may have been, in its full original form, but the position of the defaulting debtor remained precarious in the extreme. Modern Roman lawyers and historians usually say very little about his plight. I have found no account in the last half-century to equal the fundamental study by Friedrich von Woese in 1922, which showed beyond 166 doubt that in practice what is commonly called personal execution, that is to say, seizure by a creditor, always remained in the forefront as a means of coercing a defaulting debtor. This was also the position taken some 30 years earlier by Ludwig Matthias, in his great work, Reichsrecht und Volksrecht in den Östlichen Provinzen der Römischen Kaiserreichs 418-58.60. Von Woese understood particularly well the nature of the Roman state and its law, as an instrument of the propertied classes. For the propertyless, he realized, the state couldn't care less. Der antike Staat ist ein Klassenstate, der nur für die Rendenskichten Interesse hat, das Schicksalder Besitzlosen ist ihm herzlich gleichgültig. Well before the end of the Roman Republic a procedure had been devised known as bonarum venditio, the selling up of the whole of an insolvent debtor's property. 61 This, however, was not at all a benefit to the debtor, but rather an added penalty, as it did not to prevent personal execution against the debtor himself or his being subsequently sued for anything that might still remain owing, and it also involved disgrace, infamia, and was regarded as a great misfortune. The procedure known as cessio bonorum, instituted by Julius Caesar or Augustus 62, enabled some few debtors to escape personal execution by ceding all or most of their property towards discharge of their debts, and thus avoid being adjudged to their creditors and dragged off to prison. 63. The earliest surviving imperial constitution I can find which refers to cessio bonorum shows that that is precisely what the alternative was. The cession of property is a beneficium, a privilege, nei iudicati de trahantur in carcerum. But cessio bonorum was permissible, it seems, only for a man whose default was not blameworthy and was due to misfortune. Fire, theft, and shipwreck are mentioned. Papyri show that it might be available in principle even to a poor man. 64. But such a person would surely be much less likely than a man of substance to be granted the privilege, and ex hypothesi it would be of no use to the property less. A greater privilege, the appointment of a special curator, to carry out distractio bonorum, the sale of enough of the debtor's property to satisfy his creditors, was available, at least before Justinian's day, only to an insolvent who was a person of great consequence, a clara persona. The examples given by Gaius, in Dig. XXVII.X.5, are a senator or his wife. It did not involve infamia. Recent standard works on Roman law, however much they may disagree about the technical details of manus injectio, addictio, and the actio iudicati, leave no doubt that in the Roman world personal execution never ceased to exist. As Schultz says, the plaintiff was permitted to take the defendant home and to keep him there until the judgment was fulfilled. This execution on the person existed throughout the whole classical period, though it is but rarely mentioned in our sources. Some rules of classical law remain unintelligible if one does not remember this form of execution. 65. 167. We hear of men referred to in Latin as aberarii or aberati in several different parts of the Greco-Roman world who are evidently being made to labor under burdensome conditions as a result of having defaulted on debts. 66. And a number of isolated texts strongly suggest that creditors often imposed very harsh conditions on defaulting debtors, making them work almost like slaves in order to discharge their liabilities. 61. Later evidence shows the prohibition of imprisonment of private debtors in the well-known edict of Tiberius Julius Alexander, prefect of Egypt in 68, to have been essentially a piece of propaganda for the new regime of the Emperor Galba and a mere flash in the pan. 68. Personal execution in Egypt in particular remained ineradicable and pertinacious, as Metius insisted. Much would depend on the relative social position of creditor and debtor, always an important factor in the Roman world. 69. And one which played an even greater role in the later empire. In a court case in AD 85 the prefect of Egypt expressed horror at the conduct of a creditor named Phibion. "You deserve to be flogged," he said, "for keeping in your custody a man of quality and his wife." Quintilian, writing his handbook on oratory in the late 1st century, could speak of debates on whether a man is a slave if at the time of his birth his mother was addicta, and whether an addictus, whom the law orders to be in servitude until he has paid his debt, is a slave or not. And when Quintilian thinks it necessary to point out that being a slave is different from being in a state of servitude, it is the bondsman, the addictus, whom he is setting beside the slave. A fragment, from the 2nd century, of one of those curious rhetorical declamations in which orators displayed their often perverse ingenuity refers to an addictus in servitude to a money lender, and asserts that an addictus never hopes for freedom. The statement is strictly untrue, of course, both literally and juridically, and is even falsified in the imaginary case given by the orator, but it may well give a fair impression of the situation of many addicti who realized that they had little or no hope of escaping from servitude. Two of the declamations which have come down to us under the name of Quintilian also deal with the addictus. 1, in the major series, describes an unfortunate debtor, known to us from a passage in Livy, as an addictus and scarcely a free man. The other, from the minor set, again raises the question whether an addictus is a free man or a slave, under the guise of a disputed claim by an addictus that he has been freed from his status by a clause in his deceased creditor's will, manumitting all his slaves. Fortunationis, in an Ars Rhetorica written probably as late as the 4th century, when giving a list of 21 different ways in which a particular person can be described, including name, age, sex, place of origin, fortuna etc., gives under the heading Conditio the example servus, addictus. In Gaius Institutes we find a casual 168 reference to the fact that just as there can be theft of members of one's family or of one's auctoratus, so there can be theft of one's judgment debtor, iadicatus, who is evidently assumed to be giving useful service in working off his debt. Salvius Julianus, one of the greatest of the Roman lawyers, who wrote in the second third of the 2nd century, could contemplate a situation in which someone carries off a free man by force and holds him in chains, and Venulaeus Saturninus, writing about the same time, could speak of the use of private or public chains. In the early 3rd century yet another jurist, Ulpian, writes of the man who, although not strictly in servitude, is put in chains by a private individual. At about the same period Paulus speaks of the man who casts someone into prison, to extract something from him. The passage seems to me to imply that the prison is a private one. Private imprisonment by powerful creditors was an evil which the state, in spite of repeated enactments, was not strong enough to uproot. Olois and Nicholas, Hisrel 3445. Some of the situations described above may, of course, have been created by indiscriminate acts of violence by powerful men, but they make much better sense if the perpetrators were creditors, as Olois and Nicholas rightly assume in the passage I have just quoted. It is true that the creditor who seized his judgment debtor had no explicit legal right to make him work off his debt. But what would be the point of merely seizing a defaulting debtor and incurring the expense of keeping him in idleness, except perhaps when he was believed to have concealed assets? The addictus or iadicatus to whom the word servir could be applied in popular speech must normally have been constrained to work for his judgment creditor, if only to save himself from the even more unpleasant alternative of incarceration and chains, with only just enough food to keep him alive. Most of the texts concerning personal execution that I have quoted so far come from the Principate. In the later empire the position of the lower classes deteriorated further, and laws passed to give some protection to the humble were if anything disregarded with even greater impunity by the powerful, the potents or potentiores, whom the Severan lawyer Callistratus evidently had in mind when he wrote of the man who is kept in chains, potentior six oppresses, and again when he recorded that taking refuge at a statue of the emperor was permitted, as an exception, to a man escaping from chains, or who had been detained in custody by potentiores. A constitution of Diocletian and Maximian dated 293 insisted that pledges for debt should consist only of property and not of sons, or free men. Another constitution of the same emperors in the following year stated that the laws do not permit liberos to be in servitude for x.12. Whether these lahyri are to be conceived as free men who had become the bondsmen of their creditors, or whether they are children whose parents are being forbidden to commit them to bondage, is hardly clear. In the later empire, in spite of a series of imperial laws positively forbidding the existence of private prisons 169 large landowners openly maintained such prisons, where defaulters could be coerced, along with other undesirables and criminals. More is known about this practice from Egypt than elsewhere. One papyrus reveals that on a particular day in c. 538 there were no fewer than 139 persons in the estate prison of the Apian family at Oxyrhynchus, many if not most of them are likely to have been debtors. We may conclude, then, that personal execution continued unabated throughout the Principate and later Empire 71 at least to the time of Justinian, 72 that measures such as cessio bonorum benefited mainly the propertied classes, and that attempts by the imperial government to assist the weak foundered on the defiance of the potents. Debt bondage in antiquity, as I have defined it, would include at any rate the more burdensome form of the condition often known technically as paramon, which itself varied considerably not only from place to place and time to time but also from transaction to transaction, and might arise in very different ways, for example as a condition of manumission from slavery, or as a result of defaulting on a debt or even incurring one, as well as embodying a contract of service or apprenticeship. 73. Juridically, the person subject to the obligation of paramon was undoubtedly free rather than a slave, but his freedom in some cases was so circumscribed as to be very like that of the judgment debtor in Roman law, the addictus, who could be said to be in a state of servitude, although not technically a service. It may well be that Oio Chrysostom had one of the more onerous forms of this institution in mind when he spoke of myriads of freemen selling themselves to be slaves according to a contract, sometimes on very harsh terms. I suspect, too, that something very like paramone may possibly have been involved in the case of the boys and girls described by Cassiodorus as standing around at the great fair in Lucania, to be sold by their parents, to their own profit, passing from the labor of the fields into urbana servitia. Before I leave the topic of debt bondage, I wish to mention briefly a subject which can hardly be discussed in any detail without going into highly technical questions, I mean the sale of oneself or of one's children into slavery. This of course falls in strictness under the head of chattel slavery rather than debt bondage, and it has already come up once or twice in this section. But since self-sale or sale of children would virtually always in practice be the result of extreme poverty and very probably of debt, and is often associated with the pledging of individuals for debt, it is convenient to refer to these practices here. The situation before the Roman conquest of the Greek world is so poorly known that it is best for us to confine ourselves to the Roman period, merely noticing that the enslavement of freemen seems to have been possible in many places in the Greek East before they became subject to Rome. In legal theory, a free person could not in general become a slavii on Roman territory. But certain exceptions existed at various times even in strict law, quite apart from the enslavement resulting from certain types of sentence for crime, such as condemnation to the mines or quarries. In particular, 170. The sale of newborn children 74 was sanctioned at least from Constantine's time and perhaps earlier. Whether or not the sale of older children was ever legally permitted, it certainly occurred as a result of poverty and debt. This is clear above all from a series of constitutions issued between the early 4th century and the mid-5th and from various literary sources and papyri, and we also know that adults in need sometimes sold themselves into slavery. 75 A passage not often quoted in this connection is I Clement 4.2. We know that many among us have handed themselves over into bondage, in order to ransom others. Many have given themselves into slavery, and with the price paid for themselves have fed others. The implication of the word used, epsimizon, is I think that it was their starving children who needed to be fed. The unfree labor characteristic of the pre-classical Near East and illustrated particularly in numerous cuneiform documents seems to have included a high proportion of cases of what was really debt bondage rather than slavery of the Greek and Roman type, but that is a subject with which I cannot concern myself in this book. 76 Anyone who wishes to make a direct comparison between what I am calling debt bondage and ordinary chattel slavery can read a useful, if idealized, account in Philo, de Spec Leg. 279-85, of Hebrew debt bondage, as contemplated by Deuterium. 1512-15, cf. Exodus. XXI.2, Levit. XXV.39-43, Aram. Thirsiv 14. Philo is trying to make the point that men in this kind of bondage, who must be set free at the end of 6 years' service, although called slaves, douloi, are really in the position of hired laborers. He uses both the standard technical terms, this and misthetos. That concludes my treatment of the subject of debt bondage. Convict labor was never very important in the Greek or even the Roman world. 77 And it is only in the later Roman Empire that we hear much of it. It appears most often in the condemnation of men of low status ad metallum, that is to say, to serve in perpetuity in the state mines or quarries. In the so-called Great Persecution, in the early years of the 4th century, we know from Eusebius that many Christians were condemned to the copper mines of Phano in the south of Palestine, many others to the porphyry quarries of the eastern desert of Egypt, and others again to mines in Cilicia. 78 In the 4th century, minor criminals from districts in Italy and from Sardinia were sometimes condemned to work in the Roman bakeries, where the bakers used to supplement their inadequate supply of convicts,
according to the ecclesiastical historian Socrates, by setting up taverns and brothels on the ground floors above their bakeries, from which unsuspecting customers were precipitated below, and put to work at baking for the rest of their days, until the Emperor Theodosius I in c. 390 put a stop to the practice. 171 *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
far I have given only the briefest mention. The nature of our evidence for antiquity is often such as to tempt us to draw misleading conclusions about the absence of certain phenomena, when all we have a right to do is to note the absence of evidence for those phenomena, and so it is here. The nature of the evidence for ancient slavery is such that we are likely to find slave labor greatly underrepresented in our sources, as indeed are all forms of labor. The evidence for the employment of slaves in production in antiquity can be very scanty even for places and times at which we know it was widespread and essential. Even where the fundamental part played by slave production cannot be denied, as for parts of the Greek mainland and some of the Aegean islands during the classical period and the Hellenistic age, we should have scarcely any mention of the use of slaves in Greek agriculture outside Attica were it not for the fact that historians make incidental mention of such slaves in accounts of military campaigns, if as a rule only when recording captures and booty, see Appendix 2. Indeed, but for a few scattered texts in the Athenian orators and a handful of inscriptions we should have hardly any specific evidence of the central role played by slaves in production even in Attica itself, to set beside the general references to slavery in Plato, Aristotle, Xenophon's Economicus and other literature. For many areas of the Greek world in most periods no sources exist from which we can expect specific evidence of the employment of slave labor. I believe that this has not been sufficiently realized. When there is little or no relevant literature or epigraphic material from which we can expect to derive enlightenment about the labor situation, as, for instance, in most of the Greek world outside Egypt in the Hellenistic period, we must be particularly careful not to jump to the conclusion that unfree labor was of little significance. To give only one example, we have no right to expect any mention, even in our best preserved building accounts, of the many slaves who must have been working under the craftsmen and transport contractors who undertook the various pieces of work referred to in the inscriptions concerned. Some of the building accounts mentioned in section 6 below and its NN.20-3, for instance those for the Erectum and the Temple of Eleusis in Attica, name a number of slaves, all of whom I take to be chorusoi counts. To treat such slaves as the only ones involved in the building operations is an error of which scholars have too often been guilty. Anyone entering into a state building contract might, and often would, make use of slaves in carrying out the works for which he had undertaken responsibility, and of course there would be no occasion for any of these slaves to be mentioned in the inscriptions. No slaves are referred to in some of the building accounts, including those recording the works at Epidaurus in the 4th century, but it would be ridiculous to suppose that there were no slaves working there. And the slaves engaged in the Athenian building operations are likely to have been far more numerous than those who are mentioned by name in the inscriptions. Those who are inclined to infer from the scarcity of references to agricultural 172 slave labor that the bulk of the agricultural work on the farms of the well-to-do was not done by slaves should ask themselves what evidence there is for any other kind of labor. As I have indicated earlier in this section, there must have been many serfs and quasi-serfs in those Asiatic areas which came under Greek control from Alexander's time onwards, and of course a large part of the working peasant population of the whole Roman Empire was brought into some kind of serfdom, at different times in different areas, in the late 3rd century and later. But serfdom, I have suggested above, tended not to persist under Roman rule before the institution of the later Roman colonate. How then, if not by slave labor, was the agricultural work done for the propertied class? How, otherwise, did that class derive its surplus? The only alternatives are by wage labor or by leasing. But there is good reason to think that wage labor existed on only a small scale, apart from seasonal activities such as harvesting and vintage and olive picking, and the hiring of slaves.
and leasing cannot be expected to yield nearly as much profit as working land directly with slave labor, provided of course the landowner can acquire not only ordinary working slaves but also a thoroughly competent steward, assisted where necessary by slave drivers. The view held by Roman agriculturalists of the late Republic and early Principate was that one should let a farm to a tenant only when one cannot work it properly oneself with slaves, either because the climate is too bad or the soil too poor, or when it is too far away for regular personal supervision by the owner. Therefore, provided the cost of purchasing or rearing the slaves and their overseers was not too great, slavery, as a means of extracting a surplus, was superior to any other method of exploitation, and surely, when Greeks or Romans who were used to slave-worked agriculture in their own countries went to settle in Asia Minor or Syria, they would use slaves to work their farms when they could. An exception might be furnished by some local form of serfdom, or of quasi-serfdom, insofar as the workers concerned could be kept in that condition by their Greek masters, but it looks as if these local peculiarities were usually not long-lasting, serfdom not being an institution that flourished under Greek or Roman rule until the introduction of the later Roman colonate. *************** Some may question my justification for having used the portmanteau term, unfree labor, on the ground that it is objectionably broad. Is there not an important difference, it may be said, according to Marxist categories or indeed any acceptable ones, between slave production and serf production? The serf has at least possession of the means of agricultural production, which is legally recognized in some degree although it may not amount to ownership, or even to Roman possessio, which, incidentally, not even a free leasehold tenant enjoyed under Roman law. The position of the serf is therefore different in an important way from that of the slave. Was there not, then, a profound change in the conditions of production, as between the earlier period of slavery and the period of widespread serfdom which began round about 173 A.D. 300 and eventually covered a large part of the Greco-Roman world? My answer begins with the assertion that unfree labor, in the broad sense in which I use that expression, is a most useful concept, in contrast with the free wage labor which is the basis of capitalist society. Slavery and serfdom are in many respects similar, and societies in which they are the dominant forms of production will be fundamentally different from capitalist society, founded on wage labor. In the Greek world it is particularly hard to separate slavery and serfdom because, as I have demonstrated, neither the Greeks nor the Romans recognized serfdom as a distinct institution, and neither had a general word for it. I have illustrated in this section the perplexity shown by Roman emperors from the 4th to the 6th centuries in dealing with serf coloni, who were technically free men as opposed to slaves, but whose condition in practice was really more like that of slaves. The solution adopted by some of the 4th century emperors, it will be remembered, was to regard the serf coloni as in some sense slaves of their land, but this conception was as questionable from the legal point of view as regarding the judgment debtor who had become addictus as being in a form of slavery to his creditor. There is surely no doubt at all that in the Greek world, when phones of unfree labor appear, it is commonly slavery in the strict sense which is in the forefront. Serfdom occurs, in the classical Greek world, only in local phones, each of which is treated as a unique case. Only in the later Roman Empire does it appear on a large scale, and there is really no word for it until colonitis is coined in the mid-4th century. Even then, we sometimes hear of large slave households, though mainly in the West. The relative numbers of serfs and slaves cannot be estimated with any degree of confidence, although by now there were undoubtedly far more serfs than slaves, at any rate if we discount domestic slaves, whose role in production would be indirect only. There is, however, a great deal of material in the Roman law books which to my mind proves conclusively that even chattel slavery remained very important in the Greek and Roman world, right down to the time when Justinian published his great Corpus Juris Civilis in the early 5305. I suspect that the continued existence of slave and freedman managers, even when slavery was far less important at lower levels than it had been, may be partly responsible for the frequent references to slavery in the corpus. It therefore seems realistic to me to describe slavery as the dominant form of ancient unfree labor, not in the quantitative sense that the propertied class actually derived its surplus at most times mainly from the labor of chattel slaves, but in the sense that slavery, with debt bondage, was the archetypal form of unfree labor throughout Greco-Roman antiquity, so that not only the occasional early forms of serfdom like that of the Spartan helots but also the widespread later Roman colonnade had to be expressed in language derived from slave terminology, whether technical or not. I suggest that such a society, where slavery in the strict sense is omnipresent in the psychology of all classes, is something very different from one in which slavery proper is unknown or unimportant, even if it is serfdom which then provides the propertied class with much of its surplus. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 174. A very recent publication has revealed that we now have explicit evidence of a vase painter at Athens who was a slave and was even prepared so to describe himself on one of his products. On a black figure those dating from the 520s BC and discovered at Vulci, a man named Lytus records that he painted the vase and that his name was Lytus, a slave, a Myrenios, meaning that he came from Myrina, an Aeolic Greek city on the coast of Lydia in western Asia Minor. 79 asterisk 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 asterisk. Freedom was the great hope of every slave. Some could be almost certain of manumission. For others, who had little or no chance of it, there was only one way of escape from slavery, death. That in death the slave gained his freedom is a not uncommon theme in slave epitaphs. To end this section I quote one of the most moving of all ancient epitaphs. It is on the slave Narcissus, a farm overseer in the territory of Venafrum in Italy, who died at the age of 25, and who is made to say that his freedom, denied to him as a youth by law, has been made eternal by an untimely death. Ad debita libertas iuveni mit I leg negata mort immatura reddita perpetua est. Freedman, the slave of a Roman citizen, if manumit formally by his master in one of the ways legally prescribed, became a Roman citizen. The manumit slave of a citizen of a Greek city seems never to have achieved, as an automatic result of manumission by his master, more than metic status, as he certainly did in classical Athens. In all Greek states, as far as we know, only a decision of the sovereign body could confer citizenship upon a freed slave, as upon anyone else who was not born a citizen, and such decisions were uncommon. There is an interesting letter of King Philip V of Macedon to the Thessalian city of Larissa, now dated 215 BC, pointing out that if they were to follow the Roman instead of the Greek practice they would be able to increase significantly the size of their citizen body. The Rhodians, in their heroic resistance to the famous siege by Demetrius Poliorcetes in 305-4, were unusually generous in granting citizenship as well as freedom to those slaves who had fought well during the siege. At Athens, citizenship was occasionally conferred by a special grant of the assembly upon ex-slaves for services rendered, as upon Passion in the first quarter of the 4th century BC and upon his former slave Phormio in 361-0. By the Antonine period there were apparently freedmen at Athens who had managed to become not only citizens but members of the council. These were expelled by order of Marcus Aurelius. Marcus did not exclude the sons of freedmen from serving on the 175 Athenian council. As for the August Areopagus, he wished it were possible to allow only those whose fathers and grandfathers had been born in freedom to become members, but since this rule had become impossible to enforce, he later consented to allow the admission of those whose fathers and mothers had been born in freedom. As far as I know, there is only one statement in any ancient author which attempts to explain the surprising generosity of the Romans toward slaves manumit by their masters, in accepting them as Roman citizens, and it is too rarely quoted. It occurs in the Roman Antiquities of Oionisius of Halicarnassus, a leading Greek literary critic, who wrote at Rome at the end of the last century BC. Dionysius, drawing attention to the difference between Greek and Roman manumission, emphasizes the great advantage obtained by Romans who were very rich in having large numbers of citizen freedmen who were bound to assist them in their public life and who would be clients of their descendants. Also probably no Greek state had anything approaching the Roman clientela,
the institution of patronage and clientship, which made of the freedman a clients of his former master and his descendants. My remarks on freedmen will be highly selective, as it is not my purpose to give a general account of them. Admittedly, there have been few useful studies of Greek freedmen since A. Calderini's book, La Manomichan e la Condizione dei Liberti in Grecia, published as long ago as 1908, but we have had 3 books on Roman freedmen in recent years in English alone. All I want to do here is to emphasize that the question whether a man was a slave or a Roman freedman or a freeborn Roman or Greek might be far less important than the question whose slave or freedman he was or had been and what financial condition he had reached. I have spoken before, with disapproval, of the elevation of status, useful as it can be as a descriptive and secondary classification, to a position superior to that of class as an instrument for the effective analysis of Greek society. This consideration applies with exceptional force in the present context, at any rate to the centuries in which some or all Greeks were under Roman rule, since being a Roman freedman was strictly a one-generation condition, and any children born to a freedman after manumission were ingenui, freeborn, and subject to none of the considerable legal and social disabilities attaching to actual freedmen, for even though they would remain clients of their father's former owner and his heirs. One freedman's son, C. Thoronius, is said to have entered the Roman Senate under Augustus, and P. Helvius Pertinax, who was twice consul, and emperor for a few weeks in 193, may also have been the son of a freedman. 5. Had I been dealing with the Latin West instead of the Greek East, it would have been necessary to say something of the prominent role 176 played by the descendants of freedmen in municipal life in many cities, but nearly all our evidence for this comes from the West, especially Italy. 6. A freedman is a freedman is hardly a more helpful assertion, therefore, than a slave is a slave is a slave. At one extreme, especially in the late Roman Republic and early Principate, there were freedmen of wealth and influence far greater than that of most equites and even some senators of their day. Demetrius, the powerful freedman of Pompey, is said to have died worth 4,000 talents, which would be Hs 96 million in Latin terms. Augustus' freedman and procurator Licinius, who is accused of behaving with odious injustice during his rule of his native Gaul, evidently amassed great wealth. 7. And the 3 greatest of all imperial freedmen, in the reigns of Claudius and Nero, are said by Pliny the Elder to have been, among many liberated slaves. Even richer than Crassus, one of the great millionaires of the late Republic, who is particularly remembered for his remark that a man could not count as rich unless he could maintain a whole army out of his own income, and who must have been worth more than Hs 200 million. 8. Narcissus and Pallas, 2 of Pliny's 3 outstanding imperial freedmen, are each credited with up to Hs 400 million, 9, and Callistus, the third, cannot have been far behind. Such figures tend to be exaggerated in literary sources, but if in fact any of these men did possess anything like Hs 400 million, then he may have been even richer than Seneca, whose wealth was said to reach Hs 300 million, see TAC, n. 13.42.6, Oiocaso LXI. 10.3. If we set aside the imperial families of the early Principate, which of course were incomparably richer than any others, we can say that in the late Republic and the Principate only Pompey the Great is credited in the surviving sources with wealth greater than that of Pallas and Narcissus. Pompey's fortune, confiscated at his death, may have been of the order of Hs 700 million. 10. However, Narcissus and Pallas were the most extreme examples that could be found at any time during the Principate, and several of the other most notorious freedmen also belonged to the same period. Felix, the brother of Pallas, for instance, who became the husband of 3 successive eastern princesses, as procurator of Judea, he exercised a royal power in the spirit of a slave and incidentally is said to have kept St. Paul in prison for 2 years, hoping he would be bribed to release him. Soon after this time imperial freedmen were gradually ousted from the higher offices in the imperial civil service, from which the vast fortunes of Pallas and his like had come, and these offices, in the late 1st and early 2nd centuries, were taken over by equestrians. 11. The one important office that imperial slaves and freedmen never lost was that of cubicularius, chamberlain, always freed after c. 473. The cubicularii, who were all eunuchs, were in charge of the imperial bedchamber of the emperor and empress, and since castration was illegal within the Roman Empire, they had virtually all begun life as imported barbarian. 177 slaves, but the scope of their activities extended very widely, in particular to imperial audiences. In the later empire, very great political influence was sometimes exerted by the cubicularii, especially of course the Grand Chamberlain, Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi. 12. The Emperor Julian, writing an open letter to the city of Athens in 361, could speak of the benevolence towards him of the late Empress Eusebia before his accession as having been manifested through the eunuchs in her service, just as he attributed primarily to the machinations of the Emperor Constantius, accursed chief eunuch, whose name happened to be Eusebius, the fact that the emperor could keep him for 6 months in the same city, without seeing him more than once. The official acta of the First Council of Ephesus in 431 happened to preserve a remarkable letter from the Alexandrian Archdeacon Epiphanius to Bishop Maximian of Constantinople, giving a list of the bribes lavished on members of the imperial court of Theodosius II and Pulcheria in the early 430s by Saint Cyril, the Patriarch of Alexandria, in his determination to see that the contradictory decisions of the rival parties at the council should eventually be turned to the advantage of himself and the Catholics, against Nestorius and his followers. The highest figure recorded in this list, £200 of gold, was paid to Chryseros, a Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi, who also received many other costly presents, and several others among the cubicularii received at least £50 of gold, as did 2 of Pulcheria's cubicularii. 13 More than one of the eunuch imperial freedmen cubicularii achieved distinction in military commands, above all of course the great Narsas, Sicellarius, and Praepositus, a supremely successful general under Justinian. 14 It was not only freedmen of the Familia Caesaris who acquired riches. Pliny the Elder, as we saw a moment ago, could speak of many freedmen as being richer than Crassus. Pliny himself in the same passage gives details of the will of a freedman, see Caecilius Isidorus, who died in 8 BC, according to Pliny. The man said that although he had lost a great deal in the civil wars, he was leaving 4,116 slaves, 3,600 yoke of oxen, 257,000 other cattle, and Hs 60 million in cash, and he ordered Hs 1,100,000 to be spent on his funeral. 15 I must not omit to mention the delightful account in Petronius of the enormous property of the imaginary freedman Trimalchio, who is represented as being worth Hs 30 million, he is made to say that he was left a fortune worthy of a senator by his former master's will, and that he had greatly increased it by his own efforts.